Looking at the old clockaroo here, we got to put the show to bed.
I got a book report.
And that's a tease. Next.
The Rams, led by NFL MVP Matthew Stafford, headline the league with 7 primetime games. Catch them all on the Westwood One Sports app. The schedule is out, and we're breaking down what it means for your team. Westwood One Sports.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Brendan Swarsby is betting on himself. He's filed an injunction seeking his eligibility for the 2026 campaign after going through treatment for a gambling addiction. Always for athletes stepping to the man and fighting the man. The problem is, this is one of those things the NCAA has been crystal clear about. Don't do it or there will be consequences. Unfortunately for Swarsby, the consequences, they're at the door. I'm Denton Day.
The best mornings
in the morning light.
Start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light.
Start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow.
Great moments in sports. Michael Jordan is considered one of, if not the best player to ever grace the courts of the NBA. His final game, Game 6 in the finals against the Utah Jazz, was TV's highest-rated game in all of NBA history. In the final moments of the game, with under 42 seconds remaining, the Bulls were trailing the Utah Jazz 83-86. After a timeout, Jordan got the inbound pass and drove to the hoop for a quick layup over several defenders, making the score 85-86. In a clutch play, Jordan stole the ball from an unsuspecting Karl Malone and slowly dribbled up court.
Championship number 6. Jordan open. Chicago with the lead.
And Michael pulls up and buries the shot to give him a 1-point lead.
That may have been. Who knows what will unfold in the next several months. But that may have been the last shot Michael Jordan will ever take in the NBA.
Once again, Jordan was voted the Finals MVP for a record 6th time.
Okay, forest animals, kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Catchy. I like it. River, how's the temperature?
It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man.
I love it. Turtle.
He's not here yet, man.
He's late every morning. Okay. Squirrel.
The forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7, The Fan.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7, The Fan. 105.7, The Fan.
It's about Tupac. I had never read a Jeff Pearlman book before. I'd read a lot of his articles. He's a very well-known sports writer. A lot of good books. But I'd read majority his articles before, never one of his books. And I saw this at a bookstore, and your boy likes to go to many bookstores. And I had a little bit of a credit to use at the bookstore. Someone got me a gift card, and I was like, well, let me get a book that I'm interested in. And obviously, I know about Tupac. You know about Tupac. Everyone knows about Tupac. He's pretty famous. If you don't know about him.
Some people think he's alive for some reason. It's very weird.
There was a part of me where I held on to that maybe a little bit longer than most people did. But I knew Tupac. I never knew Tupac. Bro, his life is nuts. Was nuts. I mean, some of the stories that are in here, like he starts the book off, and I don't feel bad about spoiling this because he said this in an interview, so it's already out there in the ether. This came out in 2025, so it's been out for a little bit. But he starts the book off like detailing the story behind Brenda's Got a Baby. And I was like, I didn't really think that was a real story. And he's like, yeah, no, he reunited the child and the mother together in the process of writing this book. He interviewed over 600 people. Summer's about reading, people. So get your ass in a book. And this was a really good one to start. I didn't start reading this one. I'm like 12 books in for 2026. So get your weight up over there.
Wow. Oh, did you just flex your book count? Here we go. Sports Talk Radio for you, baby.
Yeah. It's a really good book, though. Everyone should be reading.
There we go. You said summer's for reading.
Yeah.
You have that tattooed on you anywhere?
I did not have that tattoo, but we used to do like accelerated reader programs when I was in elementary school, and I cheated on them, and I got called to the principal's office once, and I lost my reward in 5th grade. I've never let that go.
So ever since then, you've been an avid reader?
No, I stopped reading because of that. And then I got back into it as an adult because I was like, I should probably read. I held a grudge for like 20 years over this damn thing.
Yeah.
All it really was going to be like popcorn and pizza.
Yeah. So I was just such a delinquent as a fifth grader in a middle. This is late. I was such a delinquent as a 5th grader in a middle school that, like, my aunt and uncle got tired of like giving me spanking, so they started making me read books, and I had to read Mike Lupica. That's how I got hip to Mike Lupica.
You're a well-versed reader, then.
Oh, I read hella books.
Yeah.
Oh, first of all, I was the annoying kid in class that always wanted to get called on for popcorn reading. Are you kidding me? I wanted to flex the fact that I could read. I loved it. I mean, not loved as in I can't.
You on Goodreads? Everyone can follow me on Goodreads. Just search my name. See all my books.
What the hell is Goodreads?
It's like a book tracking app.
It's like the OnlyFans of reading?
A lot more covered up, but yes.
Okay. Well, everyone loves a good book cover. That was my favorite thing to get from the Scholastics Fair, by the way. Those book covers were so silly. I would put them in order. The whole thing is I wouldn't like book covers. I liked like binder covers and textbook covers.
Yeah.
Because, that was cooler. But
there are a couple of books on one of our many shelves in my office that are pretty sick. I like this one, though. It's pretty simple. It's Tupac, and it's a book about Tupac. So that one makes sense. It'd be odd if Biggie Smalls was on the cover. Though there are some very interesting stories about Biggie Smalls in here that I was not privy to. Just knowledge that I don't know that the world was in on in terms of some of the things that took place in Tupac's life. And it honestly felt like it was out of like a television series where like Biggie was there to try to make amends, but Tupac never knew because nobody ever told. It was crazy, bro. It was crazy.
That is, for people that are familiar with their beef was like something that just didn't need to happen. They never really beefed.
No. It literally just because part of the reason is because Tupac was very paranoid. I mean, he is such a complex figure, right? He's made such great music over the course of his life, but he really is a complex figure that the fact that he made it to 25 is actually astounding because the world was set up for him to not make it to that age. And he made a lot of really good music, a lot of really bad decisions, but very, very interesting read.
A guy that was super well versed and I'm not giving away state secrets. Life cut way, way, way too short. Someone in the chat said, it's all Puff's doing. It's easy to blame the baby oil bandit. I will say this about P. Diddy. It's not illegal to be freaky. So I'll just leave it at that. But I know there were a lot worse allegations.
I do think he killed Biggie. But that's just, I think Puff had a big hand in that.
What a clip. This is, wow. This is how you endear yourself with our new West Coast audience that we're picking up.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in L.A.
I'm about to say, shout out to L.A. That's lit. Wow. I was going to go watch Brock Lesnar rip his pants, but now I'm feeling like, should I be watching some sort of Tupac Biggie documentary to fall asleep tonight? It's like my favorite thing. I wish you all knew what I go through to find my at-night entertainment. It normally leads to me, there's a YouTube search that I have. If you're looking for a good night's sleep, Google thunder and rain noises on black screen. Exactly what I said, and you will sleep well and sometimes oversleep things. So there we go. That's going to do it for Westwood One Sports tonight. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you to Oliver Popular. Thank you to your calls. Thank you to our guy Denton Day, per usual, helping us out with his deliberations and, per usual, putting the show to bed. We're back with you tomorrow. Loaded show. Edge, Adam Copeland of AEW going to join us. Drake Toll is next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and non-stop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
Hearing loss makes it hard to stay connected over the phone. Now, a new caption telephone, CapTel, shows captions of everything a caller says. It's like closed captions for TV, but for phone calls. It's helping people nationwide reconnect to family and friends. Best of all, CapTel is available at no cost to people with hearing loss. Shipping and installation are free. Struggling with hearing loss? Call now to see if you qualify for a no-cost CapTel phone. Call 800-375-1175. That's 800-375-1175.
UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
When I wake up, the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING.
Go to callamazing.com.
What happens next?
A massive trade
Happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
We're hopeful that we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Very quiet this morning. There is one accident to watch out for. Route 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard. There's an accident. Left lane's getting by. Watch for police direction. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday night in Tampa, the Rays lay the wood to the Birds.
Another base hit. My word. The Rays just can't be stopped tonight.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Ryan Valade puts a cherry on top of the scoring for the Rays with an RBI single, making it 16-4 Tampa in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the series opener against the Rays was a laugher from the start. They beat the Birds by a score of 16-6. Trevor Rogers, with another terrible outing, he'd give up 8 earned runs in 3 2/3. And the guys behind him didn't do much better. Cameron Foster would give up 4 in relief, as did Dietrich Enns. And though this latest loss has taken Birdland's frustrations to new heights, skipper Craig Albornaz is trying to keep things in perspective despite another tough L.
Yeah, that's why we play every day. It's not like football where we play once a week. We have to turn the page fast, and our guys have shown the ability to do that. It's just one game, and we still have the ability to win the series. And just like any game, we got to come out and try to win the next day and turn the page and put our work in, and we feel really good about where we're at.
The Fan will have your pregame coverage for this evening's Game 2 between the O's and Rays with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Welcome in, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Ed Norris will join us at 7 o'clock. Rob Long is off this week. Lots to go over. Man, if only the Orioles had played last night, we had something to talk about today. Jesus. You and I were just talking about it. I mean, I'm going through all the different stuff because I know you were saying you made a business decision last night and stayed up late to watch the game.
I did.
I like that. SGA wins the MVP and buys all of his teammates watches, these really expensive watches, and Victor Wembanyama just goes, watch this.
Right.
Oh, my goodness. But that Oriole game, you and I were just talking about it. Andrew Kittredge was the first pitcher to come in and not give up 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a laughable effort in Tampa Bay yesterday. Game gets away from them early. Obviously, Tampa Bay, best team in the American League right now. Orioles,
but
way
they don't
playing.
score like that,
no,
man.
They don't. They don't. I mean, 6 runs in 2 innings to start the game, including 5 in the second. They just exploded. Trevor Rogers is just trending in the wrong direction. The team is trending in the wrong direction. And you listen to Albie in the post game. I get him wanting to, make it out to be that every loss is bad. And I understand that for them. And it is a next day mentality because they have to go right back out there and do it all over again today and again tomorrow. They could still win this series. So I'm not expecting him to act like the world is crashing down. But I'm also, it'd be nice to see him kind of acknowledge where they are because you hear him even in, I think in Joe's update or coming into the show, you hear him say like, we like where we are right now. Well, how could you?
Yeah.
How could you? How can anybody that's watching this team on a nightly basis like where they are right now? That to me, I know they're going to go about their business behind the scenes, but it'd be nice for them to. And look, Trevor Rogers, obviously, yesterday he's almost in tears. Like he knows how bad it is. I think it'd be okay for him to kind of show it a little bit,
show a little emotion and some anger, maybe. Look. I think some of the things that he's talking about, too, is when you look deeper at the numbers, kind of what we did yesterday. And I know people don't care about exit velocity and hard hit contact and all that stuff, but it always tells you that it comes around, but it's getting late early. I was making fun of the people that were saying maybe we shouldn't hit the ball as hard. I mean, that's not how you approach this game, but I understand it. Like, could we look at Gunnar and say he's home run hunting? Of course you can. I think people could see some of that's going on. And then what happens? You get into this funk where you've been swinging a certain way or doing a certain thing and you're trying to get out of it. Now you're overthinking. Then you start guessing on pitches and start swinging. We're going to get into it later at the Orioles, and we could sit here and do this all damn show and just beat them up for what happened last night. That looked like a bad Tampa Bay Bucks Baltimore Ravens game from like 2005. 5 field goals kicked and a touchdown.
I was about to say, this looked like back in 2000 when the Ravens were just struggling to score touchdowns for a stretch there. Yeah, I mean, it was a bad watch. I mean, there's just no way around it. The game gets away from them early. they just weren't able to stop the bleeding. I mean, once they even go to the pen, it's kind of continuing on them. So, and Tampa, I mean, they're 9 for 20 with runners in scoring position. I mean, they were so efficient yesterday. Like you said, they don't score like that often.
They've had some big games, but it's weird. It's not usually when you see like one of those 16-run games, somebody's hit a 3-run homer, there's been a grand slam or a couple of bombs hit.
1 homer for them yesterday.
They're nickel and diming you all the way, and it didn't matter. And it's funny to me because like last night, if you think about it, the NBA put on a show with Wemby in double overtime. The NHL had a Game 7 that went to overtime in which Montreal won, and everybody likes to bring up the last time Canadian teams won the Stanley Cup in the early 90s. So now they have an opportunity as they move on. And in baseball, there were just some crazy-ass games with lots of scoring. Yeah, just a weird one last night if you looked at it. And then to finish it off, JT Ginn had a no-hitter going against the damn Angels, and then they lost 2-1.
Crazy.
On
Neto.
They score 1 run in the top of the 9, whatever it was, and then now they get to the bottom, and here's Neto with a 2-run shot to win it. It was an exceptional night for sports unless you were an Orioles fan.
Yeah, the Orioles were really one of the few bad watches on TV last night, to your point. I mean, some of the baseball games did go down to the wire. The basketball game, I mean, it was tug of war the entire time. OKC did what OKC does. They had their runs. They come back with Shea on the bench. It was a lot of the role players balling for them last night, but Wemby he was different last night.
Well, you know, it feels like hyperbole all the time when people start bringing this stuff up. Like, I woke up this morning reading some articles and looking at different things. Once I got here, I'm going over a bunch of stuff. And to hear all these people talking about Wemby like this guy is amazing. He's been, like, a lot of times you hear it after a big game for anyone. I mean, Donovan Mitchell could have a big game in game 1. Everybody all of a sudden going, and then I'm like, all right, pump your brakes. Do not pump your brakes on Wemby. We have not seen anything like this.
This dude had a couple dunks last night. It looked like me dunking on my son's Fisher-Price court.
Yeah.
Like it's laughable sometimes. Now, Chet, it's something personal that he has with Chet. They've played against each other for years.
Well, because were they up for Rookie of the Year against each other?
I think they
because
were.
Chet missed his first year.
Right. Chet missed his first year
and
was eligible that second year. I know they played coming up in the international rankings multiple times. I think Wemby lost to Chet and maybe like the under 18
Team
USA France game. Yeah. So he always takes it personal against him. And then last night you got SGA getting the MVP before the game. Wemby acknowledges that had a factor in his play last night. He just the dude was so aggressive. I mean, I'm a
complete
big
player, man.
He is, and I'm a big LeBron guy. And people for the entirety of LeBron's career, which is a rightful spite against him, has been the killer instinct. Has been LeBron just not imposing his will on teams the way as often as he should throughout his career. He's done it, but just not as much as people want. Wemby, he leaves nothing on the table. This dude goes in the post every time. He's got Caruso on him the entire second half. He's not settling. He's at the high post every time. He's going to try to get to the basket. If he can't, he's going to make something happen for somebody else. He literally does it all.
You know who I saw play Wemby the best? And it's going to sound crazy as hell, was Russell Westbrook. I don't know what it was.
He has a problem with some of those short. I think that's why they went to Caruso a little bit.
Yeah, and
he had some success.
That may have been something they saw on film. But just to get back to it and talk about what Wemby did last night, because like I could sit here and say, what's the most impressive part of his game? And for me, like it's the block shots, and it's not even, I don't think people understand the effect that he has on other people's shots, even when he's not blocking them. I mean, I watched the 3-on-1 where he was the one.
Right.
They ain't make a shot.
Nope.
And they almost settled for this long-ass 3 because they got blocked in the lane. It's just incredible to watch him play. So we'll get to more of that and have a chance to talk about all those things. I know we'll get into the hockey with Ed. Man, we've got a lot coming up. But, yeah, we got to beat up the Birds in the next segment. Orioles lose 16-6. What in the hell was that? Johnny and Dundalk's on hold. He wants to talk about it. We'll take your phone calls. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 1057, The Fan.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-927-1086. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086.
Hey, Birdland! Spend Memorial Day at Camden Yards on Monday, May 25th, as the Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Maryland replica jersey, presented by MDOT's Work Zone Safety Campaign. Kick off summer the right way with Orioles baseball. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Quiet for the most part this morning. There is one accident, Route 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard. Left lane's getting by there. Watch for police direction. Also on I-70 westbound at Route 75 Green Valley Road. Accident there blocks all lanes. Watch for police direction for the detour. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Are you stuck in a dead-end mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
Update from the Yard is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Beat the summer heat. Call the comfort guys at Farnan and Dermer for their $89 precision tune-up to make sure your system is in tip-top shape. Call 410-367-7777.
In the air to right field. That ball is headed for the flag court.
On 105.7, The Fan.
No, I just try to keep making pitches and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, Excuse my French, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
I think derriere is French. They beat my derriere tonight. Oh, man, Trevor Rogers, yeah, he sounds broken. And as you and I were talking earlier, Cordell Woodland here, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris joins us at 7. Rob's off all week. It's a Big Bad Morning Show. We were talking about this last segment that I feel like he's got to be tipping his pitches. Who was it last night? I retweeted it. I want to read this before we go out to the phone lines. Here you go,
Jacob.
Yeah. 5 of the 7 hits off Trevor Rogers through the first 2 innings were on pitches out of the strike zone or barely touching the corners. So he's not like, it's not like he's just hitting the middle of the plate and they're pounding him. He's making good pitches on the outside, and it's almost like they know where it's coming. At this point, he writes, you have to wonder whether he's tipping his pitches. Because how do you get to so many 2-strike counts that quickly and then not figure out a way to punch these guys out? And some people might say, well, if he's tipping his pitches, why aren't they hitting him early? I mean, look, honestly, I don't know. This is one of the weirder things to watch. Maybe it was just a blip there where he got really good and was amazing. Maybe there's something off where he's tipping his pitches, but it sucks watching this now. Because, like, even looking at the series, you probably had your 3 best pitchers going. And I guess maybe anytime you see Bradish and Rogers, and then you could throw in a third one, you're like, hey, I like this group here. But this Rays team just put it on them last night. And again, as I say all the time with the Tampa Bay Rays, I bet you didn't know 6 of those guys on that team that started hitting in just a crazy, crazy night.
Yeah, it was Tampa 5 for 8 against Rogers with 2 outs, 4 for 10 against him with 2 strikes yesterday. And it seems like Rogers has had a problem really over the last month, finishing guys off, getting out of innings with 2 outs. And also finishing guys off with 2 strikes. That's become a problem for him. So maybe it's something about when he's bearing down and he's trying to get out of that at bat or that. And it's something that he may be showing. I don't know what it is, but he needs to fix it, and he needs to fix it really fast. Like you said, you go into this series and you say that you have Bradish, who's been pitching as well as he has over his last 2 starts, and you've got Rogers, who it's been a struggle for him. And I don't know how much of this has to do with the sickness that he was dealing with that put him on the IL. But it is, and he's in a spot now where he talked a lot about, his mental health coming into the season, and him just his process and trying to replicate everything that he does, I guess, at least when he's doing something positive. These days, it seems like he's lost. And I know he leans heavily on like his mental coach and everything to help get him back on track. He is going to have to find his footing again right now because it's going from bad to worse.
And listen to this. So the past 2 years, the Orioles have done something that historically that's insane, and it's not good on their behalf. Last year, they made left-handed pitchers look like Sandy Koufax in his Cy Young season. And it didn't matter if your name was Logan Allen or if your name was Chris Sale. All of them. They made all of them all the way up until maybe late August, where they started to get a little bit better. But then again, who knows what's going on down the stretch, who's playing, who they're facing, all that. Now, what they've done this year, Trevor Rogers has an 837 OPS against with 2 strikes. That'll land at a 230 SOPS, which we'll explain. To put that in perspective, when Babe Ruth hit 60 homers in 1927, his OPS was 221. 9 spots lower, 9 points lower than what Trevor Rogers is. That means MLB hitters in 2-strike counts versus Rogers have comparatively performed better than Babe Ruth in 1927. What a weird year. All right, let's go to Johnny in Dundalk. He wants to talk about Albie. What's up, Johnny?
Fellas, good morning. I'm glad y'all have kept the demographics the same since Rob's taking vacation. That's a good thing. Look. I was taken back a little bit with Albie last night with that. It's a long season. It's not football. I told Joe, at some point, y'all going to play 17 games. And at the end of the day, right now, y'all be 5-12. That's a long football season. So something's got to happen because this is hurting, man. Hurting.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, Johnny, with them still being in the playoff picture, well, I mean, obviously everyone's alive because there's not many good teams. There's probably like 3 or 4 teams in the AL you can point to and go, I know they're good. And even some people might even question the Rays when it comes down to it.
I mean, they had that, what was it, when the Orioles lapped them in 23, was it, when they won a division, or 22? I forget what it was, but the Rays, they got off to that crazy hot start. And everybody thought nobody would catch them, and the Orioles ended up winning the division that year. I mean, crazy things happen in baseball.
Johnny, appreciate the call, man. All right, let's go to Antonio in Rosedale. Antonio, you're on the Fan. What's up, man?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Happy Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, babe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, babe. The Orioles thought Trevor Rogers would be the ace. Did Elias make a mistake not getting a number one starting pitcher, or would not have mattered? Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Antonio. I mean, look, this is where we go back to it because people's memories of how things go down with all the starting pitchers. They did offer a ton of money to Ranger Suarez. He took the gig up in Boston, and if you'd have talked about him for the first month, you'd have said buyer's remorse for the Red Sox. They're like, this guy sucks. He doesn't suck. He just started off slow. Dylan Cease got $200 and some million. He's looked as advertised, but the length of that contract, the back end of it is going to be dicey. Same thing with Max Fried. He got well over $200 million. You start getting into this, maybe the Orioles just have to bite the bullet and say, hey, it's just money, and I know that's how fans think, but it still is a business that you're running and trying to be smart with what you spend. That being said, yeah, you would have liked to have seen. I think the one that they missed out on was Garrett Crochet, but again, we don't know what the White Sox were asking for. At that point in time, it could have been Basayo and Jackson Holiday.
Right.
And I still remember a lot of you guys were like, trade them Holiday and Basayo, trade them Holiday and Mayo, and maybe you feel better about saying that with Mayo because he hasn't looked all that great. I don't want to move on from Basayo or Holiday for any of the things that were being tossed out there.
Yeah. I mean, I always go back to Burns, that year that they had Burns, man, and where they had a bona fide ace. And you got to see the byproduct of that. Now, granted, and he pitched a gem in the playoffs and they didn't get anything out of it. But I think that showed why you need a frontline starter. That showed why you need that guy that can kind of be that stops all the losing, that puts everything to a halt. That a guy that when he's on the mound, you've got a pretty good chance at winning at night. And those guys are hard to come by. And I get some of these organizations being hesitant to make those serious investments in pitchers these days because their arms are falling off the bone.
See, and Cordell, the other thing with like looking at the starting pitching market and what you're talking about, like I've even said, I thought the Orioles were built for the regular season. Right now, they don't look built for anything.
Yeah.
They had a lot of solid pitching, or what was deemed to be solid pitching, where it was going to keep you in games, but nothing that was overwhelming unless Bradish or Rogers kind of get back to where they were. If Rogers repeats what he did last year, Bradish goes back to the season where he had one of the best ERAs in all of baseball. But with that being said, when you get into the postseason, Seattle probably feels really good when Brian Wu, Logan Gilbert, you name it, go out there and start for them. You want to feel like you're going to win. If you're trotting out, and with all due respect to the guys we have here, and I think they're good, but if you're the Yankees and you're trotting out Max Fried, Garrett Cole, and hell, Schlittler's been better than all of them. You're trotting out. You feel like you're going to win every single game.
Yep.
Now, it's not the case. Sometimes you have to outlast the starting pitcher. Sometimes he just doesn't have it. You don't know, but you feel much better about it. Having frontline pitching, if you're in a 7-game set, you're going, I got that cat 3 times. Definitely twice. Maybe for a few innings in Game 7 if we get to that point. So it's just frustrating. Let's grab Manny in Essex. Manny, you're on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
All right, but I work in the restaurant business, but everybody comes in and say, hey, Manny, what's wrong with your Orioles? Oh, Manny, what's wrong with your Orioles? Listen, I've been preaching all year. We have to look at all our pieces, trade the pieces we have to trade, and get a good piece back to start winning. You know the Orioles remind me of?
Who?
Of the Cleveland Browns of the baseball. First round pick every year. Last 15 years, we had the first round picks, and we still can't play baseball.
No.
We have to look down there and see what we can trade. Westbrook, Holiday, Mayo, even Henderson, and get some pieces and see if we can start winning some football games. Baseball games.
All right. But Manny, appreciate the call. Joe, when we get Russell Westbrook?
It's about Brian Westbrook.
He meant Westberg. That's what he meant.
Brian Westbrook.
But again, like I hear what Manny said, trade the good players you have now to go get prospects to hope that they turn into good players. There is a process. That's the rebuild they just went through. They have good players. When you look at it, it's amazing to watch just the way that they're performing offensively. Like if you told me the pitching didn't turn out the way you expected, I could see that.
Right.
These bats, I just don't get it, man. I don't get how
and
this
it's been
team's
for
hitting.
years.
Yeah.
it's been going on for enough time to where I think it's like, when do we start to kind of believe what we're seeing?
Let's grab Darius and Towson real quick. Darius, what's up, man?
Hey.
You're on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm Jeremy Courland. I want to talk about a situation to where I thought was pivotal. It was in the bottom of the first when Tampa had a guy on second with 1 out, and Junior rolled it over to Gunnar. Now, hypothetical, Jeremy, if Gunnar makes that play, you know what I mean, who knows? Trevor might get out there. And when you have a pitcher that's searching for confidence and searching for momentum, the defense has to back them up. You know what I mean? Play for the next man up. And that, when I seen Gunnar make that error, I said, oh, yeah, it's ready to go down. And it's when you're struggling, like where they are right now, who are the guys that are going to lead by example? You got your superstar, your young leader. You have to make some plays. Maybe a bad team might let you get out that inning with no wounded, but a team like Tampa are going to make you pay. And when you look at the hits that they did last night, they wasn't no high velocity shot. They know where to find the green grass.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what we were talking about earlier. Thanks for the phone call, Darius. Is that it was a one homer? They did all that with just putting the ball in play. So, yeah, tough one last night. We got to switch gears. We're going to talk about the NFL Nashville maybe hosting the Super Bowl in 2030 and get into that. Maybe we'll see it come to Baltimore at some point. No. But up next, we're going to talk about OTAs. They've kicked off for the Ravens despite reports that he's been very involved with the new coaching staff. Are you mentally preparing yourself for more discourse about Lamar's attendance? Cordell and I discuss that next right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Order like a pro and download the McDonald's app today. The app certainly has its privileges, like ordering your favorites ahead of time, saving money with app-exclusive deals, earning free food, and getting your favorites delivered with McDelivery. And you can try those new ice-cold drinks like the Dirty Dr. Pepper, Sprite Berry Blast, or Strawberry Watermelon Refresher. Get all those. Get McDelivery. It's deliciousness at your fingertips, so stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. So if you're planning more cookouts and nights outside with family and friends, now's the perfect time to upgrade your outdoor setup during Town Appliance's Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more, plus outdoor grills, beverage centers, outdoor refrigeration, and air conditioners to keep your home ready for summer. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor will really know their stuff. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On August 13th, it's country music star Thomas Rhett. The Fray and Dashboard Confessional stop by on August 14th. Then Zach Brown Band on August 15th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
Hey Bel Air! Big news as Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're celebrating with grand opening savings. Get more for your trade and shop a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Hurry in or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Still quiet this morning. A couple of accidents to watch out for on the outer loop of the Beltway past Loch Raven Boulevard. There's an accident. 2 right lanes are blocked. It's heavy after Bel Air Road. 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard. There's a crash. Left lane's getting by. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays clobbered the Birds last night, winning 16-6 in another start low-lighted by Trevor Rogers and his struggles on the mound. Tampa tagged Rogers for 8 runs, 7 of them earned in just 3 2/3, dropping him to 2-5 on the season. And it's a continuation of an overall downward trend for the guy that many believed would be Baltimore's ace in 2026. After the game, Rogers didn't mince words when describing his performance on Monday evening.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches, and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, Excuse my friends, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
So far this season, Rogers has surrendered 29 earned runs in 38 innings pitched. That's compared to just 22 earned runs in a little over 109 innings in 2025. The Birds will look to bounce back tonight, and the Fan will have your pregame coverage for Game 2 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Ed Norris joins us at 7. Rob Long is off this week. Get to do the hockey with Ed right at 7. And God, last night, as you said, Game 7, overtime, Stanley Cup playoffs. I can't beat that. All right, Ravens got a new round of OTAs. They've kicked off. Despite reports that he's been very involved with the new coaching staff, Cordell, I'll ask you because I'm so tired of talking about him being there or not being there for some of these things. Your thoughts on Lamar? Do you think we hear more discourse on the fact that he's not there?
Probably.
You and I were discussing this yesterday because you were like, he was at an event,
right,
with Mike Epps thing,
Mike
right?
Epps show in Florida. What was that? Sunday night.
So you had your questions of whether or not he flew in.
Yeah, and I see Ryan Mink from BaltimoreRavens.com. He put out a day 1 report yesterday on the first day of OTAs, and no mention of Lamar in here at all. Talks about Tez Walker getting the first deep ball of OTAs. No mention of who threw him said deep ball. So I could assure you, if it was Lamar,
it would have been in there.
It would have been in there. So I don't know. Maybe he's there today. We'll see. I know he was in Florida for the weekend getting his high school jersey retired. And like I said, for sure, he was out there Sunday night. Historically, I've never been one to go crazy about who's there and who's not at OTAs. I know a lot of people have. I'm sure a lot of people still will if he's not out there today, despite him being there for all the stuff that they did, in weeks prior leading up to this. I just don't think the games are won in May. I think I'm not acting like there's no benefit of him not being there, but he's been there. Well, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for it, but I'm just not trying to make this a big deal. Even if he was there, I would barely mention it.
Look, I think it's an added bonus if he's there. You like it, the camaraderie with teammates. You see your guy there. But is this resulting in the wins in January? Is that what, to be there? And again, I'm not saying practice isn't important. I love the fact that, the first one I remember doing it a ton was Peyton Manning meeting up with his wide receivers at Duke University and throwing all off season. He'd pay for him to go, get set up, and then throw with him. Lamar's worked out. We've seen him working out and throwing with some of his guys in the offseason, including, when he was working out with Antonio Brown years ago.
Right.
This just gets blown up. I get so tired of even talking about it because when you sit here and defend him, people are, oh, you don't think practice is important. That's not what we're saying. This is a little bit different than what we're talking about. And I don't know if we don't know if he had talked to the team saying, hey, I got this coming up. I'll be showing up this day.
Right.
I just feel like we talk about so many things that we have no idea of any of it, what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, and it is a lot of communication, I would imagine, between him and the team behind the scenes of what's going to happen. It's just, look, it's nothing else going on football-wise right now, so the most important thing to people is the attendance at OTAs for certain guys.
Especially when your baseball team's playing like this, too.
Yeah. Part of that is the blame of the Orioles because they just don't have a lot of people's attention right now until they do, and then they go out there and lose 16-6.
Yeah, man. That's, God. Even the practices here when we get into, who shows up and who doesn't, whether it's mandatory or not mandatory. I get it. If things are mandatory, you want to see guys there. But again, I'd ask you this at your work. If they said, hey, it's not mandatory, but we need you guys to come in or we need you to stay late for a meeting or come in early. You ain't coming to that meeting. Shut up. It's this is stuff that they're doing at practice in some of these aspects. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on right now. That he's worked out on his own or can do things. I think you have the trust in your quarterback. I wonder if they're talking about this with Josh Allen or with Pat Mahomes or any of these guys if they miss an OTA.
Yeah, I always say I think he understands the weight that he holds on this team. He understands the team is going to go as far as he takes them. If it was a situation where he looks lost out there in November, December, all right, maybe he should be at everything. And look, it's a new regime. There are plenty of reasons for him to be there at everything that they do. I'm not acting like that it isn't. It just isn't, to me, the end of the world if he doesn't come to the start of OTA. For all we know, he could come later in the week, could come next week. It's 3 weeks of this.
I'm not saying this team should be worried about it, but a team that should be hey, man, what's going on? About their quarterback not being at OTAs might be the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett because he wants more money to be a starter for the whole season.
Yeah.
But, we've seen Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Lamar Jackson, Jacoby Brissett. I'm listening to guys that have missed OTAs in the past couple of years for various reasons. And they're all not the same. But again, I think this is much ado about nothing that we get into all the time talking about Lamar. But he's going to be that talking point. You see guys arguing about things on TV all the time, whether it's Stephen A. Smith screaming about Jaylen Brown, which we'll get to that later. People want to just bitch about things, and I think it's just easy to bitch about a guy that's not at practice.
Best believe if we get out there today and we start reporting that he's not there, the firestorm is going to start. Yeah. It's going to happen. It just is. And people are going to talk themselves into some sort of panic and everything. He may be there. He may have gotten there today. We'll see. I'm sure they knew he knows today is the media day. And look, one thing about Lamar, he doesn't play the PR games. He's not just going to show up because the cameras are going to be out there today. He doesn't care about that. So If he's going to come, he's going to come. If not, he won't be there.
All right, we've coming up at 7 o'clock. We'll do the hockey with Ed Norris. He joins us at the end of the next segment. We're going to talk about the Super Bowl and the draft. So the NFL now, they have Nashville in line to host the 2030 Super Bowl, which kind of surprised me, but we'll get into that. And Minneapolis will get the 2028 draft. Do you like to see the league expanding to these different cities and giving them new opportunities? We talk about that next right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking forward to seeing most at the Ravens OTAs before heading out to the Castle. Kevin Ostreicher will join us for more thoughts on the schedule, and then we will recap last night's series opener with the Orioles and the Rays.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama lived up to his nickname of the Alien in Game 1. His performance was legitimately out of this world. 41 points, 24 rebounds in his first ever conference finals game. I've never seen anything like this. He has a well-documented rivalry with Chet Holmgren, and Wemby played like he hated that man in game number 1. The Spurs took it in double overtime, 122-115. Sign me up for 6 more of these ones. I'm dead.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's Miles for Miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need a new water heater today? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Right now, save up to $200 with same-day installation available. And if you find a better price, we will match it. Terms and conditions apply. 89794.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. With us today is Dr. Scott Adams from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. And Dr. Adams, as our in-house game day injury expert, we were wondering if you could help our parents with their young future sports stars. Now, soreness is normal, but is there a way to explain how to know when that pain is something more?
Sure, bumps and bruises are clearly not a serious injury in sports, but something like swelling in the joint. I often tell patients that's the equivalent of the check engine light being on in the joint. This can sometimes mean that there's something more serious, such as a ligament injury, a bone injury in the knee, a meniscus injury. Oftentimes, this is more indicative of some kind of more structural problem. This is when you really should consider seeking out evaluation by an orthopedic doctor doctor or primary care doctor to see if it is something more serious.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with a suspected orthopedic injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. We're ready to help.
Baltimore weather, mostly sunny, temps in the 70s. Today, chance of storms, near record highs in the 90s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway past Loch Raven Boulevard, there's an accident. 2 right lanes are blocked. It's heavy after Bel Air Road. Route 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard, there's an accident. The left lane gets by. And I-70 westbound at Route 75 Green Valley Road, there's a crash. All lanes are blocked there. Watch for police direction for the detour. 95 southbound getting heavy from Eastern Avenue to the 895 split. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Ed Norris joins us in a few minutes. We were talking about the NFL expanding. I went to the first cold weather outdoor Super Bowl between the Broncos and the Seahawks, 43-8. I'll never forget it. Thank you very much. As I'm watching Peyton Manning take the first snap of the game and it goes over his head and into the end zone for a safety.
Yeah.
It was a miserable experience. And like every time I tell this story, people are like, wow, I had a bad experience at the Super Bowl. And yeah, so like they didn't figure things out all that great. It started raining. We were all kind of like being bunched into these trains like sardines and just pushed in. But like there was one way in and one way out unless you parked in the parking lot, which was only available to certain people, which it would have been available to me, but I had a buddy going, so I took the train, and yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, I mean, it was raining the whole time. I mean, the game was fun, the experience, the weather wasn't too bad outside of the rain, but it was like a steady drizzle, and if you're standing in it for 3 hours, you're not happy. I always wonder about how much they're going to expand to doing stuff with the Super Bowl in outdoor stadiums and not warm weather cities. You can get rain anywhere. We had rain in Miami. What was that? The Colts and the Bears Super Bowl. We've had weather like that, but you don't get the cold weather and some of the other stuff that we've seen. So going to Nashville for 2030, I am a little shocked. It's not like Nashville is a cold weather city per se, but I mean, they do get some cold weather down there around that time of year in February. And could we see anything that's kind of outlandish for a Super Bowl? And the reason I bring this up is some people are like, so what? They can play in bad weather. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the sponsors. The Super Bowl is not for me or you. It's for all the white collar people out there that were willing to spend a ton of money to go to the game. You know, every once in a while, fans very fortunate to buy tickets and drop like $5,000 to just go to the game, as those ticket prices are expensive. But what do you think? I think I'd love to see the draft come to Baltimore. I think that's a great thing that they're doing, moving the draft around, and Minnesota gets it next, or was it 2028? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I do like the draft moving around from city to city. Baltimore's obviously been trying to get the draft to come here for a little bit. We'll see if that happens. But I do like them going from city to city with that. I went to the first outdoor public draft that they had in Philly I was in college at the time. Me and my friends that drove up there for that. That was really cool. I know it's in DC next year. I don't mind that. Even when they were in Nashville, like they had packed out the whole strip down there. I thought that was pretty cool. So I don't mind that. I'm not the biggest fan of the cold weather Super Bowls. I don't know if they view that New York Super Bowl as a success.
So Joe's just updated me. You're talking about it's going to be the new stadium in Nashville, so it's going to have a dome.
Okay.
But that makes more sense for the Super Bowl because, again, even being at the New York one, they called it a success, but I'm not sure how much they loved it.
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't that great, and I wasn't even there. I'm watching it on the TV. It's just you'd like to see the Super Bowl, and I'm not one of those guys that wants to see weather not be a part of football anymore. I'm definitely not that. I don't mind a snow game in the playoffs. I really don't. But for the Super Bowl, I would like it to be as fair weather as possible. So yeah, they're going to these domes. I'm sure, that's a big part in a lot of these teams that are getting these stadiums. A lot of them are going to these retractable domes because they want Super Bowls along with other events as well.
Concerts and things like that. Yeah, there's all types of events you can put on. Let's bring in Ed Norris. Ed, what are your thoughts about them? Again, I thought Nashville initially thinking about the stadium, and I forgot they're knocking down, what is that, Nissan Stadium? Mm-hmm. Or I don't know if they're knocking it down, but they're building a new one. It's a dome. Are you for the Super Bowl being in some of these other cities? Do you like them moving it around? The same thing with the draft?
I do, because I think everyone should get a shot at it. The difference is the NFL's played in the fall and winter. And, even if it's a dome stadium, there have been problems in the cold weather cities.
Travel?
Yes. I mean, it's exactly that. So, inside the stadium, okay, there's no snow and ice and all. However, if hypothetically, Detroit's a dome stadium, mm-hmm. right? If Buffalo had one, Green Bay, they were all outdoors. They're not going to get them. But the ones that have, that have dome stadiums in cold weather cities, if you have a blizzard, which is not uncommon in these places, you get, a couple of feet of snow, even a foot of snow. It makes travel extraordinarily difficult if people get to the game.
It wasn't for a Super Bowl, but do you remember when I don't think it was a Super Bowl, but when Dallas had all that bad weather and they, got snow. We've heard stories about certain cities getting snow mm-hmm. and not knowing how to deal with it. But there was ice, and it was just a hot mess for everyone that was going to be going to the game. So, yeah, I mean, this stuff happens. I understand it. Like Cordell was talking, but you still, I don't even need to ask you this question. You love the elements being a part of the game.
You talking to me?
Weather, yes.
I do.
I'm talking
I'm
to
the
you,
guy
weather.
Yes, I love weather. I love, I'm the only person down here that prays for rain. Like, I can't wait for the next pouring rain day that we get.
God, you're a weirdo.
I just enjoy. Maybe it's because of where I grew up and where I played and things like that. I mean, keep in mind, I played, college football up in Western New York. Buffalo. I played in Buffalo, the old Memorial Stadium, in an incredible freezing rainstorm. So I'm used to it. I just think it's part of the game, and I think it is. That's why it's played outdoors.
Right. Yeah. It's pretty cool, though. We got Cordell Woodland, Jeremy Kahn, and Eddie Rabbit here with us, who loves a rainy night. Not Eddie Norris. You know what? Of all the things
it does. But go ahead.
I'm just going to say, of all the things I know about you, I think you loving the rain is the weirdest thing.
I don't know. I know. I guess it is. But I just think it is part of the game, and it does matter. That's why, we talked about the Ravens schedule before it came out. I was hoping they got Jacksonville and Tampa during the winter, because warm weather teams have trouble in these cold weather cities. And, we can get terrible weather in Baltimore come December. And happily, we're playing the Buccaneers then, because it should be and both of them, Jags and the Bucs, should be two of the better teams we face this year. So I'm glad we're facing at least one of them at home in cold weather. So I think it matters. I really do.
So we've got some cool stuff coming up. We're going to talk about Jackson Holliday joining the team. Expect him to be in the lineup tonight. He was available off the bench last night, but it didn't need a pinch hitter at any point in time to help him come back, right?
The hell happened last night?
Pitch. But Ed, we had one of the best things that people say in sports: Game 7 NHL Stanley Cup playoffs that went to overtime. So up next, we do the hockey with Ed Norris here on the Fan.
Yep.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday night in Tampa, the Rays lay the wood to the Birds.
Another base hit. My word. The Rays just can't be stopped tonight.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Ryan Valade puts a cherry on top of the scoring for the Rays with an RBI single, making it 16-4 Tampa in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the series opener against the Rays was a laugher from the start. They beat the Birds by a score of 16-6. Trevor Rogers with another terrible outing. He'd give up 8 total runs, 7 of them earned in 3 2/3. And the guys behind him didn't do much better. Cameron Foster would give up 4 in relief, as did Dietrich Enns. And though this latest loss has taken Birdland's frustrations to new heights, skipper Craig Albernaz is trying to keep things in perspective despite another tough L.
Yeah, that's why we play every day. It's not like football where we play once a week. We have to turn the page fast, and our guys have shown the ability to do that. It's just one game, and we still have the ability to win the series. And just like any game, we got to come out and try to win the next day and turn the page and put our work in, and we feel really good about where we're at.
The Fan will have your pregame coverage for this evening's Game 2 between the O's and Rays with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. Visit ariosamechanical.com for more information. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Lots of fun hockey going on. Lots of white dudes on skates running into each other at full speed. Let's do that hockey.
Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Carrier ahead. Over the line comes Newhook. Shooting. Scores! Alex Newhook! Olé! 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 And Montreal is going to play Carolina in the Eastern Conference Final.
Who is that?
Hey, Joe, who was that courtesy of? Who was...
Sportsnet Canada.
Sportsnet Canada.
Sportsnet Canada.
The ESPN call was awful.
Was it? All right. Hey,
ESPN's really pissing me off, by the way, since they've taken hockey.
They
make it difficult.
They suck at everything now, man.
They really do. They just really, it's another topic. Anyway, Alex Newhook had the winning goal in Game 7. I find this to be, I'm going to start with, I think, the most interesting part of the whole postseason right now. Alex Newhook is a center for the Canadians. He leads the Canadians in postseason goals this year. He's got 7. He's got both Game 7 overtime winners. He clinched both series. Do you know where he was in the regular season?
Where?
Let's see. Nathan McKinnon led the NHL in goals with 53.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Newhook had 13. He was 227th in scoring in the NHL, in goals in the NHL.
Ain't sports fun.
227th in the league.
He's got 2 game winners, goals, including a Game 7.
Both Game 7s, because both went to overtime.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, it's been a crazy postseason for the Canadians, and you talk because even in the game, the series against the Lightning in that Game 7, the Canadians only had 9 shots on goal compared to, I think it was 30 for the Lightning. I mean, the fact that they won that series was incredible, and there was and his was freaky. His was like a behind the net kind of wraparound. It wasn't quite a Michigan, but it was similar, and. Yeah, he's an amazing story. He's got both 7th game overtime winning goals.
What's a Michigan?
Michigan, if you look it up, is you could just Google, Michigan hockey goal. It was University of Michigan. It was a play where the Michigan player is behind the net, somehow flips the puck up in the air and whacks it in from behind.
See,
it's a crazy looking play.
You're missing out on a great opportunity just to start throwing out phrases that hey, that's Grandpa's fruit basket. That's what he did there. Oh, you got a Grandpa's fruit basket? What's that? You could just keep making up stuff and we'd have no idea.
I think Cordell knew what a Michigan was.
I do know what a Michigan is.
See?
I didn't know what it was. No.
Thanks to NHL, the game, the video game. Thank you.
See, that's so funny. This is what makes me laugh. That's how my son is learning hockey, because I've tried to get into it for years. He's playing the NHL game now, and now he's learning.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm just pull people's shirts over their heads and start punching them. That's how I'm going to learn hockey.
That's my favorite part.
That's all you need to know.
Anyway, just as this, now that we have the finals in the Eastern and Western Conferences, no big surprises here, except for Montreal, to me. I just think that Lightning were a better team. I think Buffalo was going to advance. Montreal's in, the only Regional 6 team in the finals here. So you've got Carolina, the Hurricanes facing the Canadiens in the East, the Avalanche and the Golden Knights out west, I think this is going to be a great Stanley Cup final because they're very different. The Panthers, the Hurricanes are a really good defensive team. They're number one. Their goaltending has been incredible. Frederick Anderson's been unbelievable. They've only given up 1.2 goals a game. Keep in mind, they've swept both series. They've only played 8 playoff games.
They look like the Thunder then. That's what the Thunder do.
They do. They look really, really strong. But on the other side, they've got the fewest goals per game with 3. Colorado at 4.1 and the Golden Knights 3.67. So they're scoring at a higher percentage. I think what's going to how this could break down, because I can't tell what the hell's going on with Montreal. It's one of those, I hate to use team of destiny, but they've really had some unusual puck bounces here, the way they've won these series.
And what is it, Ed? Not since the early 90s has a Canadian team won?
I think they were the last one in 94. No, the Rangers won 94.
93, wasn't it?
93, something like that, yeah. So it's been a long time. And, in Montreal, like I said, they're like the Yankees of the NHL because they've got the most Stanley Cups in history. Keep in mind, though, all these stats are tainted because, like, the Celtics...
Well, when they had 6 teams, you mean? Or
correct.
Yeah.
So, and there's no free agent. You played with the same guys forever. So if you had a really good team, there's only 6 teams.
Yeah. It's another surprising matchup in the championship as the Boston Celtics take on the Philadelphia 76ers for the 7th time in a row. It's like, come on, man, what are we doing?
Yeah, if you could do the Canadians and Red Wings in a French accent, it'd be great.
No, I'm not doing that.
But the strength of the Hurricanes, I think special teams is going to play a big role here because they got incredible special teams and great goaltending. You look at this, their penalty kill is 95%. They beat in Carolina. 95% in the penalty kill. You compare to the others, Las Vegas is good, 86, but Montreal is the weakest with 74. And they also have the most penalty minutes in the postseason. The Canadians have 247 penalty minutes. Carolina is second behind them, 131 out of the 4 teams. My point is, if Carolina can, get physical with them like the Lightning did and force them to take penalties, they could really annihilate them because Montreal is the weakest team on the penalty kill, and they have the most penalties. So you leave yourself shorthanded all the time, and you don't want to do that against a team like Carolina. On the other side, you got 2 really good offensive teams with Las Vegas and Colorado. So I think this is shaping up to be a really I'm happy with the way it shook out. Obviously, I would like to see the Lightning advance to the final. But right now, I think that you have 4 teams, and Montreal is the weakest of the 4. You got 2 number 1 seeds. Colorado won the President's Trophy. Carolina was second behind them. So I do like seeing the best regular season teams advance to the postseason. As I said, when the Kings were the 8th seed, they won the Stanley Cup. I was like, come on. That's not right, because then I think it diminishes the regular season. What's the point? Because you have a sport, it's not quite as bad as the NBA, but it's almost, where like half the teams go to the postseason. So it's like, all you have to do is like squeak your way in, and if you win the Stanley Cup, to me, it's just like, nah.
Well, wait until the NHL sees what the NBA's doing by expanding the playoffs to 10 teams. Oh, man. If 2/3 of the league can't make the playoffs, then what are we doing?
Right.
It's just stupid. It really is like the expansion of this stuff, because I think hockey's the one sport. The lowest seed that we saw winning the NBA was a 6 seed, and that was the Rockets in their second championship and the back-to-back championships. They were a 6 seed that year, but they were way better than that because they had some injuries, and that's why they ended up as a 6 seed. Right. They got hot.
And the Kings were an 8 seed.
Yeah, you just don't see that. We were sitting here talking about, hey, how many times you see an 8 seed knock off a 1, and you had an 8 seed go to the championship and win it.
Yeah, they won it. And the one thing that did stick out since I'm talking special teams and penalty kill and power play, the Golden Knights have 4 shorthanded goals. That's
incredible.
Unusual.
Yeah,
that's incredible because the other 3 teams will have 1, and even that's unusual because you don't see many shorthanded goals. But with good teams like this, you'll see it because that's why they're in the playoffs. But the Golden Knights have 4 shorthanded goals, and some of these stats are a little skewed because keep in mind, like Montreal's played a whole bunch of playoff games because everything's gone to Game 7.
Yeah,
the Hurricanes have played 8 because they've swept everybody. So, the stats are a little skewed when they're not percentage stats, like shorthanded goals.
Do you, before we get out of this, do you worry about any of the layoff for those teams waiting for the Game 7s?
Yeah, I was going to bring it up to you. Yeah, because now, the Hurricanes have had the longest layoff. They've been sitting around, waiting to decide who their opponent's going to be. Montreal has played 2 very tough series. So my question is, are the Canadians going to be tired? Are their legs tired from playing so much hockey? Because not just have they played 7 game series, they played overtime games in all these.
Yeah,
I mean they've played so many periods of hockey.
That's what I get to. Is like we just watched the Thunder. Granted, it was double overtime lose after having a long layoff. The Knicks tonight have had a long layoff. They're a 7.5 point favorite.
Yeah, Cordell.
And the NBA, take that.
They are.
Man, we got a new rivalry here. It's going to be great. But in the NHL, things a little bit different. Ed, appreciate you catching us up on the hockey. We've got, we're going to talk about Pete Crow Armstrong. I'm curious to see how you guys feel about this. A fan saying some stuff to Pete, and Pete had a few choice words and kind of spit them back at him, and now they're saying he's going to be suspended for 10 games. He's appealing. But up next, we'll talk about Jackson Holliday rejoining the team. Could this be the boost that they need? Just something happening in a positive way to get this team going. We talk about that next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking forward to seeing most at the Ravens OTAs before heading out to the Castle. Kevin Ostreicher will join us for more thoughts on the schedule, and then we will recap last night's series opener with the Orioles and the Rays.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd and people are even better. That's Mount Washington Tavern. One of my favorites forever. Been going there for 25 years. I used to live right down the block on Fairbank Road, and it was my neighborhood bar. It's a great place. And now they've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, of course. Fresh, delicious, something for everybody. But what you really need to know is Wednesday, which is tomorrow. Prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad. And get this, just for $32. It's like, 2 gallons of gas. So now you can get a great meal for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, every day is great at the tavern. Don't miss happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans, just coincidentally, 3 of my favorite cocktails. $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And Sundays, right? Who doesn't like having drinks on Sunday? $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers, things like that. And of course, we're talking a lot of baseball. The tavern is your spot. You can catch the game. They got a ton of televisions, three big bars, a great staff. But you can catch the game on television with your buddies, or hop on the light rail and go to the ballpark if you have tickets. It's right out the front door. You go out the door, you look to your left, there's the light rail, takes you right to the stadium. Come right back to the tavern after the game's over. You don't deal with traffic and parking and all that, and maybe have a nightcap. So all these things are available to you. But reservations go fast. So if you look for like Sunday brunch or something like that, or special occasion, call the book online today. And while you're there, say hi to the owners, Rob, Dave, Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May, Cinco de Mayo, Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music, great food, locally and veteran-owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Get a jump on the summer heat. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer, for their $89 AC precision tune-up, and make sure your system is in tip-top shape for the hot weather. Call 410-367-7777 today.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together in 2 exciting new scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play one or the other, or even both. You'll love how these new gold and diamond scratch-offs bring 2 more great things together. Fun and instant cash. Please play responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound heavy from Eastern Avenue to the 895 split. Outer loop of the Beltway past Lock Raven Boulevard, there's an accident. 2 right lanes are blocked. Heavy from before Bel Air Road. 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard, there's a crash. Left lane's getting by. Watch for police direction. And through Annapolis, US 50 eastbound past Rowell Boulevard, there's a disabled vehicle in the right lane. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Nothing like a little holiday road. Always takes you back to National Lampoon's. The dog peed on the sandwiches and Aunt Edna's dead ass on the roof. Good talk, Russ. Anyway. Oh, man. My daddy told me I was the best kisser. Anyway, so moving on. We were talking about Jackson Holliday joining the team, and we saw it happen yesterday. I guess we'll get all the details of where he's hitting, all the things tonight, where he's actually playing. There's some thought would be second or third. He was fielding some ground balls at second base. Ed, could this be something that kind of gives them a little jolt, getting someone back like this?
I'm going to say yes.
But you don't think it happens?
And I very hope no. I don't. Come on. I mean, this is getting frustrating. You know, there's a couple things that have been really bothering me about this. Look, I've become a really big Orioles fan. I've been 25 years. This is the team my son grew up with. I've just very connected to the team, going to spring training every year and covering them forever. But it's getting frustrating because I don't like the language. And I mean, yes, we're looking for a jolt with him coming back. I'm hoping it does because it's just too talented a roster to be playing like this. And I think, I don't know if you caught this or it bothers you, but I know it bothers me, is when I hear things like, well, they didn't get swept.
Yeah.
They prevented the sweep. Yeah, great. Wow, that's something to aspire to. You didn't get swept. Like, come on, man. You're 11 games behind the Rays right now. It's like, this is not where you want to be.
I just got my ass kicked, but I don't have to go see the dentist because all my teeth are still in place.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, and I get, because all these expressions that we've heard for, forever, and they're correct. It's a 162-game season. It's the longest season in sports. You lost 16-6. Like, come on now. That Yankee series still sticks in my throat. It's just like, come on. That was so ugly. And the defense has been, porous. The pitching's been disappointing.
But other than that, you're
and
satisfied?
so's the hitting, actually. The more I think about it. Yes,
everything.
Other than that, Miss Lincoln, how was the play?
Correct.
It's like, Cordell, about? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go.
I was going to ask Cordell your thoughts on it because getting Jackson Holliday back, like, it's such a long season that getting someone back in this lineup, and oh, by the way, it's another left-handed bat, and they've been struggling against left-handed pitching, but I do think Jackson Holliday has a chance to be one of the better second basemen in this league when all's said and done, but we still have to see the growth. What are your thoughts on getting him back?
I mean, we don't even know how much second base he's going to be playing. You know, they want to get a look at him at third. They got a righty on the mound tonight in Griffin Jack, so it does make sense that he could be in the lineup. It's just a matter of where he's going to play, either second or third, I would imagine. I'm still not okay with him, this transition that they're trying to do with him at third base. But in terms of him like coming back, and I don't think he's the type of player at this stage of his career that is going to come back and resurrect the season for them. It'll be good to get another one of their starters back. Good to get a guy who one of the strengths of his game is his bat. And like Ed said, I mean, they're having problems hitting on a consistent basis. So I think he'll help with that. But this is a dude that's joining the team, you know, mid-May at this point, late May. So he's kind of, he's had some a couple of different rehab outings, but now he's got to readjust to major league pitching. And it's not like this dude was hitting the cover off the ball last year. I think he's still learning the game at this level. So I don't expect a ton from him. I'm just trying to see how long it's going to take him to get his legs back under him, how long it's going to take him to maybe make his bat an impact in this lineup, and hopefully he doesn't make the defense any worse than it's already been. I mean, I don't see how he can, but it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I think Ed's pretty much said everything's bad except the lineup card. The handwriting's nice. It's legible.
Right, at least you can read it.
It's happening as with the Catholic school.
Well, I mean, look, and I'm hoping, I think we saw some of it last year, that Jackson Holliday becomes an everyday player, understanding he probably gets a day off against a lefty here or there, that you have options at second and third if you want to make moves for right-handed bats. But I want to see that at the point in time when Basayo and watching Jackson, that these guys become everyday players as much as they can. Playing the position of catcher can be a lot different, and being an everyday player can look a lot different. But there have been times where we're going, I understand it's a lefty on the mound, but Basayo's just hitting the hell out of the ball. And
you had with Gunnar and Basayo a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. I think Gunnar was getting a day off regardless, and they were trying to find one. I think the timing of it sucked.
I think Basayo's also like right there though. Like I think
it's
if
they
wanted
soon,
to, they could make he could play every day right now. Like you said, the catcher position makes it a little tough, and they have a multitude of DH options. At least in their mind, they do. So you know it's going to be tough for him to do it every day. But I do think he is good enough today to be an everyday player right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're kind of hoping you see from some of these guys. And again, it's something that has to happen. I keep going back to this. When I look at the top 5 hitters in the lineup, and stack it how you want, but Gunnar, Ward, Adley, Pete Alonso, Sam Basayo, I'm comfortable with that being my 5, moving that front 5. Like, you have to feel good about those guys. But I don't know what it is. They're not hitting together. Like, we haven't been scoring runs the way you'd expect. Like, like watching last night, and seeing the pitching just kind of cough it up and not have it for a night. And then watching the bats hit a little bit, and you're going, where is this at? Like, if I'd have told you the Orioles scored 6 runs, you'd be like, oh, man, good offensive night, until you found out the other team scored 16.
It's just not enough passing the baton, man. It's not enough of the lineup playing off of one another. It's to that point, like we talked about it, the Rays 9 for 20 runners in scoring position, 1 home run yesterday. They're just putting the ball in play. And look, when you're going up against one of the worst defensive teams in baseball, all you have to do is put the ball in play and good things will happen. But I just don't think that there is enough continuity in this lineup to where guys are really feeding off each other and capitalizing off the good things that the guy in front of them did. They could get 2 runners on second and third and 1 out. You don't even feel comfortable that they're going to scratch out a run in a lot of those cases.
Yeah, I feel like we have the better pitcher going. I don't know how far into the game Griffin Jax is going to go as he continues to get stretched out, but we'll see. Like solid bullpen arm, and I think he's one of those guys too that maybe you start to worry second time through the rotation, depending on again what type of pitch count he's on. But I don't like the idea of a bullpen game from Tampa Bay because those cats are really, really good, man. And we got to start showing them a little bit more respect and waiting for them to fall off. We got what we wanted last year. I don't know that you're going to get it this year.
It is an odd thing with them, though. I mean, They're tearing it up now.
Somebody
They're
called
tearing
in.
it up, man.
And somebody called in yesterday and goes, do you think we should operate more like Tampa Bay? I said, we have been. We have been. We're spending more money. That's the whole point of it.
They're just doing a better job of it.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Well, coming up.
They have the best record in the major leagues, by the way.
Yeah, they do. Well, no, is it the Braves?
It's the Braves, but they're best.
No,
in the
they're
American
the
League.
best winning percentage.
Okay, because the Braves lost yesterday and the Rays won.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, well, we got Shovels coming up at 7:45, but up next, Pete Crow Armstrong has apologized for an exchange that he had with a female White Sox fan on Sunday, but do you guys think he should have? I'll tell you what he said to her, kind of, when we come back right here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
What if weight loss didn't have to be a struggle? At LifeMed Institute, they offer the power of tirzepatide, along with advanced medical therapies, including hormone optimization, IV infusions, and medical-grade supplements and nutritional guidance to help you shed pounds and regain energy. LifeMed's on-site medical providers provide personalized care so you can feel confident every step of the way. Don't wait to feel your best. Start your journey today for weight loss that works. Call now to schedule your free consultation at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com. If you're feeling tired, unmotivated, or just not yourself, low testosterone could be the reason. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. Their experienced medical team creates personalized treatment plans tailored to unique needs. Don't settle for feeling less than your best. Take control of your health this year. Call LifeMed Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to schedule your consultation because you deserve to feel like yourself again. That's 410-575-1200. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. You can check out lifemedinstitute.com to get set up wherever it's convenient for you, and make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
Hey Bel Air, big news this year. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Same location, now with bigger selection, great deals, and trusted Bob Bell service. Get ready, call 410-838-3100 or learn more at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and my go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered with events all throughout May. Cinco de Mayo celebrations, Teacher Appreciation Week, Nurse Appreciation Week, which means I have excuses to celebrate with my kids. I have both. Plus, whiskey and bourbon tastings with live music, great food, great drinks, and always something happening. Locally owned, veteran-owned, Southern-inspired food with a Maryland twist. Done at a high level, Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Go to Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details, and I'll see you there.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound heavy from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Outer loop of the Beltway after Loch Raven Boulevard still have the accident. 2 right lanes are blocked. Heavy from before Bel Air Road. 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard, there's an accident. Left lane's getting by. Watch for police direction. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays clobbered the Birds last night, winning 16-6 in another start low-lighted by Trevor Rogers and his struggles on the mound. Tampa tagged Rogers for 8 runs, 7 of them earned in just 3 2/3, dropping him to 2-5 on the season. And it's a continuation of an overall downward trend for the guy that many believed would be Baltimore's ace in 2026. After the game, Rogers didn't mince words when describing his performance on Monday evening.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches, and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, excuse my friends, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
So far this season, Rogers has surrendered 29 earned runs in 38 innings pitched. That's compared to just 22 earned runs in a little over 109 innings in 2025. The Birds will look to bounce back tonight, and the fan will have your pregame coverage for Game 2 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the exciting new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and new Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You can win up to $2 million. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
If you're going to go and open your mouth like that, I think you should probably expect... I saw the cameras in my face. It's not like I didn't. I think I just regret my choice of words the most and who that affects in my life. I don't think that any of the women in my life would ever think that I would use those kind of words regularly, especially referring to them. So I'm just bummed out of the word choice, about the word choice, and that a bunch of little kids go and probably find their way to social media and see that as well. I am intense on the field, and in a moment like that, I think I just let it get away from me a little bit.
There you go. That's PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, after he had a run-in with a White Sox, female White Sox fan. And Ed Norris, Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland here with you. Rob Long's off this week. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Ed, which word do you think he regrets saying? I'm just going to read it to you. You suck my bleep, bitch. Is it, do you think it's you?
I think it's bleep.
By the way, this woman was giving him the business, and he turned around. I don't know what she said to him. I don't know if you can hear it in the other video. There's some extended videos that have come out of this. But they get suspended for 10 games. And I was just talking to Cordell about this in the commercial break. I've had it plenty of times where some cat comes at me on Twitter, and then I go back at him, and he starts clutching his pearls going, I'm going to contact your boss because his feelings are hurt now. Dude, you're the one that came out of nowhere talking trash about something else. And I understand you have to be held to a higher standard because you're an MLB player and it's protecting the logo and all that other stuff. But come on, man.
Like, you don't get paid to get abused.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. And to me, that just seems like a really excessive punishment.
I think they give him the 10 game and then they knock this down. Like, I'm fine. Go ahead, give him the 10 game. Let him appeal and then give him 3.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if that's what you want to do. But 10 games for telling that woman who's like, she's mouthing off to him the entire time.
Yeah, to me, and I'm totally serious here, if you're going to be that person where you're going to go after people, you think it's part of the fan experience? You want to tell people they suck, and you want to talk about their mother. And I remember when Longoria played for the Rays. I was sitting right by home plate, and there was some guy behind me. Just every time he came up, he sort of Ava. He was so annoying. It wasn't clever. It wasn't funny. You were just annoying the fan base, and that was the mildest stuff that came out of his mouth. But I just think if you're going to give it out and you get it back and then all of a sudden now you're offended, that's a you problem, man. I hate to be like a little kid, but he started it. She started it.
Yeah, Joe.
She did.
So, Joe, why don't you come up with this? So he
has not been suspended.
Okay, so that was an erroneous report online.
Yes, that was from MLB on Fax, not MLB on Fox.
An A, not an O.
Yes.
Oh. I thought that was like fax, like FACTS, and it was just short. Anyway. But again, like with this going back and forth, we've seen this happen all the time. You put your hands on somebody, I get it. But verbally, if someone has accosted you, like I don't think Pete Crow Armstrong just went over that woman that's a White Sox fan going, "Hey, why don't you bleepity bleepity bleep?" That's not what's happening.
I mean, people just don't like it when they get it. Years ago, when we had the program director that you were a big fan of, I had a letter of complaint. I was reading, I didn't say this, I read something that Steve Bisciotti said that was completely innocent. Mm-hmm. He said the word retarded regarding a charity, which was in the name. Mm-hmm. ACRMD. It's one of my charities because of my brother. And that is actually in the charity name. So he was talking about it, and I read it. Some guy wrote a letter of complaint that, he prefaced it with, "I've never been a fan of Ed Norris." So there you go. And then he goes to talk about, my language and what I said, and it was offensive. He should be saying special needs. So the PD had me answer the letter.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Keep in mind, this letter was misspelled about in 45 spots.
Hey, Bob, let me pause Ed for a second. You can hear how fired up he's getting because it stopped from being a letter and now it's a letter. The letter. The New York comes oozing out when he gets angry.
Right.
Well, he goes into this how I've got to use, kind of language like special needs. I explained to him how that's my charity because my brother's got mental issues, mentally handicapped. And I said, special needs can mean a lot of things, and that's the problem. Like, obese people in airplanes have a special need. That's why they have seatbelt extenders. And, blind people have special needs. That's why they have, beeping, audio at traffic lights and crosswalks. I said, and also there are special needs for idiots. They're called dictionaries. So go buy one. I was never asked to respond to a complaint again.
I bet. That pisses me off when one of you cats out there think that I'm just going to email his boss. Like I got one. I remember this dude. He worked for a bank, and I'd never contact his employer. He sent me some of the nastiest stuff just out of the blue, like no rhyme or reason for it. I'm like, I wake up and I'm going, what in the hell did I do today? You're just reading it. And then so I chirp back. And obviously there's two things I do. I either try to kill you with kindness to try to make you feel bad if you were just being a jerk. Like, hey man, I'm really sorry you feel that way. Hope you stay, hope you listen. And appreciate you checking out whatever, all that BS.
I haven't tried that yet.
Usually I come back with something snarky and try to, get on you. And that's what I did with this guy. And then he starts clutching his damn pearls and he goes, I'm contacting your boss. And he contacts my boss. Yeah. And I get called in the office and I said, I'm not dealing with this. Like that guy, screw that guy. I'm actually dealing with one of those right now where some guy keeps emailing and emailing and emailing, trying to get me fired because I talk about weed and sex. Ooh. Just like, shut up.
Listen,
jackass.
Martin O'Malley tried to get me fired several times from this station. If that didn't work, do these people think they have a shot?
I mean, if you guys would hear some of the complaints we get, and it's funny because like you get pulled in your own, so you guys got one message about it, right? So that person's offended. Just because he's offended doesn't make him right. Okay, he's being a jackass.
Do you remember? I had the issue, you were on the show, with the Baltimore County Public Library.
Yes, I remember this.
One woman was offended because they had at the counter of the library, and I like to read a lot, it said we don't use things like guys, folk, thank, it was, we say, it was a pronoun thing. Mm-hmm. I went through this whole thing, and I went on the air and said, I'm not doing this. You did not tell me how to speak. It's not proper. I'm just, I'm not doing it. And I went into a whole tirade about don't try to manipulate language because that's what, regimes do. And I went into a whole political thing about how, the history of dictatorships, they try to control language. Of course, they wrote to corporate, a local boss, corporate, on and on and on. They were pulling their advertising. They kicked in like, $1.50 to advertise, and they were complaining about me. And it's like, they didn't even advertise on our station. And everybody, this is like the land of the perpetually offended.
Yes.
I don't agree with you. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. What does Ricky Gervais say?
He said, just because you're offended doesn't mean you're right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the fact. Doesn't mean you're right. You just have a different opinion. Well, a different life view.
I get into this. So, like, I told this story before. Like, Terry Ford and I find dark comedy funny. I don't like.
Me
there's,
too.
you know,
that's why I like Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I find funny that some people would look at and go, "Oh my god," you know. But again, it's if something's well written, even if it's harsh, it might make me laugh or go, "Oh god," you know, like do one of those woofa, you know. But the situation that we have is where somebody says something and then somebody's like, oh, that offends me. And so I had a situation with Terry Ford. My wife has MS. Terry made a joke about MS, like just, and then he sees me and he goes, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I said, Terry, of all the stuff I laugh at, if I get upset at you over that joke, like then somebody should slap the hell out of me because it's just a matter, if you're fat and somebody makes a fat joke, you probably get offended. You know, if you're Asian and somebody makes an Asian joke, you're going to get offended. Like, it's a matter of what affects you. But when we start getting into the crux of things and it's not directed at you and you start going, I'm offended, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
that's the worst.
Yeah.
And I suggest these folks should listen to, like, go have a marathon with Ricky Gervais and Anthony Jeselnik.
Oh, God. If they listen to Jeselnik, Jesus.
Oh, he is my absolute favorite.
That guy is snarky son of a bitch. You know what's funny about him, too, is he reads, like 200, 300 books a year.
Does he really?
Yeah, he just nonstop reads. He'll knock one out in a day and just keep going. He talks about it all the time. I think he actually goes online and posts them. So
to me, he's got that, you know, the delivery where you don't see it coming.
Yeah. I wish I could tell some of his jokes.
Me too.
I think I told Cordell the darkest joke I've ever heard was from Jeselnik. And I told him that joke, and you know what it is. So, because, you ended up showing up to that scene. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. You guys can go watch that for yourself.
I recommend him highly. Yeah. Go watch him.
Ken McCusick joins us at 8 o'clock for 2 segments. We'll talk to him from FilmStudyBaltimore.com. But up next, it's shovels. Ed, who's getting your shovel?
Yeah, I'm going to give it to someone down here from yesterday.
Okay.
And you always like Florida problems, so.
Of course. They're the craziest people in the world.
Is it Florida man?
I don't know what is in, well, I don't know what's in the water down here. There are a lot of creatures where I work now, though.
Yeah, I told you, there's that show called, what is it? It's Florida Man that was on HBO, and they're real stories with actors portraying them. And you watch it and going, how did this really happen?
It's funny. They don't get offended. You're talking about not getting offended?
Yeah.
If you go in Barnes & Noble down here, there are tons of books about Florida Man, like all kinds of bad things we do down here.
Yeah. I mean, there's got to be so many of them out there. All right. We're going to get the shovels when we come back. We'll take yours. 410-583-1057 here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking forward to seeing most at the Ravens OTAs before heading out to the Castle. Kevin Ostreicher will join us for more thoughts on the schedule, and then we will recap last night's series opener with the Orioles and the Rays.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
What an absolute classic at KeyBank Center. The Montreal Canadiens headed to the Eastern Conference Finals after a thrilling 3-2 overtime victory over the Buffalo Sabres in Game 7 last night. Montreal jumped out to a 2-0 first period lead. The resilient Sabres fought all the way back to tie it, didn't have enough in the tank. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Pump up the volume. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit AdoptUSKids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Miss Pac-Man is back. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Balls. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Still have the crash on the outer loop of the Beltway after Lock Raven Boulevard. 2 right lanes are blocked. It's heavy from after 95 to Kennedy Highway. 95 southbound heavy from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound is heavy as you head toward the Harbor Tunnel. And 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard still have the accident. Left lane's getting by. Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy between 795 and I-70. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
All right, it's time for Shovels on the Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conrad, Norris, Cordell Woodland here with you. Rob Long's off this week. We started off with Ed, but you can get in too. 410-583-1057. Ed, who gets your shovel?
Just a douche nozzle on the golf course. There we go.
There he goes.
For the life of me, I don't understand why people who want to engage in what is a leisure activity and Cordell, you may want to chime in on this. I know you play golf or like golf. Like, they get so outraged. You know, you talk about an old man yelling at the clouds. This was a young man. I mean, you know, I have another job now. I'm rangering at a golf course. So my job is to keep it moving. As I'm riding the course, I pass a group of guys, nice force of me, young guys, probably in their 30s, out for a good time and playing, you know, and they're at speed. What they do, they give you, if you don't know, the Rangers have like iPads and an app where you can click on any cart number and see if they're ahead or behind or whatever, just, you know, to let you know to speed them up. They're fine. I pull up to the guys behind them because you ride the course in reverse. I pull, hey, how's it going? This guy, and he's like a cartoon character, small, skinny, glasses, angry. It's, keep in mind, it's the most beautiful golf course I may have ever been on. It's 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. He's already furious. Complaining. These guys, they don't do opportunity. They wait for these other people and they're holding. I go, they're ahead. The course is really moving along fine. Yeah, they're terrible. Nobody's hitting the ball even 200 yards. I'm like, and I've got to be polite because, you know, it's a service industry. I'm looking at him like, yeah. I said, well, I lied. I spoke to him. Just told him to pick it up a little bit. Okay, thanks. Fast forward about 2 hours. We get a call from the cart girl, you know, the one that rides around with the food and cocktails and stuff. Yeah. She gets a call from Ranger House. They call the police. She's like, any Rangers on the name of the course? On Creek. Yeah. And there's a fight going on.
Oh, Jesus.
One foursome screaming at the other. I think somebody better go over here. It's going to get bad. So this guy, Mike, and he goes, I'll go with you because my cop instinct kicks in. I'm like, I can't let him go without backup. So we ride out there and we talk to the group. He goes, yeah, this guy in a blue shirt with no hat, he's just like screaming at us, cursing at us. He was furious. We don't even know this guy. I ride back to where it is. Take a guess who it was.
Same cat.
And when we're trying to be nice to him and trying to reason, well, you know, come on, man, you know, it's moving along. Just have a good day out here. So he's like, he goes, yeah, I yelled at them. How are they going to learn? Like, oh, now you're going to teach the world. You're going to teach the world how golf should be played. When you're not all that damn good yourself, my friend. I've watched you play all morning.
I'm waiting for Ed's New York to come out. Hey, Copernicus, you ever been smacked in the mouth? Huh?
Oh, dude, it's the things I'd like to say to me. I mean, you can if they get really crappy with you. You can, you know. But in the beginning, you got to kind of, you know, keep in mind. You got to be nice. You're working for the golf course, yeah.
Cordell, do you have a shovel?
Yeah, I'm gonna give my shovel to the NFL. You go back to NFL honors, and Jackson Smith-Njigba, he won Offensive Player of the Year. You know, they don't get those trophies that night. They get them mailed to them. Jackson Smith-Njigba got his trophy. The problem is, instead of it being the Offensive Player of the Year, it was the Defensive Player of the Year trophy. You would think a big-time corporation like the NFL would be able to send one of their best young players their right trophy. It's just a joke.
You think like they don't know what side of the ball he plays on?
They may not even know who he is. I mean, if you go back to NFL honors, Drewski had a problem saying his name. He couldn't even say his name right. So, I mean, between that and them now giving him the wrong trophy, my guy Jackson Smith-Njigba can't win.
You know what's funny? When you say this, I have to imagine, like, we've all gotten trophies, I'm assuming, in our amateur careers as kids or whatever. I mean, I got my high school, I got outstanding defensive back. Your name is on it, what the award is, on a plaque at the bottom. I'm assuming they're kind of the same, even at the NFL level. So you went through the trouble of engraving the trophy.
Exactly.
With his name, and you get the award wrong for the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL right now.
We got receivers playing defense. It's great.
My shovel quickly is going to go to Stephen A. Smith. This stupid ass stuff that he's got going on with Jaylen Brown. He's got Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for. You really want me to start reporting on that level? Locker room? How the organization might think about you? How the city may feel about you? How Jason Tatum may or may not feel about? Like, what is he even saying? Why does this cat walk around like he's the cock of the walk when he doesn't know squat? He's one of the worst sports analysts we have. He's one of the loudest people we have, yet people keep watching him, and I shouldn't even be talking about him right now because it's giving him even more attention for being a jackass. I can't...
You mentioned his name. Who are you talking about again?
Screaming A. Smith.
Who?
Yeah. All right, let's grab a caller here real quick. Mike's got a shovel in Baltimore. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
All right.
My shovel goes to the purveyors of these robocalls. At first it was like Medicare robocalls during the open season. Then it became Medicare robocalls every day of the year. Now I get Medicare robocalls and people telling me, Mr. Vines, your loan has been approved all day long, every day of the week.
So did you get Medicare or not? I'm saying, Mike, thanks for the call, man. All right.
That's the real question.
Yeah. All right, we've got hour number 3 coming up. Ed Norris, Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Rob Long's off this week, and we get joined by Ken McCusick, Film Study Baltimore. We talk all things Ravens coming up next.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. And you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get my favorite thing, Jones, for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. The Memorial savings, they start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road. Only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at Bel Air Hyundai and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday night in Tampa, the Rays lay the wood to the Birds.
Another base hit. My word. The Rays just can't be stopped tonight.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Ryan Valade puts a cherry on top of the scoring for the Rays with an RBI single, making it 16-4 Tampa in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the series opener against the Rays was a laugher from the start. They beat the Birds by a score of 16-6. Trevor Rogers with another terrible outing. He'd give up 8 total runs, 7 of them earned in 3 2/3. And the guys behind him didn't do much better. Cameron Foster would give up 4 in relief, as did Dietrich Enns. And though this latest loss has taken Birdland's frustrations to new heights, skipper Craig Albernaz is trying to keep things in perspective despite another tough L.
Yeah, that's why we play every day. It's not like football where we play once a week. We have to turn the page fast, and our guys have shown the ability to do that. It's just one game, and we still have the ability to win the series. And just like any game, we got to come out and try to win the next day and turn the page and put our work in, and we feel really good about where we're at.
The Fan will have your pregame coverage for this evening's Game 2 between the O's and Rays with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. After an accident, the world stops and you need help. That's when you call Dubo Law at 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, hour number 3 every Tuesday at 8 o'clock. We're joined by Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com. He's in studio. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Cordell Woodland here. Rob Long's off this week on the Big Bad Morning Show. And Ken, welcome.
How you doing, Jeremy?
I'm good, man. So first off, the first question I have for you is just talking about this series that you're doing, the Expectation Series. Let everybody know what that is, because we're going to go over a couple of players that you have.
Sure. It's 2 players per day, and it's one offense and one defense. I try and do the top 66 Ravens players that I have under contract, so a good portion of the 90-man contract. And then the kind of the highlight of it is talking about what would be a 60th percentile season for him, and what would be an 80th percentile season, a good and a great season. So it's a lot of fun. We've been doing it now for several years. People seem to like it.
Well, let's start with one position of need. Obviously, when you have 2/3 of your tight end room leave, Josh Cuevas, he played for a couple schools, most recently Alabama. What is your take on him as we look at this team with, that's always relied on tight ends, and now they were a little short.
Yeah, a solid tight end, 5th round pick. He obviously the second tight end taken by the Ravens, which has its own special place in Ravens history, given the second guy they've taken, Mark Andrews and Dennis Pitta and whatnot, have been the better players sometimes. He's a guy who ran a lot of short routes at Alabama, but was really a dangerous player with the ball in his hand afterwards. Had a good yak per reception that was over 6 yards. Plays mostly in line, so very different from Hibner, who's a flex tight end. He's really more of an Andrews. Usually plays away from the formation, is what we mean by flex. So Cuevas is a more of a blocking tight end, and hopefully will be a guy that they move to fullback and whatnot when they need one, since they don't carry that position specifically anymore. I'm excited about him, and I was there with Cordell. The last time they had us open to the media, Josh Cuevas was at the podium, and he was talking about his play against Zion Young. And what was interesting was he's very detailed about what Zion Young could do in terms of pass rush moves. And Zion Young, primarily a bull rush guy, but he talked about having a spin move and a push-pull, I believe. And what was good about that is it really shows that Josh Cuevas as a blocker takes his responsibility seriously. So I really like that. And, very comfortable at the podium. Good guy.
Who did you like? Nowakowski?
Yeah, Nowakowski was the guy I really loved. The Indiana fullback who is a huge breakaway tight end. The Steelers ended up getting him. They probably a slight reach by the Steelers where they got him. I thought the Ravens could get him in round 5, and the Steelers got him, I think, a little bit earlier or maybe round 6 even, but the Steelers got him in round 5 or earlier.
Yeah, 5 it was, yeah.
Ken, I did want to go to the defensive side of the ball. Pass rush has been a big topic of discussion for them the last couple of seasons, and right away this offseason, they went and attacked that position, even went at it again in the draft, getting Zion Young. What does that mean for Adisa Isaac, who struggled to get on the field and stay healthy?
Right. So Adisa Isaac has used his 2 get-out-of-jail-free cards, as I would say about it. He's entering his 3rd season, so he doesn't have a whole lot of sand in the hourglass left in terms of future value with the team. I'm still hopeful for the guy. I'm still hopeful he could make the team. His opportunity, I think, has to come as a Sam linebacker. The Ravens have 2 guys, Antavius Robinson and Zion Young, who are rush linebackers, and neither of them has any history really of dropping to coverage. If Adisa Isaac could learn to do that well, I think there could still be a place on the team for him. Without it, I think he's in a lot of trouble.
Talking to Ken McCusick here at FilmStudyBaltimore.com. It's interesting because when you guys started talking about Cuevas, he was the one guy in the draft that I didn't really know a ton about. Knowing the offseason and what they were looking for, they went out and picked up John Jenkins, which a couple of flags are going to come along with him. But what do you see with John Jenkins?
A lot of age, but the guy has played 3 straight years now, which have been some of the most productive of his career, particularly in terms of total snaps played. But he'll be 37 years old in July, and this is one of the first times in Ravens history that I've been really concerned about the age of the defense. They have 5 guys who are in their 10th season or later, so including Marlon Humphrey and Awuzia, and Campbell, of course, Jenkins, and I'm missing one, but it'll come to me.
Is it Calais?
Yeah. Calais.
Oh, you said Campbell. You said Campbell. Sorry.
Anyway, they have 5 guys who are in their 10th season or more. They have some youth, but they particularly in terms of Starks and Zion Young and Mike Green and whatnot. But some of that youth really needs to come through this year so they can get out from under these contracts.
Well, I was going to not ask about this guy because I assumed Jeremy was because he's a wide receiver, but he didn't. So what's up with Zay Flowers as he enters his 4th season?
I mean, great player. I every time I hear about number 1 receivers, I just say, you tell me who the number 1 receivers are in the league if Zay Flowers isn't one of them, because clearly from a statistical perspective, in terms of what he can do to separate, in terms of a lot of things, he's clearly number 1. Everybody has a vision of an ex-receiver being, 6'2", 6'3", and 220 pounds, and he's not that. So, people sometimes don't like him for that. But the thing that makes him special is the fact that he can stick his foot in the ground and make a turn without giving that or signaling that move to the opposing defensive back in any way. And that's just incredibly powerful, and particularly with Lamar Jackson and the ability to slide between levels 2 and 3, and no corner can stay with him at that turn. It's great. He's not even, the thing is, I don't think he throws wiggle at opposing corners. I don't think he misleads them in some way with what he brings. I don't think he has to. He just has to stick his foot in the ground and turn left or turn right.
When you can change direction in full stride, that's a gift. It's so funny. I had this discussion down here with our boss and his friends from the station down in Sarasota. We were arguing about Zay Flowers. The guy was insisting he's not a number 1. I'm like, he is a number 1. He certainly is. He's not Justin Jefferson. I mean, there's a couple of elite receivers, I believe, that are, at the very top of the NFL. But Zay Flowers is a number 1 for sure.
Yep. I'm with you.
See, and that's I'm glad Ed brought it up and talking about him, but it drives me nuts when people start to look at it and looking at the type of offense you run, looking at the numbers he puts up, opportunity costs that he gets, I don't know how you call him anything but number 1. And I understand people are going to look at his size and go, yeah, but when you start comparing him to other one, this guy, if he were on the Chiefs in that offense, he'd be putting up the top numbers just like some of the other guys in this league, in my opinion. I just think this offense is a little bit different the way it's.
Well, I mean, it runs all through Lamar Jackson and the Derrick Henry mesh point and whatnot. I mean, there's so much less opportunity for any receiver in this offense. And anyway,
I don't get how big is Tyreek Hill. He's 5'10" on a good day.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't know why they view Zay this way.
But I think it's the big number, the home run hitting, the big numbers he
like
puts up.
he's flirted with a 2,000-yard season. That's the thing. It's just tough for Zay or really any receiver to put up those type of godly numbers in this offense. It's just what we've seen in this time period. But because of that, like obviously Zay is entering that time period now where extension talks get brought up. How comfortable are you making a long-term investment in Zay?
I wouldn't have any reservations right now. I'd do it. It all depends on the price, Cordell. So I mean, if you're saying, do you want to pay him $40 million a year? Probably not. Do you want to find the right price for him and agree on it? Then yeah, I think absolutely.
All right, we're going to get to more. A couple other players in this expectation series. A few other questions of the Ravens, OTAs, all kinds of stuff going on. We got Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com. We'll get back to that right after this.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking forward to seeing most at the Ravens OTAs before heading out to the Castle. Kevin Ostreicher will join us for more thoughts on the schedule, and then we will recap last night's series opener with the Orioles and the Rays.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Is your electricity bill skyrocketing? Constellation Home can help you save energy and money with an efficiency tune-up of your cooling system. Schedule now for just $59.95. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
And now it's time for the Medical Minute powered by Ortho Maryland.
How can I play pickleball without triggering an episode of lower back pain? First, don't skip your warm-up. Before playing, spend at least 5 to 10 minutes warming up with light jogging, trunk rotations, arm circles, and dynamic stretching of the large muscle groups in your legs. While playing, wear supportive shoes and be cautious with lunging quickly or stopping suddenly. Try to avoid bending and twisting at the same time when reaching for a low ball. Instead, bend your knees, keep your chest up, and move your feet to get into position. Let your legs do the work. After playing, take time to rest and avoid playing every day to allow your body time to recover. Early stretching, rest, and proper conditioning can prevent small aches from becoming chronic pain. These smart habits can keep you active. This is Dr. David Jacobs, Interventional Pain Management Specialist at Ortho Maryland.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and auto pay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-927-1086.
If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway past Lock Raven Boulevard still have the accident. The 2 right lanes are blocked. It's heavy from after 95 to Kennedy Highway. 95 southbound heavy from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 895 southbound still heavy off and on toward the Harbor Tunnel. 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard, there's an accident. Left lane's getting by. 295 southbound at 195, there's a crash. And US 50 westbound at 450 and Route 2 Ritchie Highway crashes on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Ed Norris, Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland here. Ken McCusick joins us in studio, filmstudybaltimore.com. Ed, you're not going to believe it. These two almost came to fisticuffs over Terry McLaurin versus Zay Flowers in this studio. Woo, buddy. Man. Anyway, no. Let me throw it over to Cordell. You go ahead and ask the question.
Yeah, I mean, offensive line, big topic of discussion always. Everybody's going to talk about their need for center, which is obvious. They still need to figure that out. But Carson Vincent, he's one of the depth guys on this team. Didn't really get much of an opportunity last year, rightfully so. I don't think he showed much. I mean, he's got an opportunity now to still be one of their depth guys, and you never know what happens injury-wise along that offensive line, especially on the outsides. What are your hopes for Carson Vincent entering his second year?
Yeah, so they, obviously they did something that doesn't bode as well for Carson Vincent's future probably in changing Ronnie Stanley's contract. You probably saw this, Cordell, but they pushed some of his 25 money into void years and whatnot, so that now he's essentially guaranteed to be with the Ravens for 2027. So anyway, he was a cut with a $16 million savings in the original contract that was structured, and that would have been an ideal time for Vincent to maybe step in at left tackle. Last year I'd say his season was about as great as you can have for a developmental left tackle. First of all, he played something like 168, maybe it was 178 preseason snaps. It was over 59 per game, so it had to be 178, which is about the most snaps anybody in the entire NFL played during the preseason. So he got his time in there. We saw him in camp and OTAs really being coached very tightly by Warhop. I think Warhop clearly pounded the table for him. We've seen videos about that. He's a guy who I think is going to be Warhop's legacy with this team. When we think back to what did he do for this offensive line, well, it's probably the Carson Vincent draft pick that would be the case. And is he really going to be ready necessarily by this year if needed? I don't know. I don't know where he is in his functional strength buildup. That's the one thing that I'm behind on. But he's got very good feet, good mirror, and he's left tackle only. I don't see him really being a right tackle.
Ken, let me ask you a question as far as, you already talked about Cuevas, but do you think it's an either or with the tight ends and the wide receivers that were drafted this year? Do you expect one or the other to have a bigger impact, or is it time going to tell? You get what I'm saying, right? With Jacoby Lane and, of course, Elijah Surratt, does one of them have a bigger impact than the other? Same thing with the tight ends.
It probably is. One will get more opportunity. One will stand out more. I don't think it necessarily carries all the portent one might expect in terms of future years. But yeah, I would say, it's more likely some players.
So they're kind of battling with each other.
Yeah. They're battling with each other for time.
He mentions Lane Surratt. What's Tez Walker's role? And now that DeAndre Hopkins is gone.
Well, I hope Walker is the number 3 receiver, and the real question is he a one-trick deep threat, or can he bring the complementary set of routes to the table? So Walker is a guy they tried really hard in that Dallas preseason game last year, had a bunch of targets in the game, and a bunch of them were comeback routes, which is really the thing he needed to work on. I thought his most important catch of the season, Ed, was on that final drive against Pittsburgh where they ended up missing the field goal to miss out on the playoffs.
Yeah.
They threw a little 8-yard out to Tez Walker on first and 10, set up 2nd and 2, might have been. And I'm like, they're going to Tez Walker at this point in that game. That's a very big deal. Huge deep play threat. Actually, Lamar underthrew him on a ball against the Bengals, and otherwise his stats would look even better. But the ADOT was 27.0 last year, and that actually reduced his career ADOT to 28.4.
Wow.
So it's just
really,
yes, it's ridiculous. There's only one guy who's that kind of deep threat in the NFL right now. That's Tyquan Thornton of the Chiefs.
Wow.
Well, we're sticking with the wide receiver position. Like Ed said, D-Hop, he's out. They draft 2 receivers in this draft. Everybody's expecting Tez Walker's play time to go up. Do you think they add that veteran receiver that we're used to seeing
I'd
them
be
do?
completely opposed. I'd be completely opposed. You have 3 young guys, and you have a chance to develop them, and you have a chance to get real value from that development. I'd be so upset if they went and got a young guy. There's Dayton Wade is a guy who I'm not saying I want him on the roster, by the way, but 2 years ago in 2024, they tried every other thing they had. I don't know what was happening. Maybe there were a bunch of fumbles in the practice and whatnot. We weren't seeing it. But Dayton Wade, they went to Sims and Deontay Johnson of all people, and Miller, and who was the fourth? I'm forgetting that there's a.
The fourth wide receiver?
Yeah, it's a fourth wide receiver, kind of punt returner guy who Deontay Hardy, they started the season with. So I mean, it's just a whole bunch of different players that they tried before they tried Wade. And, to me, it was probably telling about what was actually going on that I can't see, in practice. But, I hope they don't do that with these 3 wide receivers having such a good opportunity to get playing time and provide value.
Are we specifically talking about Diggs, or is it just any receiver? Like, you don't think they need to go out in that direction at all?
Okay, well, I'd be specifically talking about a guy like Hopkins, who's an older guy. If Stephon Diggs, I'm not sure exactly how I feel about it right now. He'll take a huge swath of playing time away from all 3 of those receivers.
Yeah.
They'll get less time, and then you'll get less opportunity to derive cap value from those players down the road. And so I'm things have to be done for fiscal reasons as well as play reasons. Could Diggs be somewhat better this year? Maybe. Could Terry McLaurin? If they could get Terry McLaurin, would he be better this year?
You don't need Zay if you got Terry.
Yeah.
Right?
At age 30.
You said it, not me.
I love Terry.
You said it, not me.
But the point I'm making out of this is that you don't just get a veteran receiver looking at 1 year here. You got to look at the downstream effects on these younger players. And
I love this because this is how front offices will look at things, and it's the give and take of, are we better off right now just getting Diggs and trying to make that run? Or are we better off, as you said, learning more about the younger receivers, putting them in positions to succeed, which this offense will do? I think it's pretty cool to kind of talk about these things, and they have to be having these conversations.
It just feels like, as an organization, they're trying to step on the gas to get to the Super Bowl right now, which doesn't always bode well for young guys, to what you're saying. Like, how do they balance trying to be a contender, but you got 3 unproven receivers that you're putting on the field with an MVP quarterback who's also looking for an extension right now? It's a lot of different things to weigh. I just wonder, if we are using Diggs for an example, who is today at least better than the other 3 options. I just wonder if they are willing to, because it's something that's on DeCosta's mind. He talked about that with the pass rushers, not wanting to stunt the growth of some of the young pass rushers. It's essentially the same thing here with the wide receivers.
Well, I'm fairly militant on this exact point, is that I believe as a season ticket holder, the term of my viewpoint is probably longer than ownership, definitely than the general manager, and absolutely definitely than the coaches. And so, I'll be a Ravens fan till the day I die, and I'm not giving up my season tickets. I can tell you that. But between those 2 things, I want them to always take the long-term outlook, which means you compete every year. You don't just compete when you decide you are close enough, and hopefully then they don't provide us with bad football that we're paying for.
All right. On that note, last week we spoke and I asked if you've had any idea what this team really looks like, given they had the fewest people actually under contract. Has anything changed since we last spoke? Because I still I'm hopeful because especially with the schedule, it seems extremely favorable to me. You catch some of the strong teams at home. It's a weak schedule in the beginning. So then we talked about warm weather. We get the Buccaneers in December. But how do you feel about this going into the season right now?
I mean, I think the Ravens definitely have a easier schedule in terms of the fixed components of the schedule, the ones that were determined by the 1978 rules that are still in effect. That they play the NFC South and they play the AFC South. That's basically great for them. The actual schedule, I thought, didn't really turn out that well for them, and I appreciate the question because I didn't put this in my notes, but they have, I think, the second worst schedule in the division in terms of the timing of the games. Cincinnati, they play two teams coming off byes, and it happens to be Cincinnati and Buffalo in consecutive weeks. That's an enormous advantage. Yeah, enormous advantage for Cincinnati, and then they play the Thursday road game against Cincinnati. I mean, there's hardly anything that the schedule makers could have done to hand the division on a silver platter to Cincinnati any more than that. They won't necessarily take it, but they've been given every advantage in terms of getting it.
Go ahead. You got something else?
Just quickly, what do you think about the disparity in travel? Like the 49ers are going to travel over 38,000 miles this year. 2 international trips. They're a West Coast team to begin with. And, other teams at the bottom are traveling like 8,000. I mean, it's so wildly, the gulf is enormous. I mean, it's got to be a big disadvantage for these teams with this wild travel.
Well, I don't think the 49ers situation is really that bad because they start the year in Australia on a Thursday or Wednesday maybe, and then they come back. I don't even count that game as a travel situation. Yeah, they have to travel there, so what? They're dealing with the same disadvantage as another team is in week one, then they're coming back with a long week. I don't think that's a disadvantage at all. And that's probably, of their 38,000 miles, that might be not quite half of it. Maybe a third of it in that thing. So I think the mileage is probably something that is a little bit overstated. I think the thing that can be understated is days of rest, but before the game. So the extra bye week that's the thing that just kills me. That the Ravens, they just have to figure it out. One time the NFL needs to figure it out. There's 32 bye weeks. They have to be divided one each to the 32 opposing teams to play after a bye week. And they could even make double buys in each situation if you play divisional games to do it. So it's easy, non-difficult set theory problem to solve.
Ken, great stuff as always. FilmStudyBaltimore.com. Tell everybody where they can find you, especially the podcast coming up.
Please look out there on FilmStudyBaltimore.com, your favorite podcast platform for the Expectations series.
All right, Ken McCusick, appreciate it as always.
Thanks, Ken.
We got the World of Stupid coming up next, and I'll just give you a little tease with what we have coming up. We have an American tourist that decided to break into a monkey's enclosure in Japan, and what he was wearing. Jesus, we are stupid people. Trader Joe's has new gummy worms that they're giving people something they didn't expect, and I'll tell you what that is. And lastly, how about getting served dirt at a charity dinner? I'll tell you how that happened when we come back in the World of Stupid.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
We're joined by Dr. Zaid from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Dr. Zaid, as summer sports ramp up, what trends are you seeing in young athletes?
As kids begin club sports in the summer and also after they return from summer break, we do see a big rise in overuse injuries, especially in the knees and shoulders.
So what do you mean by overuse injuries?
Pain that can develop over time, often without a specific injury. For example, tendonitis in the knee is common. While it's usually something minor, it's important to make sure it's not something more serious like stress fractures or cartilage injuries.
What about shoulder injuries?
Shoulder overuse is just as common as the knee, especially in a lot of summer overhead sports like baseball, volleyball, and swimming. Usually these injuries respond well to rest, physical therapy, and anti-inflammatories, especially if they're treated early.
And how about more serious injuries?
weeks. We do also see a lot of acute knee injuries like ACL or meniscus tears. These shouldn't be ignored. Continuing to play through them can lead to long-term damage. Recovery time does vary, but early treatment is key.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with an orthopedic or sports-related injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today. And please play responsibly.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, you want to be ready. You want to be at your best. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. You don't go into game day hoping that things just work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. And we've got a special deal to help you. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Get on in it. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Gold Standard. That's where you want to be. Don't let the loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays clobbered the Birds last night, winning 16-6 in another start low-lighted by Trevor Rogers and his struggles on the mound. Tampa tagged Rogers for 8 runs, 7 of them earned in just 3 2/3, dropping him to 2-5 on the season. And it's a continuation of an overall downward trend for the guy that many believed would be Baltimore's ace in 2026. After the game, Rogers didn't mince words when describing his performance on Monday evening.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches, and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, excuse my friends, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
So far this season, Rogers has surrendered 29 earned runs in 38 innings pitched. That's compared to just 22 earned runs in a little over 109 innings in 2025. The Birds will look to bounce back tonight, and the fan will have your pregame coverage for Game 2 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, a lot of dumb stuff here. Just scrolling through looking for stories, and I'll try to squeeze Trippy in at the end here. But let's start it off. Maine high school students. They were accidentally served dirt at a charity dinner. Kind of a crazy story. Teenagers are known for dishing out the dirt, but not quite like this. Students at a high school in Maine were fed potting soil at a community service event raising money to fight hunger. It's not a good look. It's called an unfortunate accident, according to them. Students at Meadowmack Valley High School in Waldoboro had baked a batch of potting soil earlier that day during a science class experiment to determine the effect of sterilized soil on plant growth. Well, somebody must have left that tray next to the tray of lasagna, so they thought it was something to serve. And that's exactly what happened. The soil had been placed in a baking dish covered with foil and set off to the side of the... Hold on. What kind of idiot is serving food and going, man, what are we giving them? Is this dirt cake? No, it's just dirt, dumbass. Like, you can see it's dirt as soon as you...
Just stupid.
The accidental part I'm not buying here.
Stupid. Later in the mad dash to serve guests at the charity dinner, the oven-roasted dirt got mixed in with other food items meant for the meal, and it was brought out for service. 3 students briefly put some of the soil in their mouths, believing it to be a dessert item before immediately realizing what it was, adding they promptly had the... I wouldn't have told anyone. I would have waited for somebody else to eat it, too. This was completely accidental situation and absolutely not a prank, according to the school. But, yeah, not a good look.
Okay.
Who wants to be served dirt?
Was anybody at that school ever a teenager? Accidental. You got a baking dish of potting soil.
We had plenty of those.
And no one figured it out, huh?
All right, let me give you this one, because we talk about stupid humans going too close to animals, getting into zoo enclosures and things like that, and just leave it to Americans, you stupid-ass people, man. We do dumb stuff in other countries all the time. American tourists arrested after breaking into Punch the Monkey. Now, do you guys know about Punch? Is Punch the one that where all the other monkeys wouldn't play with him or whatever, so they gave him like a little doll?
I guess.
And he was carrying it. Maybe I know too much about this. Thank you, Joe. I watch too much internet and TV and nonsense. 2 Americans were arrested in Japan on Monday after breaking the enclosure of the beloved Punch the Monkey, the 9-month-old internet sensation. Police in Tokyo suburb detained Janae Dason and Neil Jabari Dwan after one of the men allegedly jumped the fence into the enclosure of the other filmed. I'd like to show you what this cat is wearing. He's dressed up like, I don't even know what you want to call that. Is it like
mascot.
an emoji? Like, he looks... So he's got a yellow head. He climbs over the rail, and if you watch the video, there's no video in this one, he jumps down to get with all these monkeys. Now, I don't know that you're going to have any issues with the monkeys. Maybe they all could surround you and start going nuts, not understanding what's going on. But we've seen people do this with polar bear enclosures, wild dogs, anything that you can think of. People have jumped in that, and Ed's told the story, as gruesome it is, about the kids that fell. Did they get into or fall into the polar bear?
They didn't fall in. They jumped into Prospect Park. It's a park in Brooklyn. Into the polar bear enclosure, because polar bears, it was a pool. It was a giant body, pool. And the polar bear ate them like chicken. I mean, there was nothing left but ribs and stuff. And sadly, our SWAT guys had to kill the polar bears because we didn't know if there were more kids in the cave.
What'd you do with all the Coca-Cola? Oh, sorry.
See?
It's your fault, man. You shouldn't have told that story. All right, last one here. Trader Joe's. Everybody loves Trader Joe's, right? You can go over there, get all kinds of interesting things and try different stuff. Trader Joe's new gummy worms. They're making people run to the bathroom. Let me just read this. Forget prune juice. A Trader Joe's sweet treat is the new unexpected laxative shoppers are learning about the hard way. The beloved grocery store's new sugar-free sweet and sour gummy worms contain 14 grams of fiber per 8 pieces. A single serving. To put that into perspective, the amount is roughly half of the recommended daily value. So you can imagine the effect it's having on people. Yeah, fiber will make you go. The worst part is that the gummy worms, which were released earlier this month, they're not marketed as fiber products. So you got kids and these are delicious. And all of a sudden.
Well, and no one just eats the recommended serving.
No.
They're going to eat the bag or, fistfuls of those things.
I found out, about 14 years ago that I was a family of 4, according to Stofers.
Exactly.
Sons of bitches. The Mirror Fiber gummies have only 8 grams of fiber per 4 pieces, and Metamucil has 5 grams of fiber per serving of 3 gummies. I mean, that's a boatload. Straight up, don't give these to your kids. But if you're a PMDD girly, what is that? What is PMDD? I don't know. Somebody out there will know. And your tummy's in shambles, maybe this could help. If you got to go, then go get them. But I wouldn't want something not labeled, as a basically to help you go to the bathroom. I'd want that labeled. I don't want to eat that and then wind up in a place that I can't control my bowels, for crying out loud.
That's premenstrual dysphoric disorder.
Oh, so I don't have to worry about that then.
No.
Yeah, this is awful. That's your world of stupid. If you want to poo, go to Trader Joe's and get those gummy worms.
That first story you talked about with the dirt, it had me thinking about, this is the time of year where seniors almost done
senior pranks.
Senior pranks. They say, I know you said they said it's not anything of that, but that had me thinking maybe it's one of those. Did you do a senior prank?
So my grandfather was the custodian at my high school, so I was against some of the senior pranks because I knew who was going to have to clean it up. But we almost stole a pot-bellied pig and oiled it up and let it loose in the school. I would have gotten expelled, but I did school announcements in the morning sometimes, so I had the code to the phone. So I thought about stealing the phone and doing something filthy and making some announcements and while they were looking to see where it's at. But eventually I would have been caught, so I didn't do anything. But the pot-bellied pig thing was interesting. Let's go to Trippy in Baltimore. Trippy, you're on the Fan. What's up, buddy? Hello.
Hey, man, what's up, man? I had a question for Ken, man, but I guess I'll just
I'm sorry, man. I didn't see it until it's too late.
Yeah, I know, man. I don't know how you got 4 eyes and you still can't see good, brother. Like, no, that's
You know what? I like Trippy too much to hang up on him, but that would have been a spot to drop their ass.
Hey, we already know if that was the other grumpy guy, he would have been hung up on me, Mr. R. Long. Hey, can I ask y'all a question real quick? We know Rob a big Orioles fan, right?
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie, I did a little live bet. I took the Orioles plus 1.5 and over 6.5, man. Hey.
So
boy,
close.
I tell you, boy. 16-6, man. Hey, the Orioles scores, game scores lately been looking like football scores, if you get what I'm saying. Like Morgan State versus one of them,
chill.
Howard.
Chill.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Not too much on there. But other than that, though, man, hey, Cordell, I got one question for you, too, and I'm going to hang up. I'm going to go and listen to it, man. Look, you as a Commanders fan, right? I'm always on Twitter, and I ask Commanders fan, they keep talking about, we need another receiver. I say Rashad Bateman can help you. Why do you always talk about no? So I want to hear your question on that since you're a true Commanders fan, man. Y'all enjoy y'all Tuesday.
All right, Trippy.
Well, as far as I know, Rashad Bateman isn't available. So that's unfortunate for Commanders fans, I guess. But
not according to Trippy.
Stephon Diggs is available. I would not be upset at that.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got final segment coming up here in this hour. Daily Lines at 9:00. But up next, we're going to talk some more Orioles. It's been over just a year since they parted ways with Brandon Hyde. Are they better off now than they were a year ago? 410-583-1057 on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking forward to seeing most at the Ravens OTAs before heading out to the Castle. Kevin Ostreicher will join us for more thoughts on the schedule, and then we will recap last night's series opener with the Orioles and the Rays.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The story of all stories. What a way to open the Western Conference Finals with the San Antonio Spurs stealing home court advantage after an absolute marathon 122-115. A double overtime thriller over the Thunder in Oklahoma City last night. Victor Wembanyama, a cheat code. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you this. I can help. I got 2 strong arms, I can help.
With a Constellation Home Service Plan, our certified techs fix your home equipment with no charge for labor and covered parts.
I got 2 strong arms, I can help.
Learn about our service plans at constellationhome.com.
It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network, dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from The Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, The Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at The Holloman Firm.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway after Loch Raven Boulevard. Still have the accident. The right lane is blocked still. It's heavy from after 95 to Kennedy Highway. On the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from Reisterstown Road to Liberty Road. And 95 southbound heavy from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound, that's heavy headed toward the Harbor Tunnel. 100 eastbound at Arundel Mills Boulevard. The accident there has the left lane getting by. And US 50 westbound at 450 and Route 2 Ritchie Highway. Accidents on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
It was just a struggle. I wish I could have done more and would have done more. It started really in spring training for me with injuries. Lost a bunch of guys in spring, and then the first series of the year, we lost a few key players and just never got going. Like I said, I wish I would have done more to help, but it was tough from the very beginning.
Yeah, that was from about 2 months after he was let go, Joe. That's Brandon Hyde, Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Ed Norris here. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Rob Long's off this week. And Ed, I think we've all talked about this a time or two. Like, I don't blame Brandon Hyde for anything that went on. I think it was just kind of if you want to call it a comedy of errors, bad luck, whatever it was. I don't think you don't go from being manager of the year, the year before, to forgetting how to do it the next year, but understanding that when things go awry, someone's going to get fired.
Yeah, ask Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
That's what happens. I didn't think it was fair that Hyde got let go, but I understood it. It's one of those things where, you can't fire all the players. And some move had to be made. Somebody had to go. Had to shake up the organization. And, he was the guy. But to me, it was just, look, it's just life isn't fair, period. It's just not fair. He was there during the whole rebuild. He suffered through all those years. And then when they finally get turned around, all the talent's up here, he's let go because they weren't performing at the level expected. And just the way it is. But, it just sucks because if, down the road, say 5 years from now, if you look at his legacy, you look at his win-loss record, it's going to be terrible because he was there during a rebuild for a bad team.
Yep.
And, I don't think he's a bad manager.
Well, Cordell, that's the thing that pisses me off when people go over this, and especially when they start talking about Mike Elias. And you can like him, you don't have to like him, whatever, that's fine. But when people go, well, he's been here 8 years, and he's only won, the 2 seasons. And I'm going, well, 5 of them are rebuild. You knew he wasn't going to win in those years. They clearly told you what they were doing. And that's why I find it interesting that people are like, yeah, take away the players you have that are good now and trade those for prospects.
Yeah.
You guys want to go back through those 5 years again?
I don't. Without a doubt, Elias and Hyde were a big part of the Orioles turnaround from being a 100-loss team to now we're upset with them not looking like a playoff team right now. I think Hyde, I didn't have a problem with them moving on from Hyde. I thought it was time, and a lot of the things that was going on at that time went beyond him. The injury, sure, you can't necessarily put that on him. That's something that they're still dealing with today. A lot of their infrastructure, whether it might be different names there, but it is definitely, it is definitely something that they continue to have to deal with no matter who's in that spot. They've got 4 different hitting coaches now. They still can't hit, so it's a problem. I think with Hyde, they make the postseason back-to-back years. They don't win a postseason game. I would have felt the way if they had canned him before giving him a chance to kind of win with that team. He was here. He was the manager when they won the division and everything. And then even the year after with their wild card team, he's still there. So I feel like they tried to give him that chance. It wasn't the Mark Jackson and they're getting him out of there and putting Steve Kerr in there for a team that's ready to win the championship right now. It wasn't that. But I just think last year was so bad, especially the start. They were so bad going into Memorial Day that something had to happen. He was the easiest guy to get rid of. And now to the question of, are they any better off? I don't think they're as bad as they were at this point last year. Charlie Morton was arguably the worst starter in baseball at this time last year. Now, Trevor Rogers coming off of his last couple of starts, it looks really bad. I don't think it's Charlie Morton bad right now. They still have some of the same lingering issues, and that's the problem organizationally. It's something deep-rooted with them right now because some of their same issues are hanging around. And for me, it's the injuries. The injuries didn't used to be a problem. The last 2 years or so, it's been a major issue for them, especially all these soft tissue injuries. And now this year, you got multiple guys getting hurt in warm-ups. How often does that happen? It's just those are the things that concern me about this team.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's been a rough stretch here the past 2 years, and I think they're better than they've shown, but injuries to me were the biggest reason why things went awry, but other people, nobody wants to hear that, so.
Yep. And it's funny how some guys come in and do an amazing job during a rebuild building a team, and then they don't get to actually, get the ring. Buck Showalter.
Yeah.
4-time manager of the year.
He's never won.
Never won. And think of all the teams that he's, that built, and then he goes, they end up winning World Series, and he just doesn't get to enjoy that.
Yeah. Ed, tell Cordell about our 8 o'clock sponsor.
Yeah, Cordell.
Please, I'm dying to know.
Well, I'm glad you asked, because it's Lion's Den. And their tagline is pleasure, passion, romance. If you want to bring any of those things into your life or amplify them a bit, Lion's Den is the place to go. It's a great store for adults. Look, it's a fun place. I even took Jeremy there. And
I got penis lollipops.
He did.
They don't taste like what you think.
I didn't even want. I didn't even want to know what it tasted like.
I think it was cherry.
So check them out at lionsden.com. If you want to shop online, if you want to walk into a store and browse around, you should, because the staff is great and they're really well stocked with all kinds of stuff. So check them out. Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, or Pasadena. Join the pride.
That's a different kind of blow pop. Hey, Ed, appreciate it as always, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Ed.
There goes Ed Norris. All right, coming up next hour. Up next, honestly, we're going to get to the Daily Line, talk about what went right last night, what went wrong, and where are the best spots today. We do that right here on 105.7 The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In SoFla, Atlanta's Ozzy Albies could smash. Lifetime going toe-to-toe against Braxton Garrett. He's 4 for 5 with over a 2,000 OPS. Albies is also hitting .368 against LHPs this season, tossing Garrett's 43% career hard hit rate. And the over, Albies 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI feels like a mighty fine play. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, everyone. It's Jeremy Kahn from 105.7 The Fan. I'm here today with this week's PNC Achiever, Bridget McAlonen, a senior at Westminster High School. Congrats on being a PNC Achiever. PNC Achievers show leadership on the field, in the classroom, and, of course, in their community. And you've done just that. Let's talk about your field action. Give me some of your favorite memories playing lacrosse.
Winning the regional championship yesterday.
Well, one of the other things we talk about with PNC Achievers, you're a very dedicated student. I see you maintain a 4.3 GPA. You're a member of the National Honor Society. And you were accepted into and participate in the physical rehabilitation program at the Career and Technology Center. First off, tell me about that.
So it's a program so high schoolers, juniors, and seniors can go and apply to different programs, but the PT program, we get to go to class for the first semester, 3 mods, and then second semester, I'm actually in internship right now in a clinic near me, and I get to work with patients every day and learn about physical rehab and how it works in the real world.
Well, PNC Achievers are also known for giving back to the community. In addition to excelling on the field and in the classroom, you're also very involved in your community. You're a class president. You help coordinate and run senior events. You also volunteer with the WAX Recreation Girls Lacrosse League, where you help and support and mentor younger athletes. Talk about that a little bit.
I love working with the WAX program. Like, teaching the little girls how to play lacrosse is just super special to me.
Bridget, you truly are a PNC Achiever, and congratulations again. We've recognized a bunch of PNC Achievers who get it done on the field, in the classroom, and in their community. It's all been sponsored by PNC Bank. This is Jeremy Kahn saying achieving isn't just for high school kids. Let's go out there and try to achieve every single day, just like Bridget. Thank you, Bridget, and thank you, PNC Bank.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this,
What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey Birdland, head to Camden Yards on Saturday, May 23rd as the Orioles take on the Detroit Tigers. Be one of 15,000 fans to score Samuel Basayo's first ever MLB bobblehead, presented by Giant Food. This is your chance to celebrate one of baseball's most exciting young stars and add a must-have collectible to your collection. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. You have a lawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday night in Tampa, the Rays lay the wood to the Birds.
Another base hit. My word. The Rays just can't be stopped tonight.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Ryan Valade puts a cherry on top of the scoring for the Rays with an RBI single, making it 16-4 Tampa in the bottom of the sixth inning. And the series opener against the Rays was a laugher from the start. They beat the Birds by a score of 16-6. Trevor Rogers with another terrible outing. He'd give up 8 total runs, 7 of them earned in 3 2/3. And the guys behind him didn't do much better. Cameron Foster would give up 4 in relief, as did Dietrich Enns. And though this latest loss has taken Birdland's frustrations to new heights, skipper Craig Albernaz is trying to keep things in perspective despite another tough L.
That's why we play every day. It's not like football where we play once a week. We have to turn the page fast, and our guys have shown the ability to do that. It's just one game, and we still have the ability to win the series. And just like any game, we got to come out and try to win the next day and turn the page and put our work in, and we feel really good about where we're at.
The Fan will have your pregame coverage for this evening's Game 2 between the O's and Rays with Baltimore Baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
All right, so we get right into it, talking about yesterday, and boy, did I have some doozies yesterday. The Reds had the lead going into the bottom of the eighth. They're on the road, so they'd still need to close it out in the ninth. 1-run lead, 2 outs, 2 strikes, and give it up. And they lose in the ninth, so lose by 1 run there after feeling like, hey, it was a back and forth game. It wasn't like something that you had locked up, but you know how it is. You got a lead in the 8th inning. 2 strikes, 2 outs. You're like, we just need 3 more outs after this one. Just go, oh, what's that? They just took the lead? That's fantastic. Having the under in the NBA game between the Spurs and the Thunder, and then it goes to double overtime. And I still could have won it in the first overtime, but it had to go to 2. So lost that. And, had a couple of spots. The win game at Wrigley played out just like we talked about. I thought the Cubs would have scored more runs, but Brandon Sproat looked pretty good yesterday early on, but Milwaukee just got after Shota.
Took care of it themselves.
Oh my God, Shota gave up 7 earned runs, and they were just tacking them on. And it was sad because the wind was blowing out, and there were a couple of guys that hit long fly balls that off the bat sounded like they were gone. So forget what the conditions are. Seiya hit one to the wall, and guys standing there, and it's just like, I was like, you couldn't give me, just come on, man. But it is what it is. Won that. Ended up hitting some other games here too. I felt like we had some spots last night that I had talked about, or I should say yesterday. D-backs Giants, that went over. The D-backs covered that themselves. Had Ketel Marte in there. That was my one prop play to hit. The other ones fell short. Nothing like betting a guy over whatever it is, 1.5 bases or over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs, and he gets walked 2 or 3 times in the game. You still have a chance to score, but you're eliminating the other 2 options usually. Red Sox Royals didn't get there. Mercury Sun went under. Missed out on that. I did hit Buffalo Montreal under. That went to overtime, but it was 5.5. Hit the Marlins, who blew out the Braves, and it hit the over in the Guardians Tigers game as well. So with today, let me just run through this real quick. We'll start it off in the NBA. I'm going to go back to the well here with the under. Knicks and Cavs feeling out process. We saw one team with a long layoff, and then another team coming in to play them. It was flat in the first half. It was flat most of the game, and then it picked up. Obviously, going to overtime is the reason we lose that. But I think this game goes under the total as well at 217.5. And in the WNBA, I'm going under the total with Toronto and Phoenix under the 171.5. Nothing with the NHL. Don't like the total. Minus 200 favorite. I'm not even messing with it. As far as the weather today, Philly's over is the best spot. Best spot for bats. The issue there is that you got Chase Burns and Jesus Luzardo. I still don't care. Wind's blowing out. Both of these guys are fly ball pitchers. They're strikeout pitchers. But I think we see some home runs in this game from both sides of it. But give me the over with that at 8.5. Nats over is a good play. I like that, but didn't make it an official play. Yankees over, another good play. That's Dylan Cease on the bump. The one thing I'll tell you, Dylan Cease could come in and strike out 10 Yankees today. But he also could come in because he's not afraid to challenge these cats, give up 4 home runs. I like Aaron Judge, the homer. In fact, he's the number 1 hitter on the board, but he usually is, even with games in Coors, even with the wind blowing out at Philly. The number 2 hitter is my favorite hitter on the day. That's Juan Soto. I love him today. I think it's the best spot on the board. I think he hits a home run. Love the matchup against, I was going to call him Foster Griffin for the Nats, who, if you look deeper at his numbers, I mean, he'd been so lucky. Maybe he ends up being good. Maybe he's better. This is just something I'm looking at, but he's been very, very lucky. I think he's a good one to attack. Twins over is another great spot. I didn't touch it. And Rockies under. Weather's a little bit colder there. So what do I like in baseball? Believe it or not, I like the Orioles a lot tonight. I think they have the better pitcher going in Kyle Bradish, even though it's a bullpen game with Tampa Bay. They got embarrassed last night. Time to bounce back. And speaking of getting embarrassed, Atlanta and Miami. Miami scored, I don't know how many runs on Atlanta last night. They beat their brains in. I like the under tonight, and nobody's going to look at the under because of the pitching matchup. They're going to be like, you're taking an under with Martin Perez? And if we want to look at the Marlins, it's like, are we really scared of any of their pitchers? I mean, they have some do not get me wrong. They have some talented pitchers on that side.
Sandy's pitching well.
Sandy's been great, and then he's had a little up and down. Like there have been times where he's put some guys on base and he's gotten out of some jams, but Braxton Garrett was a guy that they really, really liked in the minor leagues. He got called up because of an injury. They love this kid. They think he's going to be special, has tons of strikeout ability. But in his last start, all he did was put guys on base. They walked the bases loaded to start off the game, got out of that jam. Guess what he did in the second inning? Got the bases loaded again. It's like, hey, you remember what we did in the first inning? Let's do that again.
Right.
And I like the under here. I think both teams, even with Ronald Acuna Jr. back, the total is still 8 in this game after the Miami Marlins just put one on the Braves. Give me the under. I like Pitt and St. Louis to go under. Milwaukee, Chicago, like the over there. Weather's decent for hitting. And I think this changed because this was supposed to be a big Wrigley win game, but now Jacob Mizorowski's pitching, and he can mow down a lineup by himself. Wouldn't be surprised if he got 10 Ks in 5 innings. He's done it a couple times this year. And then to go along with it, I mentioned Cincy Philly over 8.5 as one of my top baseball plays. Now, the top plays for today, over Reds, Phillies, Orioles, Knicks, Cavs under, Braves, Marlins under, Pirates, Cardinals under. I do like a Nerfy in the Atlanta-Miami game. I like Kyle Schwarber, Juan Soto, over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs, and I like Reed Detmers over 6.5 Ks. There you go. Let's grab some calls. People want to get in. We've got Eli in Parkville real quick. What's up, Eli?
Good morning, fellas. I just want to touch on that last segment that y'all had about Hyde. I really didn't want Hyde to go. But, I mean, as you can see, like, we can't just keep blaming injuries on, the success of the team. And I don't want to say it, but
you don't think that's the main reason?
I mean, just look at what Elias provides. Like, yeah, he's done good and he's done some bad too. But I mean, at the end of the day, Elias is the odd man out because he's still here, and the stuff is still looking the same. So
we'll keep getting the voted vote of confidence from the ownership. I mean, I like what Rubenstein said. I mean, he's been supporting Elias the entire time.
Yes.
And I'm in that group. I like Elias. I love what he's done in the minors. I'd like to see better production up top. I like what he's done with the farm system, the international market. I mean, all these things, since people forget this, and appreciate the phone call, Eli. Like, before Mike Elias got here, we didn't get involved in the international market. We don't find a Sam Basayo if that happens. We're not able to get in on some of these other players that we're not going to see the fruits of their labors until 4 or 5 years from now, because they're 18-year-old kids working their ways through the minor leagues, unless you happen to get a Juan Soto that comes up when he's 18. You just don't see it. But when we talk about free agency, I think that's where some misses have been. I think they've had to look at themselves in the mirror and go, we're going to need to overpay for one of these guys, because that's what everybody's doing in the pitching market. And even if it blows up in our face, you have to take the chance. There are a lot of pitchers that got signed. People signed Blake Snell. Look what's going on with him.
Right.
Remember we talked about Ranger Suarez, who's pitched better recently, but started off slow. So, I mean, you got to be careful with it.
Yeah, I think it's tough with Elias because, he has done, to your point, he's done a lot of good infrastructure work with them. He's brought things to their attention that wasn't on their radar. Analytics, hate it or love it. The international scouting, just their deep dive into the international world in general. They have made a true commitment in that area. He's drafted quality talent. I think the issue has been player development. I think it's been the constant shuffling guys from position to position and not really allowing guys to find their footing somewhere and then bump them up. And then Basayo's been great. And you've got some positive situations like Adley and Gunnar as well, but it just feels like more times than not, and I get it's baseball, it's a lot of failure in this sport, but a lot of these guys that are having success in the minors, it's just not translated. It's starting to look like they've got a lot of 4A guys.
Yes, and they haven't drafted a lot of pitchers either.
And that's the thing. And like you said, free agency has been a sore spot for them. I think some of these trade deadlines has also been a sore spot for him. The times where they were contending, he probably wasn't as aggressive as maybe he wished that he had been at the time. So I think a lot of those things are coming back to haunt them now. But he's also done some good things. We'll see what matters in the end, because I do think this year is pivotal for him.
Let's grab Rashawn real quick. He wants to talk some NBA playoffs. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, what's going on, Cordell and Jeremy?
What's up, man?
I just want to say, man, this Spurs team, man, is so much fun to watch. And I'm not even a big basketball guy, man, but just watching this team and I think they're going to be great for years to come. But so if you're the Thunder, man, my opinion, what's his name? Hartenstein. I'm pronouncing it right.
Isaiah Hartenstein.
He didn't do jack last night, man. He played 12 minutes. What is he 7 foot for nothing? Like, you supposed to be that guy that could try to. I ain't gonna say you can shut down Wemby, but try to contain him or something. Like if I'm the Thunder, go ahead. What was I say? Go ahead.
I was gonna say he's a big whitey, but actually, I
He's
think his
pretty
dad's
solid.
black. You had go look at this. Isaiah Hartenstein had some story
that
about.
I didn't know.
Yeah, there's something weird. I have to look it up. But look, he's a big stiff.
Yeah.
He's fine offensively. You give him the ball, he can make some buckets. But defensively, he's not adding anything.
Not on Wemby.
No.
Yeah.
You can't do nothing
not.
with Wemby.
But listen.
Yeah.
But listen, if I'm the Thunder, man, and I want to contend with the Spurs team for years to come, I'm packaging Hartenstein and maybe a Caruso with a first-round pick and going after Giannis. You know, that's the only way I can think you'd be contend with the Spurs.
That's not going to get it, though. You're not going to. Rashawn, appreciate.
You're not going to get him?
No. Not. You got to get. Like, I think Hartenstein is actually a free agent coming up because they've talked about the Thunder with their first-round pick actually going after. Right. With the Mara, the big from Michigan, with their first round. So we'll see what they end up doing, but they could make a trade for Giannis, but you're going to have to give up Jalen Williams and a couple other pieces.
And I don't think the Thunder have to hit any panic button whatsoever. I still think they're going to win this series. I've always thought it was going 7 anyway.
They're loaded,
but
man.
they're right there.
Yeah.
I mean, both of these teams are neck and neck with each other.
All right, we got to step out. We're going to talk some Orioles at 9:30, but up next, Ravens OTAs. Cordell, get your thoughts on it. What are you looking for at OTAs today and the rest of the week? We'll talk about that next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking forward to seeing most at the Ravens OTAs before heading out to the Castle. Kevin Ostreicher will join us for more thoughts on the schedule, and then we will recap last night's series opener with the Orioles and the Rays.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with a Good Feet store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join a company with unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level with a company that expects your very best, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no, we help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Cordell Woodland. Rob Long's off this week. Now, talking about OTAs, you're headed out today, right?
Yep.
What are some of the things you're looking for? I mean, is there anything that stands out to you that you definitely want to see? For me, like anytime these things come up, I'm always intrigued by the rookies, but you've been out there plenty of times.
Yeah, I mean, the rookies are always something you want to get a look at, seeing how they, because this will be the first time we get to see them put together with the veteran guys. So kind of seeing, can they keep up with the NFL pace of play? Mm-hmm. You know, it's a big step up. You want to kind of get a look at, especially when you talk about the skill position guys, you want to kind of see, all right, what do some of the young guys look like against some of the seasoned vets? That's always interesting because you get a lot of welcome to the NFL moments when you're a rookie cornerback going up against Zay Flowers in a one-on-one rep. It's eye-opening sometimes. So stuff like that is cool. I think today, and we got a little taste of it during rookie minicamp, but getting to see the entirety of the practice today will allow us to really look at Jesse Minter and how his staff engages with the players. How do they organize practice? How is he, doing some of the more intense parts of practice? How is he coaching guys up? When guys make mistakes, that's always something that's cool to see because you don't really see a ton of dialogue, especially one-on-one dialogue with head coaches and players, but sometimes you do, and it could be explosive sometimes, whereas the coach, sometimes you can hear the coach from the other side of the field, and sometimes it's back and forth dialogue. So that's cool to see. It's not like they'll be in pads or anything today, so it'll be a lot of running around on the field, probably some 7-on-7 stuff, a little bit of install, but kind of getting a little bit of an idea of the type of offense really and defensive sets that we'll see them running a lot this year.
Yeah, I think both sides are intriguing. Like I'm an offensive guy. I always have been. Like I talk about wide receivers all the time. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean don't respect the defense and look forward to seeing it. And ironically, I think I'm more intrigued this year to see what Minter does with the defense because it's like we knew there were good players on that side of the ball last year, and you're watching it going, what is this? Is this the scheme? Is it the players? Is it a combination of both? Because this looks tired as hell. Or do you keep going to the prevent defense? What is it? And last year was a frustrating year, especially at the end of the year after you lose to the Steelers and the NFL goes, those 4 important calls? Yeah, we missed all of them. They all went the other way.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, apologies. Oh, thanks. That's even better than a win to get to the playoffs.
Right.
But I want to see how the defense looks because, again, people pointed out, and I know it's very simplistic to do this, but Odafe Owe being here in Baltimore, you send him out to the Chargers, and all of a sudden, you get double-digit sacks? Mm-hmm. I mean, I want to see what he does with Mike Green. I want to see what he does with the pass rush here. What's the scheme look like? I think all those things are intriguing when it comes to Minter.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people they always ask me, how does such and such look last year? Mike Green was the big one that everybody wanted to know about, and it probably got so boring me saying it, but it can be tough to get a real understanding of what those guys look like this early because they're not in pads. They're not really able to go full strength. If you're an offensive lineman, you're really focusing on technique more right now than actually physically dominating the guy across from you. Nobody is supposed to be on the ground. So a lot of the trenches work, it's tough to really analyze it because they're not doing much. It's mostly like muscle memory stuff, getting your footing right, getting your hand placement right, all of that little stuff that's flat out boring to the average listener. So right now, this is the time period for the skill position guys to shine. This is the time period for some of these rookie tight ends that are coming in to show that they can help this team in the pass game. These young receivers getting an opportunity. I always say this is a time period where the ball should not be hitting the ground. It's no pads. The DBs really aren't allowed to go after the ball in those one-on-one contested catch situations. Guys aren't jamming you a whole lot. This is the time period for the wide receivers and quarterbacks to shine. I shouldn't see a lot of incompletions, shouldn't see a lot of drops, none of that type of stuff. This should be the time where guys are close to perfect in that aspect.
Yeah, with 2 new tight ends and 2 new wide receivers, those are the guys that I would probably want to look at, especially from the draft class. But, drafting an offensive lineman with your first pick, I think Ken Wyman says it best about this. He said, it's like socks for Christmas. You know you need it, but you're just not excited. And I think watching him get out there, when I watched the guy that came up from Atlanta, the running backs coach here, like when he was working out with Vega at Penn State and you saw it, you could see the look in his eyes. I'm like, that's a guy that they're really going to like. And everybody said that he seems like he's this term gets used loosely, but a Raven. He feels like a Ravens player.
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
But the dude seems like a no-nonsense, like straight football type of dude. He has the mentality. And some of the other beat reporters kind of laugh at me when I get to talking about linemen because I can't stand big for nothing linemen.
Yeah.
It really irks me.
So you think Falele is going to not do well with the Giants?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. This time period is usually kind of tough for Falele, to say the least. But what I liked about Awane is right away, and look, talking about it is one thing. Anybody can talk a good game. But it felt like his words backed up his film. He talked about nobody's going to get to my quarterback, and if they're across from me, essentially they're dead. And that's how he plays. And I watched him in rookie minicamp going through a kind of a shadow drill with one of the other offensive linemen, and they're holding the bag. I mean, he's got very powerful steps, powerful hands, aggressive hands. Like I think he's going to be a stud for them. I think he's going to give them exactly what they were looking for in their guard position. But it's just going to be tough to see it especially against somebody else. Now, they did announce the 2 different joint practices they have. They have 2 practices with the Vikings. They also have one with the Commanders where they're coming into town before that preseason game. So it'll be good to kind of get it because who knows how much we're going to see him in the preseason. But it will be good to see him in some sort of live action against another team.
Can't wait to see you and Ken out there. Terry McLaurin, Zay Flowers on the field. You guys locking eyes.
2 really, really good receivers. I
love Scary Terry. I love Zay too. I think they're both special, different types of wide receivers, but I don't even want to get in the argument because I like both of them. All right, we're going to take some phone calls in the next segment. Ed and Towson, hang on. I know you want to talk some Orioles, and that's what we're getting into. Is it time to raise the alarm on Trevor Rogers? We talk about that, the matchup with the Rays, and more here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 105.7 The Fan.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai. Save with 0% 60-month financing and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays clobbered the Birds last night, winning 16-6 in another start low-lighted by Trevor Rogers and his struggles on the mound. Tampa tagged Rogers for 8 runs, 7 of them earned in just 3 2/3, dropping him to 2-5 on the season. And it's a continuation of an overall downward trend for the guy that many believed would be Baltimore's ace in 2026. After the game, Rogers didn't mince words when describing his performance on Monday evening.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches, and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays. Excuse my friends, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
So far this season, Rogers has surrendered 29 earned runs in 38 innings pitched. That's compared to just 22 earned runs in a little over 109 innings in 2025. The Birds will look to bounce back tonight, and the fan will have your pregame coverage for Game 2 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
can't explain it. It's one of those things where it came out of the gates really strong and hot, and he had a bad outing, and then he got sick, and then here we are. It just feels like he's searching to regain his own form from early in the year, but with Trevor, he needs to keep on pushing and keep on working to get back to where he was. It might seem this like a stretch, but I don't think he's far off. I think it's just cleaning up locations of his pitches and then getting to the right pitches at the right time and count leverage, the ability to miss bats and get weak contact.
There you go. That's manager Craig Albernaz talking about Trevor Rogers getting back to the form that he was in before. You and I have talked about it, Cordell. I think that it's weird to look at a guy get 2 strikes the way he does. And if you go back and look at last night, the things that we pointed out from Jacob Calvin-Meyer, that Trevor Rogers is making hitters look like Babe Ruth. If you look at the numbers, and if you go back and look at last night on some of the 2-strike hits that he gave up, they weren't right down the middle. It's not catching too much of the plate. It's on the corners. He's painting the black. So he's putting it where he wants it. And that would just lead me to believe that he's tipping pitches and somebody knows what's coming. May just be bad luck, but we've seen a couple of them in a row now that you really have to start to question it with Trevor Rogers.
Yeah, I mean, and if he is tipping pitches against a team like the Rays, you're going to get what you get. And for me, it's just the fact that he can't close out these innings. He can't get batters out right now. You get to 2 strikes, that's great. But a lot of the damage, especially yesterday, was done with 2 strikes and with 2 outs. The Rays 5 for 8 with 2 outs yesterday. They were 4 for 10 with 2 strikes in last night's game. 9 for 20 with runners in scoring position. So they're just efficient in all of these categories that normally teams aren't as efficient in. And Rogers, who got off to such a great start this year, and everybody's wondering why the Orioles haven't talked to him yet about an extension. I'm not saying this is why, because that's easy to say right now. I'd like to imagine that he is going to turn it around in some sort of fashion. I'm not saying that he's going to get back to where he was last year, to where he's getting a Cy Young vote or anything like that. But this isn't sustainable for him to keep this spot in the rotation. Like, this team needs Trevor Rogers to be substantially better than he has been in his last couple of starts. And I think he's shown the ability to do that. The problem is, even when Rogers was pitching well at the start of the year, he was getting into trouble and he was getting himself out of said trouble. That has kind of come back down to earth a little bit. So that could lead one to imagine if maybe this is closer to who he is, considering maybe he was getting lucky earlier in the year when he was getting out of the trouble, whereas now maybe not so much.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to tell because he was so bad before last year. Like, unbelievable rookie year, and then comes out, gets hurt, looks terrible, gets hurt again, gets traded. First chance we get to see him here, it's like, whoa, no, that's not what you want. And then he looked like the best pitcher in baseball for almost a full season, right? So seeing this now, it's kind of crazy. But, for all the people like myself saying, why haven't you signed this guy to extension? Maybe this is one of the reasons why you wait. But I also feel like the Orioles have been waiting forever. Like, right. They fall in love with their prospects. Remember, we had the 3, Basayo, Holiday, Mayo. And it's like, well, we can't move any of them. Maybe they need to start looking at themselves and moving pieces before people figure out that it might be a 4A player. And again, the jury's still out on Mayo. I think Holiday and Basayo are going to be studs, but we don't know with Mayo yet.
But people talk about the Rays. I know we was talking about the caller saying that they should be more like the Rays. Like, that's what Tampa Bay does. They have such a good feel for when to get out. They maximize these guys. They get all they're going to get out of them. And they've now established this reputation to where when they trade somebody, it's like, well, why the Rays trading him? What is it about this guy that they don't want anymore? It was the part of the feeling that people were having about Boss. Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, they just called up Boating yesterday. I think he's going up to AA right now, but apparently he's raking out there in their farm system. So you never know. Yeah. But the Rays have kind of gained this reputation as a team you don't want to do deals with, and probably for good reason.
Well, speaking of that, Ed and Towson wants to talk about their farm system. What's up, Ed?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you feel?
Good.
Like what Cordell said, earlier, I agree with and this is what perplexes me, and then we'll go to the comparison. It looks like with the Orioles, and I've said this before, it's like they have trouble adjusting to the adjustment. And what I mean by that is the better you play, the more you're on the radar screen. You know, kind of like Lamar. What makes Lamar so incredible? Because people are constantly looking at film, but you can't do anything about it. And it's like when they had the 2 down years, and that's why I'm gonna compare it to the Rays. They had the down year last year. So you look for a rebound. Now the reason you have a down year is because guys like, okay, you're not sneaking up on us this time. So now how good are you really when they adjust to your adjustment? And I look at the Rays, and they had the couple of years where they were down, but you're always expecting them to do something. And I've heard Jeremy over the years, you guys explain the Rays. I think you talk about it being somewhat unconventional how they do what they do. And could you compare those two? Like what makes the Rays and the Rays, the Orioles could win this series without a doubt, and the Rays could have a dip at some point during the season. But it's like they come out the gate. They had a year or two where they were kind of suspect. Then they had the good year. They won 100 games. What makes the two farm systems? Do farm systems get you prepared for somebody punching you in the face and you rebounding? Does that make sense, Jeremy?
Ed, I appreciate the call, and I think some of this too. You look at it's different in each farm system, because the one thing we know about the Rays is they draft well, and they develop players, and maybe you could see something and steal it from them. I thought when was it Friedman? I'm trying to remember the name of the guy that left the Rays and went to the Dodgers. I'm going, man, you're taking this guy that's brilliant with no payroll and giving him the largest one in baseball. What's he going to do with that? And by the way, they also had to deal with Major League Baseball that they could finagle how much money they could spend, and they could work some deals. That's why you saw Kyle Tucker and Shohei Ohtani hitting it's not a salary cap, but hitting their payments at $5 million on this year's budget. So I just think that they do things differently. The same thing here. We got to see what this team's doing. They have to prove to us they can develop talent. And we've seen some of the guys come up, and a lot of those are top-end picks, but we need to see some other guys start to make some headway. I do feel like they've made a lot of good trades that people don't give them credit for, and they brought some pitchers in that they've kind of developed, whether you want to talk about a Yennier Cano. I mean, it kind of looked that way with Trevor Rogers, they found something. We need to see more of it, but it's just a matter of time before people keep calling for Mike Elias' head, and if things keep going this way, that he doesn't survive. Yeah, and even to the caller's point about the farm systems, you do. One of the things that I've always wondered about was the fact of, a lot of these guys, their first taste of failure, it seems like coming up through the system is when they get here to Baltimore, because a lot of them were winning. And especially if you talk about individually, they were all knocking the cover off the ball. But even as a team, those Norfolk teams that these guys were on together, they were winning. Back when they were buoyed, they had winning teams. So they were coming up through the minor leagues and winning with those teams that they were on. They didn't get to experience a lot of that long-term failure that they have experienced here in Baltimore, whether it's individually and guys going on sustained hitting slumps, or if it's just as a team and these guys playing below 500 baseball for over a year now. They haven't, to the caller's point of adjusting to the adjustment, they've yet to show that they can respond when teams figure them out. They're still trying to figure out how to hit left-handed pitching right now. And I mean, this is going on for over a year. So, yeah, I do wonder what the issue is with that part of it all. But it's a bunch of stuff, right? It's not the left-handed pitching thing. And then now you're seeing the Trevor Rogers thing. There's injuries. And then you had the other issue this year. It's like when they score runs, they tend to give them back the next half inning. Not all of them, sometimes more, sometimes. But they've had more times than not that they've scored runs in the top portion of the inning and given them right back in the bottom, or vice versa. And I mean, that stuff gets frustrating, and it starts to add up. And they've had too many of these games. What was it, 3 out of the 4 Yankee games? Maybe all 4 when we were in New York. And then now you see this Tampa Bay game. It doesn't matter if you lose 1-0 or 20-1, but damn, you don't forget about the 20-1s. No, not at all. And I'm not one of the guys that subscribes to all losses are equal. It's not. It's not. They all hurt, sure. I'll hear that. But not every loss looks the same, nor do they feel the same. Absolutely. All right, we've got the final segment of the program coming up. It's our What We Learned in Encore. Stay tuned for that. We'll take some more phone calls. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking forward to seeing most at the Ravens OTAs before heading out to the Castle. Kevin Ostreicher will join us for more thoughts on the schedule, and then we will recap last night's series opener with the Orioles and the Rays.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The battle lines are drawn in Lubbock County. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has officially filed a lawsuit and an emergency injunction against the NCAA, fighting to restore his eligibility. This is the same guy who placed over 10,000 bets, including on his own Indiana football team while at IU. Will he play again? I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool right now, you know where to go. Napa.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
She's back. Ms. Pac-Man. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Ms. Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of koosh balls. So throw on your parachute pants and your jelly shoes, tease your hair out, and bust a move to play the new Ms. Pac-Man scratch-off. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Ms. Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in, ID verification, or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too.
Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Forget prune juice. A Trader Joe's Sweet Treat is the new unexpected laxative shoppers are learning about the hard way. The beloved grocery store's new sugar-free sweet and sour gummy worms contain 14 grams of fiber per 8 pieces. A single serving. To put that into perspective, the amount is roughly half of the recommended daily value, so you can imagine the effect it's having on people. Yeah, fiber will make you go. The worst part is that the gummy worms, which were released earlier this month, they're not marketed as fiber products. So you got kids and these are delicious. And all of a sudden...
Well, and no one just eats the recommended serving.
No.
They're going to eat the bag or, fistfuls of those things.
I found out, about 14 years ago that I was a family of 4, according to Stouffer's.
Exactly.
Sons of bitches. The Mirror Fiber gummies have only 8 grams of fiber per 4 pieces, and Metamucil has 5 grams of fiber per serving of 3 gummies. I mean, that's a boatload. Straight up, don't give these to your kids. But if you're a PMDD girly, what is that? What is PMDD? I don't know. Somebody out there will know. And your tummy's in shambles, maybe this could help. If you got to go, then go get them. But I wouldn't want something not labeled, as a basically to help you go to the bathroom. I'd want that labeled. I don't want to eat that and then wind up in a place that I can't control my bowels, for crying out loud.
That's premenstrual dysphoric disorder.
Oh, so I don't have to worry about that then. There you go. That's our encore for the day. Interesting day to say the least. Is we were kind of talking about all the things that went on in our first segment with Game 7 that went to overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You had a double overtime in the Western Conference Finals Game 1 where Wemby dropped a 40-20 on him. I think, who was it? Dylan Harper had like 7 steals last night. Just a crazy-ass game. And we had a bunch of baseball games where, I mean, every day you watch baseball, you see something different or something crazy happens. Whether you want to talk about the insane scoring that we saw from some teams like the Rays and the Marlins, the Brewers, and the win game at Wrigley. The no-hitter, if you guys missed the no-hitter from JT Ginn, he did too, because he gave up a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 9th to lose 2-1 while throwing a no-hitter. Just insane, man. So, yeah, it was an interesting sports night to say the least last night.
Yeah, it was. You got everything you wanted, whether it was baseball. You had plenty of good games, like you said, NHL Game 7, best 2 words in sports. NBA Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, which in a lot of people's minds, including mine, this is the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
This is the winner of this series is going to win it all. San Antonio came out swinging last night. I mean, Wemby just is he's become appointment TV. If you get a chance to watch this dude, you should jump at it every single chance you get, because you really don't see anybody like him in the world of basketball. So I am curious to see how this series goes on. I do think the Thunder respond in a big way in Game 2. But tonight you got Game 1 with the Knicks and Cavs. Cavs going to New York, and everybody wants this time of year to be in the Garden we'll see if Donovan Mitchell can really make a name. I've always liked Donovan Mitchell.
I have too.
I've thought that he's had some unfortunate situations in the playoffs. He always seems like he puts up numbers, but he just can't advance. This year he does. I'm definitely rooting for him.
Well, he had that battle with Jamal Murray in that one series.
Yeah.
It was just amazing.
That was in a bubble, I think, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
The other thing to bring up with this real quick is, I think after these past 2 days, maybe you send Ed Norris a text and say, go Cavs. That's what you should do.
I think I might. I might.
Joe, is Molesky in tomorrow? So Steve Molesky be in for the next 2 days. I think Friday Femi comes in, and then it's back to, we're off Monday, right? Memorial Day. Is everyone off, Joe? Boss show? Joe Boss? Okay. All right, we got to get to what we learned.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All right, what did you learn today? You got anything?
Yeah, thanks to Jacob Kavamaya scrolling through Twitter earlier, saw his tweet about the Orioles rotation. Orioles now have the worst ERA in the American League, sitting at 5.24 right now, and it's just such a far fall for a rotation that I don't think anybody was expecting it to be elite, but at least for me, I thought that they would have a solid floor. I thought that every night, assuming health, and health has kind of hampered this rotation a little bit, I thought that these guys would give them an opportunity to win every time they take the bump. It's kind of been everything but that. And I can't ignore the defense behind them, which, again, popped up last night with the error from Gunnar.
All right, let's get to some of these jokes here. Joe's telling me I got to go fast, so my wife would be used to that.
Come on, Ricky Bobby.
My wife works at the shoe shop. You could say I've met my soulmate. I went to the local ice cream parlor, and the clerk said, we have a special on Sundays. I said, awesome. I'll be back then. Billy Joe Armstrong had a dog named Cologne, Joe. He walk Cologne, he walk Cologne. That's the lead singer of Green Day. I walk alone. Anyway, when you got to explain it, I guess it doesn't work out that great. I turned 40 and I've grown every time I get up now. I'm finally a grown man. Grown man. I did like this one. This one's so bad. And Chris, appreciate you sending this. What's Whitney Houston's favorite coordination? And I. Did you like that, Joe? All right. And lastly, somebody stole my coworker's money. I asked how much. He said $350. I went to the restroom and counted it. It was only $85. Why are people like that? Why does he got to lie? Anyway, Vinny and Haynie are coming up next, guys. Stay tuned for that. Cordell, appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys having me.
Past couple days. Steve Molesky's in tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt,
Every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Your hometown store is still your hometown store, just a new name. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Grand opening savings and reliable service. Come experience the next chapter at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit CFGBankArena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday night in Tampa, the Rays lay the wood to the Birds.
Another base hit. My word. The Rays just can't be stopped tonight.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Ryan Vilade puts a cherry on top of the scoring for the Rays with an RBI single, making it 16-4 Tampa in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the series opener against the Rays was a laugher from the start. They beat the Birds by a score of 16-6. Trevor Rogers with another terrible outing. He'd give up 8 total runs, 7 of them earned in 3 2/3. And the guys behind him didn't do much better. Cameron Foster would give up 4 in relief, as did Dietrich Enns. And though this latest loss has taken Birdland's frustrations to new heights, skipper Craig Albernaz is trying to keep things in perspective despite another tough L.
Yeah, that's why we play every day. It's not like football where we play once a week. We have to turn the page fast, and our guys have shown the ability to do that. It's just one game, and we still have the ability to win the series. And just like any game, we got to come out and try to win the next day and turn the page and put our work in, and we feel really good about where we're at.
The Fan will have your pregame coverage for this evening's Game 2 between the O's and Rays with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. Visit AriosaMechanical.com for more information. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 1057 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 1057 The Fan.
Little cue shot off the glove of Jeremiah Jackson. 2 runs have scored. Valade is stopped at third. Throw to second is not in time. Everything is going the Rays' way. And that number is about to go up. 1 hop to the wall in left center field. Walls is in. Palacios following. Diaz stops at 2. A 2-run double. Another base hit. My word. The Rays just can't be stopped tonight. Valade has driven in 3 as 3 separate run-scoring plate appearances. It is 16-4. Over it, though. Sharp ground ball to shortstop. Walls ends a 16-6 Tampa Bay win.
Well, Kevin Brown, Ben McDonald on Masson Sports last night as the Orioles get drubbed by Tampa. The Rays had so many hits, Kevin Brown ran out of ways to describe them. He just like, what the hell? Or oh my Lord, or what the bleep, whatever it is. And you got bouncers off gloves. Gunnar misplayed the ball in the first inning, which led to a run, which I'm going to get to here in a second. Then the inexplicable double play that wasn't, where he just caught the ball and Diaz is standing right there. You tagging the base, you tagging me. Yeah. I'm conceding the out. So now I'm going to throw it to first. You're good. Then the next guy hit a 3-run homer or whatever it was. It's like, come on, dude. But the Orioles get clobbered last night, and we'll get into all of the reasons why. But I'm going to say 2 words, and Nolan, get in here with this one. Where we stand right now. 4 words. 2 different 2-word comments. A year ago at this time, not necessarily at this time, maybe more like June, July, the Orioles in 26 will be like the Blue Jays were in 25 because the Blue Jays in 24 were bad and made it to the World Series last year. Should have won the World Series, but made it, which the Orioles haven't done since Reagan's first term. Ronald Reagan for our younger listeners out there. I don't see it right now. Hell, the Blue Jays of this year won't be the Blue Jays of last year, but that's their problem. Should I concede that I was wrong? Like I'm wrong? Or do I wait? But I'm definitely going with this 2-word statement. We stink. And I don't think I'm inaccurate with that. And of all the problems they have, for instance, first inning Gunnar Henderson. All right, Diaz doubles off the wall. Taylor Ward's out there looking like he was watching Snowflake. All right, whatever. It's all good. But he doubles. Next batter hits a shot, but Gunnar plays it properly. He was running back to second base. Throws the runner out. You got 1 out, guy on second. Instead, gets by him, E6. Runner advances to third. Next batter, Valade. Know what he does? It's a sac fly to right field. And I was talking to Robbie Jr., Robbie's first base this morning. That happens to the Orioles. That runner's stranded at third base. The next guy either K's or pops out to the infield. And then the next guy will hit a fly ball deep enough to score. But it's 3 outs now. Your inning's over. So luck, you make your own luck. The Orioles gave you an opportunity to score a run in the first inning, and they took advantage of it. And then they just pounded away after that. They had 20 opportunities with runners in scoring position last night and converted on 9 of them, by the way. They're just mashing people. And for the Orioles, going back to Saturday, when they gave up 13 runs, all right, we snuck a win in between. Look at us. Hey, we're back. No. How about this 16-6 shellacking? And another sad state of affairs, and there's many layers to it. Weston Wilson has pitched in more games than Zach Eflin has this year. So there's your Orioles pitching in a nutshell. But should I admit I'm wrong now, or should I wait? I'll wait till the All-Star break. How's that sound?
I think that's fair.
We stink is an accurate portrayal of the team, but I'm wrong. I'll wait a little bit. Like Sonny said, I'll wait. And then Michael Corleone said, we can't wait. We got to kill Salaza. That sort of thing.
Good to wait, because whenever you do,
admit you're wrong or you do fess up, whatever that day that is.
Hey, I got no problem admitting I'm wrong.
There's no going back. So if you did it today, and let's say there's some miraculous turnaround and the Orioles were in the World Series, I paused there for a laugh break.
Yeah.
Then you wouldn't be allowed back on. You wouldn't be able to take the victory lap at that point because you already hopped off.
I couldn't say I was wrong about being wrong. We couldn't layer it up. But you're right. If I just totally stick a fork in him now, that's premature. But let's just say my optimism level that will be a reality has decreased dramatically. Trevor Rogers, he's given up more runs than innings pitched in his last 5 starts. By the way, that's bad. For those who may not follow baseball, that's a terrible thing. As a matter of fact, and what makes it even more crappy is that Kyle Bradish is getting it together a little bit. So what you would hope for at the top of your rotation that didn't include Framber Valdez, thankfully, because he's been nothing but a problem for Detroit, or Ranger Suarez, who I wanted all along, it was going to be Trevor Rogers and Kyle Bradish. And then Bassett and Eflin and everybody else having some fun along the way. Man Bun coming back from the minors, et cetera, et cetera. But Rogers started well enough. Wasn't dominant, but good enough. Mm-hmm. And he has been absolutely brutal. And, all right, balls off gloves, and that was after Rogers had already been knocked out of the game. But he gave up a lot of hard contact last night. And all right, Gunnar should have caught the ball at short, at the very least get it out. But everything else, he gave up 8 runs. 7 of them, Vinny, were earned runs. It wasn't like that was a start of a floodgates inning. So he maintained that damage. McClanahan was dealing. Wasn't sharp as he could have been, but good enough. And then he just got pounded into submission. And you can see the frustration building Gunnar. And Gunnar Henderson's coming off arguably the best game of his year against the Nats on Sunday. Yep. He was terrible last night. Defensively, especially. He was brutal. That was a bonehead play. Now, does that change the tide of the game? Who knows? They were kind of getting back into it.
Was a 3-run homer the next.
Yeah, so, but what are you thinking? Diaz is conceding the out. And he's like, well, I won't touch the bag or tag you. He just stands there like, what are you doing? It took like forever for him to make the decision. They threw the runner out. So that's why he didn't get an error. But what do they call them in football? Missed assignments?
Yes.
MAs?
MEs.
Or mental errors or whatever it is. Well, MA would be an assignment, but ME, mental error, that is an ME that should have been in capital letters with 5 exclamation points. I mean, what the hell, man? What is going on? And now, and here again, as Bradish is ramping up, Rogers is sucking. Eflin's gone. Bassett just got pounded. His last start. So the rotation's in turmoil. But as Adley has bounced back to all-star level, Gunnar's having a miserable season. And yeah, he busted out, as we said, offensively against the Nats on Sunday, but it's like his head wasn't in the game.
No.
Yesterday. It's like, what are you doing, dude? And they got to do something, move him down the lineup. When Holiday, I'm assuming, will be in the lineup tonight. I mean, Jax is more of an opener as opposed to a starter, but he's a right-hander. Drop Gunnar. I get it. And Ryan Ripken and Mike Bordick, who are professional baseball players, say you want your best hitters to get the most times at the plate, but he's not one of their best hitters right now. Shake it up. Little Cars. Shake it up. Ooh. Drop him to 5th. Let's go. Ward keeps getting on base. Adley, who's having a hell of a year. Polar Bear had 2 ribbies last night. Basayo will be in there tonight. Gunnar, bet 5th.
Yep.
It's nothing personal against you. We're in the winning business. Do something to get him straightened out, because it's almost a daily occurrence when he leads off. Top of the first, bottom of the first. 1 out, second batter at the plate. He is not getting on base. And Sunday was an aberration for this season. I still think he's a hell of a player and will be one as his career progresses. But right now, he's on the struggle bus. So let's move him from the front seat to the fifth seat on said bus. And let's see what someone else can do to maybe set the tone for the offense early in games here.
You know what? Watching that game, and I don't know what you thought, Bob or Nolan.
I didn't think much.
Yeah, but I mean, when I'm watching it, like the gunner play at shortstop, Bob, when he let the one go, move your feet. Move your feet and get your body in front of it.
But the ball took a hop over the glove. The ball nipped his glove. It's not like he dropped it.
I know, but get your body in front of it. Then if it bounces, it goes off your chest.
With all due fairness, that ball was a laser. You know what I mean? He was kind of in the right position. He just whiffed on the play like a hockey goal. He just whiffed on it.
And then
the other one, though, was inexcusable.
Oh, yeah. And then, Bob, I thought Blaze Alexander took a terrible angle in center field on that one.
Well, he's positional versatility.
Yeah, no doubt.
He was at center field. It was third base.
I'm like,
by the
why are you
shortstop
going so flat? Go deeper, so you cut the and then and then Tampa, their defense, they're making plays all over the place early on.
They're one of the best defensive teams in baseball, and that helps to their pitching being strong.
Man,
their situational hitting and their ability to run the bases smartly. Chandler Simpson ran himself into an out, which is a rare. That's a nightly occurrence for the Orioles. That's a rare occurrence for Kevin Cash and his Rays. But the bigger problem to me, and I'm just speaking for Bob Haynie here, Trevor Rogers is, I don't know what the hell's going on with this guy, because he's in a bad way. And in your last 5 starts, and yes, he had the stint on the IL when he had the flu, but the kid for the Yankees, Weathers, had the flu, came back, was no hitting the Orioles for 6 innings. This guy is he's scuffling, and that's bad for the Orioles because diminishes his value as a free agent, hurts the Orioles as a team because he's going out there getting clobbered, and it diminishes his trade value if, in fact, you're looking to move him. Because going into this season, even at the end of May, or April rather, he was one of the more attractive pitching commodities, potentially, for the offseason. But the Orioles get they got their asses kicked last night. And it's, 2 of their last 3 games. There was a win sandwich between where they scored 7. And they scored 6 last night. Yeah, a lot of it was, garbage time stuff. But 13 on Saturday, 16 hits, 29 runs. Come on. It's just not happening. Oh, by the way, the Nats, who look like the 71 Orioles against the Orioles, they gave up like 16 runs last night. So there you go. Inconsistent offense, and right now, very inconsistent pitching, and your opening day starter is bad at this point in time. Ravens OTAs over to the media coming up later today. We'll get into all of that good stuff and more. It's going to be 90-some degrees outside. Be interesting to see, Vinny, because you'll be there. Cordell's going to be there. How Minter runs it as opposed to how John Harbaugh did it for 18 years.
Well, I think the biggest thing is, Bob, watching the 30-minute glimpse that we got before, Minter is heavily involved in the defense, whereas Harbs just stood back.
Delegating.
Yes.
Doing his thing. All right, we'll come back, talk Ravens, talk Orioles, and where they are right now. Still a game and a half out of first, or wild card, that is, because everyone else is mediocre in the American League. 410-583-1057 is the number. An epic Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals in the NBA, and a Game 7 that went into overtime. Kind of how you draw it up on the playbook there.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Don't just watch the big match, experience it in New Jersey. From beaches to wineries, theme parks, and more, New Jersey has it all. Win a trip to our official soccer watch party. Enter to win at Odyssey.com/NJ. That's AUDACY.com/NJ.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence. Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means. Time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So whether you're looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings, Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit lionsden.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Epic game 1 of the Western Conference Finals last night. Double overtime down in OKC. Walt Williams, the Wizard, will be joining us 1:30 to talk about that. Victor Wembanyama, one of the brilliant performances in NBA history. And he's, 21 years old, 41 points, 24 boards, 3 assists, 3 blocks. He was just stat filling and making huge plays in the second overtime. Hit a big 3 to help get it to that point. So we'll get into all of that and more. Game 7, Stanley Cup went to OT. We'll get into that. During the whip around, Orioles get their pants pulled down and stung by the Rays. How's that sound? Let's go to Rob in Bel Air. Rob, thanks for holding. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bob? What's up, Vinny?
What's up, Rob?
Good seeing you guys again at the Faniversary. A couple weeks ago. That was great. But I want to talk about the Orioles, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about the Ravens. Ask Vinny a question, okay? Before he goes out there. Bob, Adley Rutschman, a good player, very good player, but he needs to learn how to challenge. I mean, 2 strikes, right? On that, who was the batter? I don't know. And then Kevin Brown showed the thing, and it was a strike. Next thing you know, he gets a hit out. That guy gets a hit, and I think he scores 2 runs. It was the same thing. It was the same thing with Aaron Judge. Remember that with Aaron Judge? It was the same thing. And he's been told, challenge. When you have the opportunity, challenge. I don't understand why he's not taking the chance.
Extremely reluctant to do so. And to your point, Rob, why? I mean, you lose, you lose. You know what I mean? But what do you have to gain? You have an opportunity to maybe get a K, at least a strike added to the rotation for Trevor Rogers, insert reliever here. But he just kind of sits there and watches things go by, where you see other catchers who are very aggressive. Wells, for instance, in that Yankees series. Everything that was close, he was challenging. It was kind of right on like 90% of them. You have nothing to lose. Yeah, let's do it.
Basayo challenges sometimes. He'll do it. I just don't get that.
It's there for your benefit. Use it.
Absolutely. Now, Vinny, the Ravens situation.
Yep.
Are they waiting for the June 1st cut before they maybe get another free agent? Because we know that Clowney's out there. And I know on defense, I know this team is a little bit old on the defensive line. Got some older players. But Clowney can make a difference. And I'm sure, I think I saw there was somebody else who was, I forgot who was out there. Okay. So you got that situation.
Bosa.
I mean, Bosa's got if he stays healthy, he's got a high motor. That's the only thing I like about him. He can be relentless, and that's kind of what they've been lacking the last year or so. But wide receivers, okay, they drafted the 2 wide receivers. There was somebody on your airways earlier that said they should let the 3 receivers develop. Do you feel that way, or would you still like to get a veteran next to Zay or something like that? I mean, I know they've got Bateman, and I know they've got
Tez Walker.
But you'll see more today. When does Eric, as a general manager, does he look at these things and these OTAs and say, you know what, we've got to maybe we need to hit the wire here? Do you think that's what usually takes place during this time? They'll be out there looking. Or do you think he's just like, let's let the young guys develop? Are you in favor for that for a team that is not in a rebuilding mode?
I think this, and I think what the Ravens have historically done is they're going to give, especially during this time, OTAs, mini camp, and even probably the start of training camp, they're going to give the young guys a chance to see what they got. You know, why bring in a veteran receiver right now when you got 3 guys you're trying to develop and he's going to take the reps? Doesn't make sense. Same with if you brought in a veteran tight end. You know, no, that makes no sense. And even with a pass rush, like a Clowney, you bring Clowney in August. That's when you bring Clowney in. You let these guys, let Green get as many reps as he can get. Let Zion Young get reps. Tavius Robinson get reps. Clowney can step in, or, if it's Bosa's played for Minter before. So, and those veteran guys, they don't need to go through all this stuff.
And they don't want to go through it.
Amen.
Yeah. But Bosa, though, a lot of time in the tub.
Yeah.
No doubt about the motor and the production when he plays, but he's starting to become, Vinny, the guy he's bouncing around. He's in the bouncing around stage of his career.
Clowney, to me, is kind of like Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
At least they've been productive, over the last 3 years. They're getting older, but they're still making plays.
I like the Orioles last night against Tampa. Let's get out to the phones, 410-583-1057. If you missed the game, you missed Adley's home run. 16-6 was the final score. Blaze had an RBI. All that fun stuff. Let's go to Centerville. Steve, what's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I remember a gabillion years ago as a young child watching Pittsburgh and Baltimore in the World Series. I'd love for my son to be able to see that. Or maybe that's, I'm hoping too much, maybe grandson. The question is...
It's been a minute. Yeah, to your point.
Oh, and by the way, anybody that wants to see how their car handles at extremely low speed, go north on 97 out of Annapolis. You'll have a nice test bed. But my dumb fan question when do we start to get worried as fans that, okay, if they don't start their run now, we're toast. And thanks. I'll take your answer off there. Have a good one.
Like toast in the big picture or toast for this year? Like this year, we've already said, I pumped the brakes on saying I was wrong. I'm going to wait till the All-Star break. We stink is an appropriate way to describe the Orioles. But I guess, is he saying the window's closed?
No, he's talking about this season.
Oh.
Right? Like, remember last year was over as soon as it started? Like, I think 2 days ago is the 1 year mark of Hyde getting fired.
Yeah, it was
so,
Preakness Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, there was a sense of hopelessness about a week before that happened.
And they were already kind of distanced. They're not winning the division unless the Yankees and Rays totally flatline or the Orioles go on a 25 of 30 sort of winning streak. Last year, they were even buried in the wild card. They were never really in it at all. But they're only a game and a half out, whatever that means, because everyone else is mediocre for the most part. Just when it looked like, say, the Royals were getting hot, they'll lose 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5. And the White Sox are right now one of the hottest teams in baseball. Minnesota. Look at them. They just swept the Twins, and then they'll lose 2 out of 3. Or they just swept the Brewers, rather. They'll lose 2 out of 3. Nobody's gaining any traction, especially in the AL West. Right now, the one team that is bashing is the team that bashed the Orioles last night. And the Yankees, all right, they just lost Max Fried, and Caballero's out, and Volpe's back. But it looks like they're going to get Garrett Cole back this weekend. Boston, Sonny Gray was great for them last night as they beat Kansas City, another team that, look, Bobby Witt's hot all of a sudden. Look at them. And then they lose 4 out of 5. Their Orioles are in it because no one else is really much better than them outside of the top 2 teams in the American League's Eastern Division.
The only thing is when you look at it, Bob, we talked about it yesterday. Starting pitching struggling. Defense is struggling.
Offense inconsistent.
Yeah. The bullpen has been the only...
but they've been getting bashed from time to time here.
Yeah. So, what gives you... when we talk about it, how can they go on a streak?
I said it last week, and I'm going to say it again. It's going to have to be Gunnar, Adley, Basayo, and Alonso all just raking.
Yeah.
And then others contributing to the cause. Like Jeremiah Jackson has done this season. Maybe Jackson Holiday.
Hopefully.
Will be that guy. But if Kyle Bradish goes out here tonight, they're down 4-0 at the end of 2. You really have faith that they're going to come from behind and win this game? I ride and die with the Orioles since birth. When they lose, it pains me. Not as much as my gas and electric bill, but you get the point. But I don't know. I think I may have been Samsonite on a prediction for this year's team. What do you think? 410-583-1057. Ravens out at OTAs today. It's Turn It Up Tuesday. Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw here on 105.7 The Fan.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Memorial Day savings, they've already started at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director. Get you a great sales experience. I see the signs all around Jones Junction. Pre-Labor Day sale going, or Memorial Day sale going on. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon. This morning, $4.49 a gallon for gas. And make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. We got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade, and get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes. Got Charlie's done the other day. Free car washes. Got mine done on Saturday. And a lifetime engine guaranteed. Now, with over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I bought 17 cars over the years. And I've been to every department, sales, service, parts, collision, been to them all. And every time I do the survey, 10 out of 10. Memorial savings, they started now. At Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road. Only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com or drive by. They got a ton of cars out there. Oh, and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Fellas, it's baseball season. Time to stop playing defense against your own energy. Low testosterone might be turning you from a cleanup hitter into a bench warmer. Less energy, brain fog, zero motivation. That's not aging, that's fixable. Lifeman Institute specializes in TRT, designed to get you feeling like yourself again. More drive, better performance, and the energy to actually enjoy the season. Call Lifeman Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemaninstitute.com today. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays clobbered the Birds last night, winning 16-6 in another start low-lighted by Trevor Rogers and his struggles on the mound. Tampa tagged Rogers for 8 runs, 7 of them earned in just 3 2/3, dropping him to 2-5 on the season. And it's a continuation of an overall downward trend for the guy that many believed would be Baltimore's ace in 2026. After the game, Rogers didn't mince words when describing his performance on Monday evening.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, Excuse my friends, but they beat my ass tonight. And I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
So far this season, Rogers has surrendered 29 earned runs in 38 innings pitched. That's compared to just 22 earned runs in a little over 109 innings in 2025. The Birds will look to bounce back tonight, and the Fan will have your pregame coverage for Game 2 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30, leading you up to first pitch at 6:40. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Another scorcher ahead with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
I'm a loser, and I lost someone who's mean to
Turn it up
me.
Tuesday, little Beatles. Talking about the Orioles. Trevor Rogers, you heard during Nolan's update, manning up. Got my ass kicked. You did. We all saw the game. There's no other way you can describe what happened last night. Down at the Trop. It's Vinny and Haynie. Bob Haynie beats Rod and Nolan McGraw on the side of the glass. Asking earlier, because remember last summer, not necessarily a year ago, I said the Orioles in 26 are going to be like the Blue Jays are this year. And the Blue Jays started to percolate and wound up going to the World Series. Not ready to say that I was wrong. Could be getting there. If you want to say I was wrong, you're more than welcome to do so. I did say we stink. I don't think I'm wrong there. And if you think I'm wrong by saying the Orioles stink, please explain the positivity. So let's get out to the phones. Go to Andy in Dundalk. Andy, what is happening? Thanks for holding.
Man, I am absolutely disgusted with the situation with the Orioles. Everybody there knows I'm a Manzolini fan. I'm going to be a Manzolini fan forever because he did everything right and didn't get a chance. Earl Weaver, vintage Earl Weaver, could have been our interim last year, and he wouldn't have got a chance this year, and that just upsets me. This guy we got, Albernaz, after the loss yesterday, says, I'm happy with where we are. He must be the only guy that's an Oriole fan that's happy with where we are. Or maybe he's not an Oriole fan. He just works for the Orioles. But I don't know. Are any of you guys, let's take a poll. How many of you guys at the station are happy with where the Orioles are?
That's a zero, at least from this perspective here.
Right. This guy, I don't want to get into name calling. I don't have nothing personal against the man. He's not the guy. They made a mistake. Atlanta, probably in July of last year when they were talking about Manzolino not coming back, Atlanta, who we know is the epitome of what the front office is supposed to look like. They had their eye on Manzolino from the beginning. It didn't take a week when he got fired for them to pick him up. Somebody knows something. I think the Braves organization's pretty on time with that.
Well, they didn't hire him as the manager, though. Let's stress that. Walt Weiss got that.
And a lot of times is, when you're hiring an assistant, you know the manager because the manager is going to bring in people that he knows and trusts. Most times.
I agree. And you don't think that at some point in the future, Manzolino's not going to get his chance? And when he does,
no idea.
He's the one guy who had this team playing good fundamental baseball for the first time in a long time, and that wasn't good enough. And you know what? I don't even want to watch anymore. It's just disgusting. It's like a book I've read already, and I don't like the ending.
All right. Well, Andy, thanks for the call. And Manzolino. He likes Manzolini, too.
Manzolini's a good manager.
Yeah,
Manzolino, not so much.
That's the guy that got hosed. By the way, the Orioles right now have the second worst run differential in Major League Baseball they're tied with Houston, behind only the Angels, the Los Angeles Angels.
I would love to have rose-tinted glasses and have a sense of nostalgia for Orioles baseball in 2025. I want what Andy's smoking, because that must be a hell of a drug, man. To look back on the second half of last year with fondness, like take me back. My God.
Yeah, I remember them being kind of
nothing about the 25 Orioles is fundamental.
What's the word? They were trying to be more aggressive on the base pass, but they still didn't play all that smart. Their situational hitting wasn't all that great.
How many times did Holiday get thrown out on the base?
But I'm saying it's not like Manzolino changed things
it was
dramatically.
A bunch of guys who knew the season was over, especially once you got to the trade deadline, it full on, wholesale. This guy's playing for themselves. And I'm not saying that as a negative. I mean, what else are you going to play for? You're not playing for the name on the front of the jersey at that point. You're not going anywhere. Pad your own stats, make yourself money. That's what was happening last year. It was still disjointed. It wasn't a full team effort. It just, Jeremiah Jackson, perfect example. He came up, here's an opportunity. It was either young prospects getting their first opportunity or guys just playing for themselves. There was no team, cohesiveness at any point last year.
But to Andy's point, where we get a break, and if you're on the phones, we get you. Even though Mike Elias kept saying he was going to be part of the equation, he was never really part of the equation. It's like interim skippers in all, or managers, coaches in all sports, unless you're Paul Westhead going hot in 1980 because of Magic Johnson and 5 other Hall of Famers, and you win the NBA championship, you're usually going to be on the outs here. So Tony Manzolino, he's loving life. He's in Atlanta. They're one of the best teams in baseball, second best record in major leagues, behind only Tampa right now. But, it's Craig Alvarez. I think it's way too early to say that he's overmatched or he stinks. He doesn't understand what he's going on. I don't know. Mike Elias is the guy we need to start looking at, because this is the guy that put this roster together. You didn't bring in a center fielder in the offseason, even though Leody Taveras has been a godsend for them, but that starting rotation has been very disappointing. That being said, Eflin only pitched 3 2/3. Man Bun's been out for a month now.
Yeah.
Even though, as Manzo said before the game, Albie said before the game, he's grew goatee. He's got a nice tan because Rich Dubroff asked him, "How's he looking?" So it looks good. Yeah. I mean, he's got the quad, so he can't really step off the mound. The arm's fine. I guess that's the one thing to hold your hat on. But you look at them statistically in a lot of categories. And Baltimore Sun put it out there this morning. They're very similar from where they were this time last year. Low 20s in this, low 20s in a bad way, by the way. Low 20s in that. The only thing that's changed is they're not buried in the standings because the American League right now is just kind of a bad part of baseball. Well, things change. Teams obviously go on heaters. Question is, will the Orioles be one of those teams? And given the uncertain state of a lot of positions, and a lot of weaknesses of the team, I'm not optimistic right now.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Borders joins the show. We'll ask him what it's going to take for the Orioles to right this ship. And a lot of people are loving the Ravens roster. What about ESPN's Dan Graziano? Does he like the Ravens? We'll ask him.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow is on record saying the team has, quote, everything it needs heading into this season. And that's great news if you're a fan of the Cincinnati Bengals. Since he hasn't made the playoffs the last 3 seasons, which is insane given they employ one of the best quarterbacks in the league in Joe Burrow. If this defense, which now has Dexter Lawrence, is up to snuff, Cincy will be back in the playoffs this year. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Hey,
it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. If you're upgrading your kitchen, outdoor setup, or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, check out Town Appliance's Memorial Day shopping event. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more, plus outdoor fridges, ice makers, and luxury appliances for summer. Their showroom, right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mare, they'll take great care of you just like they did with me. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for, ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday, only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Will Graves covers the Steelers for the Associated Press. He'll return to the program. Aaron Rodgers is signed. He was at OTAs yesterday. Him and Mike McCarthy were bro-hugging out there on the field, so that was good to see. Orioles in the Trop tonight. Game 2 of the series, Bradish against Griffin Jacks, who looks like an opener there. Oh, by the way, Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Borda checking in. Doug Manzolino, Tony Manzolino's father, works for the Braves organization, longtime coach.
Okay.
But there's got to, and Walt Weiss, Mike's former teammate with the A's back in the late 80s, early 90s. He's the skipper there, and the Braves have had a monster year, and Acuna looks like he's coming back tonight. But, man, remember the good old days of 2-3 years ago when the Orioles were that team? We'll get to that during the whip around. But last night, that wasn't the case. Trevor Rogers got clobbered. Gunnar Henderson had a brain fart, as David Johnson used to say. So let's go to Greg in Columbia. Greg, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, good morning. I have an original point, and then I have two that have arisen. The first point is you mentioned the idea of dropping Gunnar. And I thought if the O's did that, he has such fire, talent, and potential that he would fight his way so much to get back on top and shine again. And related to that, that's what the O's need to do in general. We have talent from the top to the bottom of the organization. We have talent, we have potential, we have desire. We need to fight our way to get back on top. The other 2 points are, we are only a game and a half out of the wild card. I kind of agree with the manager on that we are in a good position. This is a modern game. It's not like the 90s or 2000s. The wild card has us now in a position where it's formulated that we are only a game and a half out of a playoff position, so we are in a good spot. The third point is, you mentioned that we have the second worst run differential. Therefore, if we work on turning that into a positive run differential for us, that could do wonders for us.
All right. Hey, Greg, I like the positivity, and I appreciate the call, but how can you like where you are? Where you have the second worst run differential, and you're 6 games under 500. You've been getting drubbed recently here. 2 of your last 3 games, you gave up 29 runs. They're in a bad situation, and your best player is in kind of a prolonged slump, who was playing pissed off on Sunday against the Nats in the season finale. How about the hustle double? I mean, stealing bases. All right, overslid the bag in the 9th inning, but it's all good. Last night, it was the hell. And I don't know, I can't think for Gunnar Henderson, but that play where it should have been a double play where he just kind of froze. And I believe it was Yandy Diaz is standing there like, what, you want me to just run to you so you can tag me? What are we doing here?
Body language was bad.
And instead of getting a double play, Nolan, they wound up hitting a 3-run homer, which was pretty much the George Foreman uppercut to the chin that finished the proceedings there.
Totally panicked. I mean, that's what I saw.
He Kobe Mayo.
You know, but everyone on this team, I feel like, has had a moment like that at some point this year, that you're left sitting there on the couch like, what is even going through your mind, right? And it's all fast. It's pro sports, right? It's we get it, right? But we're angry because you're capable of getting the job done, right? That's a routine play, as we like to say, where we view something like that as something that should happen 99 times out of 100. And when it doesn't happen, it's fair game to rip into you.
Yeah,
right?
Especially given the results of the aftermath of the missed double play. I mean, it went from, getting a DP to, giving up a 3-run bomb and the game just totally getting out of hand. And it's an instinctive thing. And we've seen him make plays like that before. It's not like it's foreign to him. Hey, what's this glove thing for? Wow, when the balls get to you, he could have just... You flow through it. Even at my level of sports, it would have been an instinctive play to handle whatever that was. He just kind of, like Nolan said, he's like deer in the headlights.
Well, he kind of tripped.
First.
He kind of tripped or whatever.
Nah, ain't fun. Nah, no excuse. You could have tagged him.
No, I'm right there with Bob. I'm right there with you, but I think
if that threw him off his game, that maybe needs a day off.
Well, why not just go run and step on the bag?
I mean, he had multiple. He could have. Yeah, that was their night and his season, maybe in a microcosm.
Right. When you're standing there in the field during that at bat, every pitch, you're reminding yourself the situation. Okay, ball's hit to me. I'm going. Where am I going with the ball? If it's over here, I'm going. Like, there's only so many scenarios that can play out.
You're
with
the
ball
captain of the infield anyway.
And then, if anything, you should be telling each other that.
Yeah.
Right. I always get a chuckle when guys hold up the fingers for the number of outs. It's like you can't keep track, but over communication is what you have to do.
All right, let's get out to the phones.
Well, the ump keeps a clicker to see how many strikes he's got.
That's true. Yeah.
16-6, the final score. Warren and Owings Mills. Warren, what's up?
Morning, fellas. Bob, a few minutes ago when you talked about Weston Wilson having more innings pitched than Eflin, I thought you were going to make the point that Weston Wilson was our most effective pitcher last night.
That's right. Not a lot of exit velo off of those bats, that's for sure.
Well, and that's going to be my next point. Did you hear the statistic? I had to look early in the game because I switched to basketball after the game got out of hand. But Ben McDonald made some great points. And he was pointing out that the Rays are playing small ball. They're 25th, I think, in exit velo and 29th in home runs, or maybe I have that backwards. but they're towards the very bottom of the league, both in exit velo and home runs. But they play small ball. He pointed out how they hit with runners in scoring position. When they get 2 strikes on them, they shorten up their swings and try to go to the opposite field. All the things that the Orioles don't do. We're so big on analytics and exit velo and launch angle and all that kind of stuff. And did you notice, I think it was the first or second inning, their cleanup hitter with runners on base, the first pitch squared to bunt.
Yeah.
McDonald pointed out everybody in their lineup is capable of bunting. And that gets to the point the last caller talked about we're only a game and a half out of the wild card. Yeah, by some miracle scenario, we could get in the playoffs. But in the playoffs, you got to have 3 starting pitchers, which we don't have, and there's no sign that, there's nothing to give it any indication we're going to get that anytime soon. And you got to be able to play small ball. Because even the Yankees don't always hit 4 home runs a game in the playoffs. So our inability to do that, I think, even if we made the playoffs.
Plus, you got to play defense.
Yeah, it would take an absolute, and that's another point. Defense in small ball travels. It's like defense in football, defense in basketball. We don't do that. So, I don't want to hear about the playoffs. We should be talking about World Series since it's been over 40 years since we've been there.
Yep.
And it would take an absolute miracle for this team to win the World Series this year. Thanks, fellas.
All right, Warren, thanks for the call. Hell, let's get to 500 before we start talking about World Series. But to Warren's point, as Ben brought up last night, the Rays are near the bottom. Major League Baseball in home runs and all of these fancy analytic stats. But they're in the top 3 in stolen bases, top 3 in on-base percentage, top 3 in batting average, top 10 in runs scored. So they're finding ways to put crooked numbers on the board. They have a couple of guys they can bash. Caminero went deep again last night, who's one of the underrated stars of this league, and he's only, 22 years old? He's a stud. You don't have to hit 3-run homers Earl Weaver style. Earl Weaver had the best defense and best pitching staff in baseball where you got to rely on a 3-run homer to win you a game. This Oriole team's more like slow-pitch softball, and they don't have the slow-pitch softball mashers to keep up with the rest, at least for now. Will Graves, Associated Press. We'll talk about the Steelers. Me and Vinny think they're going to finish last. What do you think, Nolan? Last?
Not that far just yet.
All right, Will Graves. We'll get his thoughts on what the Steelers may be this year.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Diamonds, they make earrings sparkle. Gold, it makes a necklace shine. Yeah. You want to know the best things that diamonds and gold make? Scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Whether you play one or the other or both, you'll have lots of sparkly, shiny fun. With diamonds, gold, and instant cash, how could you not? Please play responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home, but only if that new fence, deck, or patio is sturdy and can stand the test of time. You know you can count on Long Fence to provide only the best materials and craftsmanship that guarantees longevity. And it's the perfect time because financing is available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Hey, Birdland! Spend Memorial Day at Camden Yards on Monday, May 25th, as the Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Maryland replica jersey, presented by MDOT's Work Zone Safety Campaign. Kick off summer the right way with Orioles baseball. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers failed to regain his early season form again last night in what ended up being a 16-6 loss to the Rays. He only lasted 3 2/3, but still saw 8 of those runs cross home plate in his time on the mound. That means his ERA has now increased from 1.89 back in early April to 6.87 while taking 5 straight losses.
The past 4 or 5 starts, it's just been one inning. Gone off the rails with 2 outs. Just nothing has gone my way. I feel like I'm really close. I still have the belief in myself. I know how good I can be. I'm just doing the complete opposite right now.
There's Rogers searching for answers after the game. The bullpen didn't perform much better after his exit as Cameron Foster and Dietrich Enns combined to give up the remaining 8 runs in the next few innings. Now the pressure is even higher for Kyle Bradish in his Game 2 start this evening. He's coming off his 2 best outings of the season where he's allowed just 3 runs across 13 innings. First pitch from the Trop is scheduled for 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan & Dermer. Call the comfort guys, Farnan & Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, call 410-367-7777. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, sunny skies with temps reaching the mid-90s this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Turn it up Tuesday, some Stones. Trevor Rogers shattered. More earned runs than innings pitched in his last 5 starts. We'll get back to that later on in the hour. Certainly into the 1, 2 o'clock hour. So stay around for that. OTAs for the Ravens. Open to the media today, coming up in about an hour and a half. Steelers have already opened their fun. Bob, Eddie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass, joining us now to talk about Pittsburgh and the always exciting AFC North. Aaron Rodgers is back. He's with the Associated Press, and he's been covering the team, and he covers it with us. Let's go get our buddy Will Graves. Will, what's up?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing all right. And Aaron Rodgers is back. That means, 4 in the quarterback room. I saw Terry Bradshaw warming up on YouTube, which means he might be trying to get back into the game here. But the Rodgers-Mike McCarthy reunion, I mean, obviously there's a storyline there. How significant, I guess, of a storyline is it on May the 19th?
I think it's, look, first of all, the last, 3 months, 4 months, whatever it's been, the number of people that do what we do for a living that have, put their name out there saying they know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do have come to look like idiots, right? So maybe we should just all stop trying to pretend that we know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. Aaron Rodgers, as his teammates said yesterday, is going to do whatever the hell he wants, whenever the hell he wants, okay? So sort of like, I'm sorry, guys, but I'm just frustrated covering this thing the last 4 months. Like, can we all just wait until the man makes up his mind? Because this is the one thing that I sort of thought got lost in the process here. When he signed, and he didn't sign until right before mandatory minicamp last year, he said, I needed to make sure that I could fully commit. And you know what he did over the next 7 months? He fully committed. He leaned into every single part of what it means to be a Steeler and to live out here and be a part of the community. He earned a lot of equity in the locker room because of the way that he conducted himself. So nobody was angry that he was taking his time. And the irony is we all some people even reported yesterday, well, he's agreed to this contract, but I don't expect him to show up. I didn't report that. I thought that. I didn't put my name next to it. And then when we see number 8 walk out on the practice field yesterday, we're like, what in the hell is this guy doing here? And I think the lead of my story yesterday was he continues to catch people off guard in year 22, right? All of that being said, thank you for letting me get that off my chest.
Do your thing.
People in Baltimore, the people in Baltimore are nodding their heads. I think the McCarthy thing had something to do with his decision to return, but I don't think that was all of it. I mean, it's funny. I remember late last season, I think it was before the final regular season game, asking him sort of about the future. And let's remember, he started last year saying that 2025 was probably his last season. And then he basically said the only conditions under which he would return to play would be under if he was with a coach that he had experience with. He said it's much easier in your second year with somebody than your first. And at the time, we're thinking, well, where's the only place where that could be? Obviously, that was Pittsburgh. The irony is, 5 months later, it actually came to fruition just with a different coach, right? Because now we have Mike McCarthy instead of Mike Tomlin here. Now, look, you guys are dealing with the same kind of change there, too. Let me just tell you, it is we're all trying to get recalibrated to a non-Mike Tomlin universe in Pittsburgh. I can tell you that. But Aaron doesn't have to worry about that. Aaron knows Mike. They know each other very well. And I think this is probably, if Aaron wants a blaze of glory last season, and I firmly believe that this will be his last season. But I'm not predicting that. I'm just saying that's what I think. Okay, I'm not reporting that that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying that's what I think. Being with Mike McCarthy with an offense that certainly on paper looks maybe a little more aggressive, a little more talented than it did a year ago, there are far worse situations he could be in.
Now, Will, talk to me about the offensive line, because, they've drafted tackles, 3 of the last 4 years, and is the offensive line good enough?
Good question. They can paint it however they want it by drafting Max Giannacore in the first round. Broderick Jones coming off a neck injury that, to be honest with you, when you saw it in real time, you were sort of it was against the Bears. It was sort of, one of the Bears defenders kind of jumped up and they kind of, smashed helmets, basically. It was just the angle at which Broderick's head was hit was sort of weird on that play. But they haven't picked up Broderick's 5th-year option. He's out of the rotation. I mean, barring injury. So you're going to have at least one new, you're either going to have a Troy Fatanu, who was their first-round pick 2 years ago and missed his rookie season, most of his rookie season because of injury, at one tackle, and Max Yanacourt at the other tackle. I certainly believe by the time we get to week 1, that's going to be the case, unless Broderick makes some sort of amazing recovery. So you're going to have a guy in his second year as a full-time starter and a rookie protecting Aaron Rodgers. One of those guys is going to be in charge of protecting his blind side. The interior of the line, I think, is actually going to be pretty good. They have Spencer Anderson, a guy who went to Maryland. He's in the mix there to take over one of the guard spots. They have their Zach Frazier's entering year 3 at center. He's probably in the Mike Webster, Dermontti Dawson, Marquise Pouncey territory, where I think this guy's just going to be here for 10 or 12 years, maybe even longer, as sort of a fixture. And they have Mason McCormick, who's been pretty good, a pretty pleasant surprise through his first couple of seasons in the league. So, I mean, the league the line was sort of okay last year. The reality is, though, outside of DK Metcalf, they didn't really have anybody that could stretch the field. And it became very obvious at certain points that Aaron Rodgers made some business decisions that I can hold on to the ball for an extra half second, take the lick that's coming, and try to get the ball 25, 30 yards downfield, or I can check it down to Kenny Gainwell. And he often chose the latter of those two options. For this team to be I think they sort of won the division by default last year, to be honest with you. It was, I think if the Ravens had gotten it together, if they hadn't had those injuries, I think they would have won the division going away. I don't expect that to be the case this year. I expect Burrow to stay healthy all year. I expect the Ravens to be, pretty friggin' good. As long as they got Lamar and he stays healthy, I certainly think they're going to be a threat. And the Browns, to borrow Juju Smith-Schuster, favorite saying, the Browns is the Browns. Okay, but they're going to have to be, the Steelers are going to have to be much more dynamic offensively. And I think they have the weapons to do that. They brought in Michael Pittman, in the trade with Indianapolis. They drafted, a wide receiver in the second round. They brought in Rico Dowdle from the Panthers, who obviously was really good and personally ruined my fantasy season because I was a Chuba Howard guy on my team, and Rico ended up becoming the guy there when he was healthy. I certainly think they've got weapons. I certainly think it will not take long for McCarthy and Rodgers to kind of come to an agreement on what this offense is going to look like. The line has potential, but it is going to be asking a lot if you got Myles Garrett on one side of the ball and some of these other guys, Dexter Lawrence on one side of the ball, and you've got, a rookie and a second-year starter as your two outside tackles. So they're going to be asked with a lot. They've got potential, but it is going to be a challenge for them for sure.
Will Graves covers the Steelers for the Associated Press. Will, we appreciate your time here on this Turn It Up Tuesday in Baltimore. We'll talk to you after the first week of OTAs and get your impressions of the team. And, me and Vinny, we have predictions for the Steelers, and with all due respect, not real positive. But then again, they did win the division again last year. But we'll get into that next week. Will, we appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day, man.
See you guys.
There's Will Graves, everyone. We'll come back. Got the whip around what happened in the world of sports last night with two epic things. NBA Western Conference Finals, double overtime. Victor Wembanyama was just incredible. And, that's what incredible people do with incredible things. And Stanley Cup. The Eastern Conference Finals are set, but not without some drama. We'll come back, talk about that overtime thriller in this day in Orioles history. It's May 19th. We'll revisit the good old days when they would win more than they lost. And that was just 2-3 years ago.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Borders joins the show. We'll ask him what it's going to take for the Orioles to right this ship. And a lot of people are loving the Ravens roster. What about ESPN's Dan Graziano? Does he like the Ravens? We'll ask him.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day. Oh, it's close, which means summer's almost here. Baseball season, cookouts, and time outside with family and friends. This is the season that we wait for. So, if you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, the heat is here. Trust me, folks. I was out there yesterday, today, tomorrow. If your air conditioner's not working, you better head out to Town Appliance now to get it. Now, check out Town Appliance's Memorial Day event, which is happening now. From premium grills, pizza ovens. I was out there yesterday with Mayor checking out that pizza oven. We're at the Pine Ridge Golf Course. To outdoor refrigeration, air conditioners, and luxury kitchen appliances. They've got everything to get your home ready for the summer. Their showroom, it's right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Beautiful facility. And I can tell you firsthand, Mayor, they made the process real easy for me with my GE fridge, and they genuinely care about helping customers find out what works best for their home. Now, with flexible financing, nationwide delivery, the delivery, let me just tell you, it was spectacular. You know, I got my new fridge. They took the old one, which I loved, and their price match guarantee, that is unbelievable, the price match guarantee. Now is a great time to upgrade your home for the summer. Now, before the next cookout or 90-degree day hits, which is going to be tomorrow again, stop by the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. It's Thomas Rhett on August 13th. The Frey and Dashboard Confessional stop by on August 14th. Then Zach Brown Band on August 15th. And Brandy Carlisle headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. While waiting ER or urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Vinny and Haynie's whip around today's biggest headlines. 105.7 The Fan.
OTAs for the Ravens. Open to the media coming up here in about an hour. We do know the Ravens are going to have joint practices against Minnesota twice.
They are.
And against Washington.
I don't like the 2 days, Bob, because the second day is always fights. You know, the one day you get really quality work in, and then the second day, you know, guys get pissed off after the first day, and then there's a bunch of fights the second day.
But, you know, joint practices with basically the preseason becoming extinct.
No doubt.
And once they extend the season to 18 games, which seems like inevitability, you know, this will replace them to some level?
Well, it'll be down to 2 probably preseason games, and it'll be like it is now. I mean, How many starters played for the Ravens last year, Bob? You know,
in preseason?
Yeah, none.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the starters get these practices.
That's a good point, though, since you brought that up. Hardesy was against it. Sean McVay's been against it pretty much since he was with the Rams. What do you think Minter's philosophy on playing starters in the preseason will be?
I think that's probably why they're having three practices with teams, is because they're not going to play.
So OTAs today, and Vinny will be heading out there in about a half hour or so, and we'll be getting some intel coming from one winning drive, and obviously talk more about it tomorrow. And we're going to hear from Jesse Minter and others. Be interesting to see what
Lamar.
Players. You think Lamar? If he's there,
if he's
why
there,
not?
yeah, I agree.
It's been a while. Let's get in front of that microphone. In the NBA last night, Western Conference Finals. Game number 1, defending champion Oklahoma City taking on San Antonio, the Spurs, the upstart rising power Spurs, minus De'Aaron Fox, by the way. And remember, early in the season, San Antonio was kind of up on OKC, got their attention for sure. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets his second straight MVP, waving the trophy around in front of Victor Wembanyama, who finished third. The Joker finished second. But as the game went on and the drama increased, and there was plenty of drama, the face of the league showed face of the league stuff in a big moment.
Spurs got numbers hungry now behind the plate. 5 on 4. Wemby's going to pull a deep 3.
Oh my goodness. A logo shot.
Not that far, but still, it was a big 3. Reggie Miller and Mike Tirico on the call. NBC, Victor Wembanyama, big 3, sends things into the extra frame, or help do it for the night. 41 points, 24 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 block shots, as he outshined, I guess is the more appropriate, outshined Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who did have 24 points and 12 assists, but he was only 7 for 23 from the floor. Dylan Harper, monster game in place of Fox, as he had 24 points, 11 rebounds, a 2 OT thriller. The Spurs take out the Thunder 122-115. Game 2 of that series will be coming up on Thursday night. Aaron Wiggins got some run in the first half. He was 0 for 3 from the floor. Alex Caruso had a monster game for Oklahoma City off the bench. He had 31, but Wiggins, former Terp, coached by Terp legend Keith Gatlin in high school, he didn't scratch. Eastern Conference playoffs start tonight. Finals, I should say. Knicks hosting Cleveland. Game 1 coming up 8 o'clock on ESPN. We'll preview that with the Wizard Walt Williams, who played in the NBA playoffs. A guy that actually played in a playoff game. Like, he's not like us talks about him. He played in them. So the Wizard Walt Williams, he'll be joining us at 1:30 and talk about Joe Smith and Sean Merriman getting into the Maryland Hall of Fame this past weekend. And for Joe Smith especially, it's like, what the hell took so long?
Yeah.
He had the best 2-year run. His 2 years, first 2, he was ACC Rookie of the Year. He was first team all-conference. Maryland went to the Sweet 16. He was National Player of the Year, ACC Player of the Year as a sophomore. His 2-year run was better than any player in Maryland history. First 2 years. Any player. Bias didn't become biased till second way through his sophomore season. Albert King till he became basically a junior. John Lucas was kind of a dude from the beginning, but Joe Smith should have been in many, many years ago. Stanley Cup playoffs. Game 7. Montreal, Buffalo. Winner of this game gets Carolina, and you get extra hockey. Unlike the Game 7, Cleveland and Detroit, which was 35-point demolition, where I think Weston Wilson even played off the bench for the Cavaliers in that game. We got overtime, and we got drama, and we got a stunner.
Carrier ahead. Over the line comes Newhook. Shooting. Scores! Alex Newhook! Olé! 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 And Montreal is going to play Carolina in the Eastern Conference Final.
Sportsnet on the call, Dan.
Yeah, Bob. I mean, I'm telling you what, this game, the Buffalo, when they went to the locker room, they're probably like, how in the hell did we lose that game? I mean, they were down 2-0 at the get-go. All right? I mean, one went off a skate and everything. So it wasn't like great goals. for Montreal. But they were up 2-0. And then Buffalo dominated the second period, dominated the third period, and they could only score 2 goals. I mean, Jacob Dubas, the goalie, he had 37 saves in the game, and he was spectacular. He was spectacular in that game. But, I mean, Buffalo, Bob, the puck was into Montreal and the whole second and third period, which was, and they just couldn't get it past him. And then in the overtime, anything can happen, in the overtime. And it didn't look like it was a great goal. Maybe he got screened a little bit, but it was from distance a little bit. Newhook's goal, and Newhook scored the overtime goal in Game 7 against Tampa, too. Now, Bob, the Canadians, they can play Thursday already. I mean, the Canadians have played 14 playoff games. Carolina's played 8. And they're just coming off, 11 days off? So this one's going to be interesting. Bob, if it goes 6, I think it's lucky. I'm saying it might be 4-1, probably Carolina.
Sabres' first playoff appearance in 15 years. Didn't do well at home ice, though, in the postseason.
2 of 5.
Yeah.
2 of 5. And Bob, they dominated, though. That was the thing that was frustrating for them. I mean, like in the second period, Bob, I think the shots were like 12-1. And Montreal's just hanging on. They had 2 breakaways. Montreal couldn't score. But it was a hell of a series, and now we'll see. I mean, more than likely, Bob, we're going to get Carolina and Colorado in the finals.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Whip around this day in Orioles history. Today it's the 19th of May, 1996. Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Orioles bashing away. 3-run homer, Robbie Alomar, Paul Merrill, and Mike Smith, former first-round draft pick, also went deep. Mike Messina picked up his 7th win, even though he got kind of hammered that day. Randy Myers, his 10th save. 47,000 people on that Sunday to see the Orioles and Mariners 8-7 final score. 3 years ago, the good old days, Nolan, against the Blue Jays in Toronto. Ryan Mountcastle hit his 10th homer of the year. Can you believe that? He had 34 ribbies, 3-run jack. Santander, Adam Frazier also go deep. As Kyle Gibson picked up the 5th win, 6-2 Orioles on their way to 101. And then 2 years ago, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Gunnar and O'Hearn go deep. Corbin Burns, 11 Ks in 6 innings. Craig Kimbrell picks up the save. Orioles beat the Mariners 6-3. The good old days. Ryan Mountcastle hit his 10th home run 3 years ago. I don't think he's hit 10 since then.
Yeah.
Now on the IL. When we come back, talk about what's going on down on the farm, get Tony Pente's thoughts on the Major League Birds. We'll get a couple calls in here, 410-583-1057. Turn it up Tuesday. It's Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, who's off to OTAs. Top of the hour, Nolan McGraw here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 26 Tucsons and Santa Fe's and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles series against the Rays this week will serve as a measuring stick matchup for Baltimore as they try to find their footing against the best in the American League. If we're judging things based on last night's 16-6 loss, they don't even belong on the same field as Tampa Bay. Trevor Rogers put the O's in an early deficit with 6 runs allowed in the first 2 innings, and the bullpen never stopped the bleeding once he left in the 4th. By the end of the night, the Rays lineup had collected 18 total hits and 7 walks.
I mean, every loss is disappointing. You know, it doesn't matter. It still counts as one loss, even if they put up 30 runs. The frustrating part about today was offense answered. You know, we get within 4 and, you know, we couldn't have the shutdown inning.
Craig Albernaz is trying to keep things in perspective following yet another lopsided loss. The series will continue later this evening when Kyle Bradish opposes Griffin Jacks. First pitch at 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, sunny skies with temps reaching the mid-90s this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Turn it up Tuesday. Diana Ross, it's crank at 12. Anything you want to hear loud, we got you covered. Vinny will be heading out to one winning drive. Matter of minutes, OTAs starting at 12:30 out there. Ravens. First one open to the media. Be another one next week after that. Then mandatory mini camp, and then see you at training camp. Everyone, unfortunately for the Orioles, they were on the diamond last night. Didn't go well. Trevor Rogers got bashed around. Gunnar Henderson, I don't know what the hell he was going on with him. Adley went deep, which is good news, his 7th of the year. But joining us now to talk about that and what's going on down on the farm from OriolesHangout.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Tony Pantee. Tony, what's happening? Good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys. I assume the Orioles aren't going to be moving their headquarters to One Winning Drive anytime soon.
Nope, they're still at the warehouse.
Yeah.
They're still at the warehouse, boxed in. But you know you're off to a bad start when there's a Babe Ruth statue. Even though he's from Baltimore, well, you get the point. But either way, we digress. Trevor Rogers, you're watching him pitch. Your confidence level has dwindled to what? Or is there still something left in the tank for a guy who's costing himself money, costing the Orioles games, and maybe diminishing his trade value all in one fell swoop here, it seems?
Yeah, I think you hit it on the mark. He's just not locating well. You know, he doesn't have the stuff to really get away with not having good location. And that was what he really did very well last year. As well as got a little lucky. I wrote a piece on it a couple of weeks ago talking about was it just him being super lucky this year, super unlucky this year, and it's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of luck and a little bit less luck, but he's just not finishing pitches. He's missing way too much. And again, the stuff, even when you looked at the kind of the plus stuff numbers, which gives you the indicator how good individual pitches were, none of them were that great last year. So we expected regression. I don't think we expect him to fall off the cliff like he has, and that's really just because the command has gone away from him again this year. So I don't know. It's tough. It's certainly a tough thing to watch, and I don't know what's next for him. I don't think anybody does. I don't think he does. I saw the interview after the game, and the poor guy looked like he just was out of answers himself. So hopefully he can refine it because this team is going nowhere without him getting much better.
All right, let's go down to the farm and maybe talk about the future aces for the Orioles. And a guy that we haven't talked about yet, we were talking about him yesterday, Tony, was Steve Molesky, and make sure I get this name right. Joseph Jurwa, who was our second-round draft pick last year, Mike Elias, highest pick ever in the Elias era. And Baseball America came out with their updated prospect list, and your boy Quinn moved up significantly too. But Jurwa coming in at number 5. Tell our listeners about him. And he didn't pitch last year, but he's pitching this year well enough that he's already been promoted. And what's the ceiling? What's the upside? What should the excitement level be for this guy right now?
Yeah, he's a really interesting pitcher because the fact that the height, the 6'8", he's got a kind of a low 3/4 delivery. Kind of reminds you a little bit of Sale with Boston all those years. He was a guy that supposedly threw 91, 93, and he showed up this year throwing 94, 95, touching 96. That adds a little bit of power to the fastball. He has a plus changeup that he can locate down and away. The slider is the pitch that really was going to be the differentiator for him, and he's already shown the ability to improve that a little bit this year. He's getting more break and more horizontal movement that helps it as well because it almost kind of morphs into a slider/cutter offering at times. But what he has is really good command. He has very good makeup on the mound. He never looks like he's flustered. He just, for a guy that's 6'8", he repeats his mechanics well. Just a lot of good things to watch here early in the career, and you can see why the Orioles were so aggressive in putting him up to Double-A.
Now we talk about the Orioles, Elias in particular, not drafting pitchers, and they haven't developed a guy since Mike Messina. That is a Hall of Fame player. Quite frankly, I thought Bedard was pretty good and turned into a great trade for the Orioles. But Trey Gibson was undrafted, and so was Brandon Young. So what did the Orioles do with these two guys? Gibson, by the way, Baseball America has him as the Orioles' number 1 prospect. What are they doing in the lower levels with guys who were not highly regarded to turn them into prospects that are, getting major league looks and hopefully many major league starts moving forward?
Well, the Orioles look for certain pitches. That's really what they kind of they're hanging their head on when they're going after these kind of guys. So they'll look for these guys later in the draft and say, if there's something we might be able to get out of him. That's what they found with guys like Nestor Herman, like you said, Trey Gibson, who they didn't even draft. Gibson was a guy that was at Liberty University that didn't pitch much. Apparently he got suspended off his team. And for some unknown reason, it's never really come back out. But good news for the Orioles, they were able to see him before that, and they were able to sign him as an undrafted free agent. And he's really kind of developed as he's been in the system. He's a sinker cutter, throws a four-seamer, curveball, slider. He has a sweeper. He's throwing like the kitchen sink at guys. I know the one that the slider they're calling the death ball change up. It kind of looks like a slider kind of pitch. It dives down. He's had some success moving up till he got to AAA. Unfortunately, AAA's been a little bit harder for him. He's had some good outings. He's had some other outings where he's got hit a little bit harder than I'm sure he wanted to like or anyone would like to. The cutter's gotten hit pretty good by AAA hitters, so he's going to have better command of that as he moves forward. But there's definitely upside with him. You're talking about a pitcher that can throw 6 different types of pitchers at you. He can sit 93, sometimes get to 94, 95 on occasion. So he's built like a starter. You're talking about a big 6'5", 240-pound guy who can hold his stuff. So he's definitely a guy that is interesting, and hopefully will be a guy that at some point will be up here at the major league level. And how he's compared to like Brandon Young, I think they're similar type guys. I kind of look at him, Gibson, in the same way as I see Young, I see Kramer. I'm a little surprised that Baseball America has him number 1. I think I have him at number 6, and I still think he's number 6 because there's not that I love him that much, just that I just think that there's not a lot of other guys that I feel like are better bets at this point.
Hey, Tone, watching the Orioles, and just the fundamentals still drive me crazy. I mean, like Ward, go to the wall and jump straight up, and then Blaze Alexander in center field, the angles are way off. And Gunnar, at shortstop, get in front of the ball. And then the mental errors Gunnar has. And then Jackson at second base, and, Alvarez is, he's been with Tampa and Cleveland, 2 teams that, are huge on fundamentals.
San Francisco, too.
Yeah. So, why the dysfunction with fundamentals?
Well, I think you have to. It's all about the players that you get. These guys are major league players. Some of the guys you just mentioned have been playing in the major leagues for 4 or 5 years, right? You got to imagine if they don't know it by now, they just don't get it. And I will give Blaze Alexander a pass. This is a guy that's played 9 major league games in center field in his entire career, including the minor leagues. But that's what the Orioles do. They see a guy, you're fast. We'll hit you a couple fly balls. Go play center field in the major leagues. Now, of course, he's not going to run a good route. Obviously, the fact that he even can handle himself out there at all tells you how good an athlete Blaze Alexander actually is. But the rest of them, you're talking about, look, Taylor Ward seems like a very good hitter. On a good organization, he's playing DH because he is a terrible left fielder. He doesn't do anything well out there. He does a lot of things not well. And he's not that. I don't think he's a very particularly heads-up player. He doesn't have great game awareness out in the outfield. So these are kind of things you just can't teach guys after they've been in the major leagues for many, many years. If they don't have game awareness at this point, if they're not in the right positions, I don't see what kind of coaching is suddenly going to solve that. Honestly, it says a little bit about development when you have a coach working with your starting third baseman, Kobe Mayo, learning how to throw a ball onto a wall at the major league level. That's just shocking. I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever actually seen a guy. That looks like something you do with a guy you just drafted. So I don't know. I think it does say something about the development overall. I think the fact that this team went away from guys with major league experience or at least high minor league experience and went to a lot of analytical guys as coaches, young guys that didn't have a lot of experience. All I know is I see a lot of players coming up to this team at the major league level that aren't good heads-up players, and I think a lot of that has to do with how they were developed.
Maybe they make Alonso dress up like a wall. They may hit him with the ball. He's Tony Penty from OriolesHangout.com. Tony, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of your Turn It Up Tuesday. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Tone.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
There's Tony Penty, everybody. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Vinny, you're out the door?
I'm heading out. Check them out. I'm anxious. This is going to be fun.
We'll get some intel from One Winning Drive OTAs coming up in about 45 minutes. And we're going to hear from Jesse Minter and others later on in the afternoon. Me and Nolan come back, reset for you. News from the next top of the hour. Buy or sell 12:15. Then Kevin Ostreicher will be joining us, USA Today, Ravens Wire. Joint practices, Minnesota and Washington during training camp this year.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick joins the show. We'll ask him what it's going to take for the Orioles to right this ship. And a lot of people are loving the Ravens roster. What about ESPN's Dan Graziano? Does he like the Ravens? We'll ask him.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama's 41-point, 24-rebound performance last night in the Spurs double OT win in Oklahoma City reminded me of LeBron James back in 2007, ripping off 48 points, including 25 straight, as the Cavs beat the Pistons in the 2007 Eastern Conference Final. Wemby, 22, LeBron was 22 at that time. Both felt like huge moments. I'm Nick Costa.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets. 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's on his way to one winning drive. Ravens OTAs start in about 40 minutes or so. As soon as we get the information from there, we'll share that with you. Orioles in the Trop tonight, trying to bounce back after getting embarrassed. Trevor Rogers got clobbered. Gunnar Henderson, I don't know what the hell he was doing. Jackson Holiday was activated. He'll probably be in the lineup tonight. But let's get your thoughts, everybody. Let's go to East Baltimore. It's Derek. Derek, thanks for holding. What's up?
Afternoon, Bob.
How you doing, bud?
I'm doing all right, man. Man, what's the most disheartening thing for me, man, with this Orioles team is that I feel like there's no hope, man. Like, I look at this team, right, and there's no evidence to suggest that this team can come out of this, right? I mean, even though we have a lot of injuries, there's nobody on the IL, in my opinion, that we can look at and say, okay, as soon as he comes back, we can get on a roll, right? Like, I pretty much feel like this is what we have. This is, what it's going to be, right?
Yeah.
And, it's disheartening, man, to think like that, man. But this is what I'm thinking. It's not like, Bob, like, okay, all right, the season started, right? They was bad offensively and defensively, right? But then they stabilized in one area, so all we got to do is pull ourselves up in the other area, right? You suck from the start and you're still sucking now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, where is the hope? You understand what I'm saying?
And then to your point, too, Derek, about the guy, like if Westberg was coming back in 2 weeks and Eflin was coming back in 2 weeks, then, okay, we got some reinforcements. They're not coming back. That's a wrap. So to your point, the guys on the IL, I mean, who's really going to come in and, be the Superman and just save the day? I don't see it.
Absolutely, and that's the point that I'm making, Bob. It's even like with Gunnar, right? I've called in and expressed my opinions about Gunnar. I'm not as high on him as a lot of people are, right? And I just look at situations like yesterday, right? I just look at that and I just say, this guy, man. I just don't see the super. I mean, this is what I'm saying about Gunnar. I think that he's a very good player. He has the potential to be a superstar, great player. No question about that. I'm not even questioning that, right? But the consistency for me, man, is where I question if he'll ever get to that stratosphere that everybody feels like he eventually will be, right? And maybe he will. And I hope I'm wrong. Sure. I don't want to be. I mean, right
he's lived in the high rent district. I mean, he was one of the best players in baseball 2 years ago.
For sure. You know what I mean? And I pray that he get back there, but I just don't see it right now. I haven't seen that Gunnar since the first half of 2024, right? Yep. But, I mean, overall, Bob, man, it's like I just feel like, man, like, where's the hope, man? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to sit there and, like, get on Alvarez. Alvarez is a rookie manager learning on the job, man. You know what I mean? This is all on Elias, man. This is on him. And my opinion, because I know you said that you felt like Elias, Rubenstein is not going to fire the guy, but I got to give you some pushback on that, man, because like there's no way, man, that the season with the expectations we came into the season with, and then we turn around and play like this again. I don't see how he survives, but that's just my opinion. Thank you, guys.
All right, Derek, thanks for the call, man. No doubt about it. And look, unless Rubenstein just does 180, because he has made it perfectly clear that he has total confidence in Mike Elias to run this team, and Rubenstein, which is refreshing as an owner, said, hey, look, I'm not an expert on baseball. I mean, I'm a fan like everybody else, but, I don't know how to run a team. He's put all his faith in Mike Elias. It seemed like they're in it for the long haul. I mean, they've extended Basayo, they extended Shane Baz, and, he went out and made some aggressive free agent pushes for guys they didn't sign. But unless he has just come to the conclusion 6 months later that he's not the guy, I mean, it's his team. He can do whatever he wants with it. But Mike Elias went from executive of the year 3 years ago to a guy that a lot of Oriole fans, Nolan, want fired from his position yesterday.
Yeah, no, the yesterday part I think is key there because this didn't pop up overnight. We went through this all last year, right? And there was a debate to be had about this offseason kind of being it for him. Like, this is your last chance to turn this thing around. And we're a month and a half in, 2 months in, roughly, something like that. And it's starting to look almost identical to a year ago. I mean, there's just slightly a little more hope, but it's nothing that you're doing. It's everyone else coming down to your level, right? And we kind of had some of that narrative last year, like, oh, well, if this happens, if this break goes your way and other people start to have the injury misfortune that the Orioles are having, and as soon as those talking points start entering sports talk radio or anything, the fans' minds, it's over. Yeah. Right? If you're hoping that the rest of the league stinks as bad as you do, instead of, oh, well, I don't know, why don't we actually build a good team or actually field a good team that can do what the Rays are doing or can do what the Yankees were doing a couple weeks ago, and that's just beat everyone's brains in. That's the expectation. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, man, I hope the entire Yankees roster gets injured so we have a chance.
Right.
That's such a loser mindset.
Yep. As you and I agree, the offense, all the other problems, you knew they were going to be somewhat problematic. I didn't think the rotation was going to be this bad. Yes, they've had injuries, and Trevor Rogers has sucked, quite frankly. Bullpen better than we expected, and they've been doing a lot of this without Helsley for the last couple of weeks. But you needed a center fielder. We all knew it. They rolled the dice with Colton Cowser, and it failed miserably. So far it has. And Loriota Tavares was a guy that Texas got rid of, and you signed for a $2 million deal. I mean, he was brought in to be a fourth or fifth outfielder, not your everyday center fielder. And he's been one of the pleasant surprises. Taylor Ward, all in all, is having a good year, but the power numbers home run-wise are down. Got his share of doubles. But again, he's not by no means a brilliant defensive outfielder. And Tyler O'Neill has been a colossal disappointment, whether he's hurt, even when he's healthy. What the hell's he done? Not hitting lefties.
And back to the whole point about where's the hope, right? Less about player saviors or anything like that. But let's say, I don't know, maybe the league ends up being mediocre for a majority of the season and the Orioles are hovering around that wild card territory and could sneak in. What about this team gives you confidence in them in a win or go home series, especially a wild card, like a best of three, right? That's what they're playing week in and week out right now. And they're not the inconsistent 500 or slightly below 500 team that, all right, we win 7 out of 10 and then we have a really, really bad 10-day stretch where it evens out. No, it's they struggle to win series. Take 2 out of 3 from one, you take 1 out of 3, gets swept in the next. Like, there's nothing there that says, okay, well, if all the pieces come together, they could get hot and go on a run and maybe go a couple rounds deep. They don't have like any streak ability in them. Like 3 games in a row feels like 10.
What's their longest winning streak? 3 games?
Probably. 4 would stun me.
I think it's 3, and that's been a while. They've had a lot of 3-game losing streaks, and right now the Birds trying to get back in the win column against a team that's won 19 of their last 23 games and leads the division over a team with a colossal payroll that has 2 of the best players in baseball right now, in Ben Rice and Aaron Judge, and they're getting Garrett Cole back. We'll come back, shift gears, talk Ravens with news from the Nest. We get back to your phone calls, got buy or sell. All this talk about the Orioles sucking makes me want some money. Do we have any?
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection, like GMC Sierra pickups, priced thousands below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Presenting Fun's greatest hits. Remember this old fave? How about this one? Or the unforgettable... It's the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $30,000 or enter to win a Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. Play today. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers took his 5th consecutive loss last night after being bullied by the Rays lineup. They pushed 6 runs across in the first 2 innings alone and eventually chased Rogers out before the end of the 4th. He was the model of consistency throughout all of last season and into the early stages of this year, but since mid-April, he's only made it through 5 innings once and has seen his ERA balloon all the way up to 6.87. That's the highest it's been since the beginning of 2024 when he was still in Miami.
Can't explain it. It's one of those things where it came out of the gates really strong and hot and had a bad outing and then he got sick. Here we are. It just feels like he's searching to regain his own form. It might seem just like a stretch, but I don't think he's far off.
There's Craig Albernaz reacting to Rogers' outing. The series against Tampa Bay continues this evening at 6:40. And last night in the NBA, the Spurs handed the Thunder their first loss so far this postseason by taking down the defending champs 122-115 in double overtime. Victor Wembanyama finished with 41 points and 24 rebounds, while Dylan Harper was a pest on defense with 7 steals. Game 2 will take place in Oklahoma City tomorrow night. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you love playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, sunny skies with temps reaching the mid-90s this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
News from the Nest here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on the Fan. Vinny's out at one winning drive. Ravens. OTAs open to the media today, starting around 12:30. First one for Jesse Minter, who's expected to speak with the media, followed by select players. Who they will be remains to be seen. They usually have the list once you get out there written on a piece of paper who's going to talk, and we'll have some fresh Ravens audio coming your way. OTAs this week, next week, following week. Then it's mandatory minicamp for a couple of days, and then that's a wrap until the start of training camp 2026. We do know, as we talked about earlier in the show, that the Ravens and Vikings will have 2 joint practices before the Ravens play them in Minnesota in the preseason, and then against Washington here at Owings Mills before that preseason game. So trying to get as much work in as you possibly can, quality work at that, because preseason football has become like watching paint dry. And I got to be honest with you, if on a rare occasion I paint something, I'd rather watch my paint dry than watch a preseason football game. Yeah, you want to see the undrafted guys, and on a rare occasion, a highly regarded rookie will get in there. But preseason football is a tough watch.
It goes against everything we know as a fan, right? You tune into a preseason game. All right, it's football. It's been a long time since I watched it. Let me put it on. And you're watching the Ravens, so you have an extra interest. And say it's like Keaton Mitchell a couple years ago. This kind of no-name guy comes out of nowhere. He starts running all over the field. Hey, that's exciting. But your first thought isn't excitement. It's get this guy off the field so he doesn't get hurt. So you're like, get the worst players in there, make the viewing experience even worse for me. It's such a backwards thing. But we watch it. We always watch.
Yeah, because you see and you learn and you hope. And Mitchell's a good point there. But, we're way ahead of ourselves. But this preseason, I want Tyler Loop to kick as many 55-yard field goals in game situations as he possibly can. But one of the concerns we have with this year's Raven team is the offensive line. Last year was a slight concern, which became a major problem for them. Now you're going to have a new left guard, new center, new right guard. That's how drastic things have changed in a year. There's a new offensive line coach. Warhop is gone. Dwayne Ledford has taken over. He was on the Lounge podcast, and here's his motto about doing things on the O-line and what he likes to accomplish.
It's a phrase that I've become very familiar with and something I've always used. And, and it's just, we talk about it because you want the guys to be able to play fast and you want to make it to where, if we can get those guys to be the athletes that they are, where you take a lot of you make it so the training aspect of it, they feel so comfortable in their movements and their assignments that it's all about playing fast. Yeah. If we can get them playing fast, then it's going to be hard to deal with. Right. And so, and then also it's just kind of like we talk about the speed off the ball. It's also it's a little bit of a demeanor in how you carry yourself. It's kind of like that attack kind of mindset.
And Ledford was recently the O-line coach, run game coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons, comes into Baltimore where Joe D'Alessandro's had success. Warhop, kind of stabilized things in 2024, but bottomed out last year. Playing fast. And playing fast, you want to play smart. Is there enough athleticism, I guess, to play fast? Because when I think about Daniel Faalele no longer here, I didn't see a guy that played fast. Mm-hmm. Linderbaum could play fast. Voorhees was agile enough, maybe didn't play strong enough. Ronnie kind of checks every box now going into his 11th season in the league. I mean, given the uncertainty of what Venga Ioane, he checks every box himself to be that guy. But, are we going to have Emory Jones? Can he roll with this? John Simpson, a couple years older since we last saw him. Can he play fast and insert center here?
Sounds like when they reached out to John Simpson, or whenever the last time he spoke was, a couple of weeks ago, that was very much kind of a messaging to him, like physicality, speed off the ball, as Ledford's talking about there, like imposing your will, that they want a little more nasty, I guess, as Vinny likes to say up front. Now, I'm no expert with the O-line, but like you mentioned Faalele, for example, for a guy that big, right, imposing presence, even amongst NFL players, just a giant of a man. He didn't play that way.
No.
Didn't play like, I'm the giant and I'm going to pound you into submission. Or if I fall on you, you might die for all I know. Like, he was always like, he's a step back. You come to me and then I'll deal with you. No, I mean, you should be the aggressor. I like that, a unified mindset for the O-line.
Now, speaking of the O-line and what visions may be, Ravens last couple of years historically have been one of the best running teams in the National Football League, and Derrick Henry has been brilliant his 2 seasons. Here's Dwayne Ledford, O-line coach, talking about his visions for this year's running game.
The thing is, like, when you're looking at the scheme, it's a scheme in which you want to, if you're talking about speed off the ball, toughness to finish, well, it's got to be a scheme also in which it showcases that. And so we'll be multiple in everything that we do, and want to be able to present a lot of different issues to the defense. But at the core of it, we wanted to make sure like it's where those guys, they're playing fast and they're playing together. And and then in these first stages of it, when you're getting together for the first time, that's the fun thing about it, is when you're building it. And it's not just, the scheme that we're doing and practicing. It's really the connection that you're getting within the group, and also as a player to a coach, and also seeing the room, because the room changes every year.
Now, in regards to Dwayne Ledford, he's not going to be calling plays, and we just talked about his visions for the run game in regards to how the offensive line can create mismatches and holes. This might be more of a Declan Doyle thing. Where does Lamar Jackson fit into this year's running game? We know Derrick Henry's your guy. Who backs him up? I mean, Justice Hill's going to come back from an injury. Rasheen Ali, what's there? And they drafted Randall, the kid out of Clemson, a converted wide receiver, but was there featured back in 2025. But where does Lamar fit into the totality of the running game? Because Lamar vintage, boy, he creates all sorts of problems for defenses. That is Steve Spagnuolo, I guess. So.
Yeah, and him running last year, I should say, a lack of him taking off became a much bigger talking point than I thought it would have, right? We go back to last offseason, I didn't really think that would be part of the Ravens narrative. I still side on, being a little more reserved with his running at this stage of his career. One, because he's proven he can beat you with his arm. right? And you can sprinkle in an occasional run and still be effective there. I want Derrick Henry being the bell cow running back. I mean, let's be honest here. He was the bell cow last year and still could have had a whole lot more. I mean, how many games did we come out of last year saying, man, Derrick Henry did not touch the ball enough in this game? So Lamar, sure, a threat. Continue to sprinkle it in. But to me, I think at this stage of the game in Lamar's career, I'm more willing to play it cautiously. Now, I said the same thing last year, but then you get into the games and you start seeing the results, and this O-line couldn't stop anybody, couldn't get anything going, create any lanes in the run game. At that point, I understood someone like Vinny's mindset saying, well, Lamar needs to be the hero getting to the outside. This isn't about what the O-line can create for you. Lamar's got to create on his own because we're that desperate. Okay, situation could change when we get there, but on paper, if everything's going properly, he doesn't have to be what he was at the beginning of his career.
Pick your spots.
Yeah.
Maybe that sort of thing, which we saw a little bit in the Steelers finale. And his biggest play was called back some bogus holding penalty, if memory serves. But you don't want to go back 5 months. When we come back, we'll count some dough, buy or sell. Kevin Allstriker, USA Today, Ravens Wire, talking about the start of OTAs. Get back to your phone calls. Talking about the Orioles, they get their pants pulled down. Them Heinies were stung by the Rays 12-6 or 16-6. I wish it was the 12-6 would have been more doable, but 16-6. And Trevor Rogers, things are bad, really bad. More runs allowed than innings pitched in his last 5 starts. I mean, I'm not George Bamberger, but that's a bad thing.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordich joins the show. We'll ask him what it's going to take for the Orioles to right this ship. And a lot of people are loving the Ravens roster. What about ESPN's Dan Graziano? Does he like the Ravens? We'll ask him.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Don't just watch the biggest soccer moment of the summer, experience it in New Jersey. Win a trip to American Dream, steps from the action, and access the ultimate fan celebration. From beaches to boardwalks, theme parks to wineries, New Jersey has it all. Enter now at odyssey.com/NJ.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt,
Every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter X.com/AI.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Buy or sell, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Ravens out of 1 winning drive. OTAs about to start in a few minutes. We'll give you the information as we get it. Stick around for that. Talk Ravens, as a matter of fact. Kevin Hallstreicher in just a few. Get back to your phone calls. Talk about the Orioles. Got clobbered last night down at the Trop by the first place Rays. Rays right now, best record. Major League Baseball, Kyle Bradish trying to straighten things out from a rotation standpoint and hopefully get some runs rolling here. Jackson Holliday expected to make his season debut later on this evening as well. Then you have the Stanley Cup and the NBA playoffs, all sorts of craziness going on there. Right now, Nolan's count some dough by herself.
All right, Dow Jones is down 220. S&P 500 down 46. NASDAQ down 264. Something's going on. No worries. DraftKings up 2 cents. Pop the champagne.
Yes. Sir.
Under Armour, though, big jump here for Under Armour. 24 cents up. My goodness. Let's start with the O's for the sports topics. We know the inevitable became reality for the Orioles last week. And when it was announced, Jordan Westburg done for the year, officially getting that surgery that we have been begging for the longest time. Even if he was going to pull off some miracle comeback this year, still would have been relegated to a DH role, so it doesn't solve your third base issue that remains a big issue. The Jackson Holliday trial, we'll find out soon enough, as soon as tonight, what that was all about. Is he playing third base? Is he playing second base? What's going on there? But even if he does play third, still learning the spot. So there's going to be growing pains with him. There's no real easy fix, it seems, in-house. We can guarantee that. With that in mind, Bob, buy or sell, the Orioles will be forced to acquire a true third base option at the trade deadline.
Oof. I'll soft buy it because where are they going to be at the trade deadline? Because all things go according to plan, Westburg should be back for opening day next year. All things go according to plan, which, as we've seen with the Orioles injury-wise the last 3 years, is never part of the plan. If they're still hanging around, perhaps. Kobe Mayo was at first base last night as Weston Wilson was at third. Holliday's still trying to learn how to play second base at an above-average level, which is taking a minute. So now do you slide him? How about we move Gunnar Henderson to third base? How's that sound? And maybe start looking for more of a full-time shortstop. Can we go down this rabbit hole, perhaps?
I mean, I thought you were the leader of the Gunnar will win Gold Glove.
Mind. I've changed my mind.
He's a Gold Glove shortstop, I thought.
He's got Gold Glove potential, but I think maybe the upside at third could be higher than at shortstop. Because apparently the nerd stats say glove side, he's rates among the worst.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at just this year, all options are on the table.
Sure.
Just because you're that desperate. But long term, that'd be quite the shakeup. You know what really stinks, or speaking of trade potential, when Correa went down for Houston, I was thinking, because they had him, they had Paredes, that maybe Paredes could be a trade candidate. Now that's off the, well, who knows? If the Astros really stink, maybe they sell everybody. But
maybe Anthony Volpe could be available.
No.
You don't know there.
Just to see the Yankees fan reaction, I'd go for it.
Yankee fan reaction. How about Oriole fan reaction?
Yeah.
You're like, holy mackerel.
Well, they know.
Maybe bigger picture scenario. And I don't know if there's anyone rising up through the ranks at shorts. Well, Aloy, who they drafted last year, he's probably still a couple years away, right? I don't know. Just
probably
throwing out all options there.
Let's see. Let's go over to the NBA here. Donovan Mitchell heard plenty of chatter throughout his career over never reaching the conference finals. Well, that'll finally change tonight. The Cavs face the Knicks in Game 1, and he'll be on the court. It's fitting, though, that they traded for James Harden and made him Mitchell's new running mate, because those two guys probably share a lot in common in that, getting crap from fans, from the media for never getting over the hump. Harden a little bit different. He's played in plenty of conference finals before, but only time he's made the finals when he was still a bench player with OKC. He's never been the star player or even a Robin on a team that's led someone to the finals. Needless to say, a lot on the line for both of those men in this series when we talk about legacy. Buy or sell, Bob. Despite not being the main attraction, a trip to the finals would mean more for James Harden than it would Donovan Mitchell.
I'll buy it because Mitchell's a few years younger. I mean, Harden, incredibly, he's in his 17th year in the league. So I think he needs to do a little more magical things. He's already a Hall of Famer. I mean, that's cemented. But to get into, nobody talks about James Harden as the greatest player in the history of basketball. Same with Russell Westbrook, who have had these individual triple-double level seasons, MVP seasons. But I think Harden needs a run and maybe needs to go off, because all the eyes are going to be on the Knicks. I mean, they're trying to get to the finals for the first time in forever, trying to win the title for the first time since they beat the Baltimore Bullets back in 1973 in the Eastern Conference playoffs. I think Harden needs it more, but Mitchell's pushing 10 years in the league, and this was a nice step for him. But if he goes off, hey, do some things. But I think Harden, for legacy purposes, he needs it more or whatever. They need Mobley and Garrett Allen to play as well as what they need.
One last topic for today in Major League Baseball. Bo Bichette, those early season struggles with the Mets, they have not gone away. We're still here heading towards late May, and the batting average in 46 games, .210. That's far below what Bo Bichette is usually posting. Only 2 homers as well, 18 RBIs. All of that far below the expected pace for what he showed earlier in his career, far below what the Mets thought they were getting when they paid a very, very valuable contract in the offseason. As for the reason why he's struggling, I saw this from Ken Rosenthal the other day. Interesting theory. Says that Bichette is not only adjusting to a new team, but this is also, again, a contract year for him, and he's feeling the pressure, maybe self-imposed pressure on him, despite signing for $126 million in 3 years. The point is, he can opt out after this year, he can opt out after next year, and he's expected to do so, as most of these big-name players do. They take a pseudo one-year deal, essentially, high value. He'll be 29, he'll re-up. It's supposed to be a weaker free agency class. All signs point to him opting out. But are you buying or selling that from Rosenthal as a valid reason for Bichette's struggles?
I'll soft buy it. I think he's struggling because, it's no longer the different league theory. Like, I ain't got to get used to National League umpires. No. He's just off to this. He's off to the Scuffle City right now. He did go deep last night, helping the cause as the Mets put up, 12 in 1 inning against the Nats, I think it was last night, extras. But in totality, with Simeon struggling, Soto's been missing time here. Alonso's playing in Baltimore. Nimmo's gone. He was supposed to come in here and kind of fill a big void for them, and he hasn't done it. So he's pressing a little bit. Is he looking to the big paycheck 8 months down the road? That's why he's struggling. I'll soft buy it. And, some people can handle that New York thing better than others, even though this is a guy that grew up in Major League Baseball clubhouses, and he's kind of a tenured veteran himself. It was Bichette, Biggio, and Vlad Jr., that triumphant coming up through the Blue Jays system all sons of star players. And Bichette's had star moments. Nolan, he used to kill the Orioles when he was in his prime. Well, when he was at his best with the Blue Jays. He might be pressing a little bit. So, I'll solve by that.
I don't know. The pressure, though, like, you've made your money, right? And let's say, like, full-on nightmare scenario. You end up batting below 100 this year, and you're hurt for a significant amount of time. Well, then you don't opt out. The money's still sitting there for you, and you reset in a year. And then even then, the pressure shouldn't be on because you're signed for 3 years at this mega money deal. This is nothing like, if this was happening last year, then you could start getting in your head, oh man, I'm costing myself money. I'm costing myself money every single swing and a miss here. Money's already in the bank. You should be playing loose, if anything.
But the team stinks, and the fans are going to target someone for that being the reason. And he's one of the reasons. 28 years old. And as we've seen him as a young veteran too, Nolan, kind of morphing into a hit tool only guy. Because he was a stud shortstop coming up through the ranks. And then they tried to put him at third base. I think he's a guy that might be retiring the glove and just might be relying on that stick when it's all said and done. When we come back, OTAs, Ravens out of one winning drive. Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, Ravens Wire. Get his thoughts on that start. And then back to your phone calls. Orioles get blown out last night. They're struggling. They're not good. I mean, I said earlier, I was going to admit I was wrong by saying that they would be this year like the Blue Jays were last year. Nolan said pump the brakes on that. I did say we stink. And right now on May the 19th, I'm sticking with that.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Diamonds make earrings sparkle. Gold makes a necklace shine. But the best things diamonds and gold make are scratch-offs. Play the new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Please play responsibly.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family-owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times, some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. FanDuel's giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Head to FanDuel.com/local. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, very important, is 1-800-GAMBLER.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on HarrisX billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steele, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers failed to regain his early season form again last night in what ended up being a 16-6 loss to the Rays. He only lasted 3 2/3, but still saw 8 of those runs cross home plate in his time on the mound. That means his ERA has now increased from 1.89 back in early April to 6.87 while taking 5 straight losses.
The past 4 or 5 starts, it's just been one inning, gone off the rails with 2 outs. Just nothing has gone my way. I feel like I'm really close. I still have the belief in myself. I know how good I can be. I'm just doing the complete opposite right now.
There's Rogers searching for answers after the game. The bullpen didn't perform much better after his exit as Cameron Foster and Dietrich Enns combined to give up the remaining 8 runs in the next few innings. Now the pressure is even higher for Kyle Bradish in his Game 2 start this evening. He's coming off his 2 best outings of the season where he's allowed just 3 runs across 13 innings. First pitch from the Trop is scheduled for 6:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, sunny skies with temps reaching the mid-90s this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Started out Tuesday, OTAs, happening out at One Winning Drive. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw, Vinny's out there. Cordell Woodland is out there, among others. Getting our first glimpse of the 2026 Ravens. Jesse Minter running the show, here to talk about that. Joins us every Tuesday, USA Today, Ravens Wire on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's our buddy Kevin Oestreicher. Kevin, what's happening?
What's going on? Yeah, we got OTAs in full swing, checking off the boxes till we get to the regular season. And, seeing the guys on the field is always exciting, and hoping that they can get some good work in here over these next couple of weeks.
All right, let's talk about wide receiver as we go. We'll probably get a better look at them than you will the interior of the line, since no one's in pads at this stage, Kevin, as you know. But we know about Zay Flowers, Pro Bowler, coming up on a big payday here. Rashad Bateman got a good payday, but didn't live up to that cake in 2025. And the Ravens drafted a couple of guys in Wade and Jacoby Lane. And then you have our boy Tez Walker, who, doesn't catch a lot of passes, but when he does, he makes them touchdowns. So what about the wide receiver room right now? Still some fancy names like Stephon Diggs, Deebo Samuel out there looking for employment. How do we judge the receiving core up until we get to maybe DEFCON 3?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because they still could add somebody, but there's not really roster room to do it at the position. So, I mean, just going down the list of Zay, Rashad Bateman, Tez Walker, Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, and LeJontay Wester, that's 6. If you were to add another veteran in there, it would be 7, and that does become really interesting, I guess, conversation to have, because at that point, LeJontay Wester's obviously a special teams guy. You're using him on your returns. You're not getting rid of Lane or Surratt, and obviously none of Zay's not going anywhere. Tez isn't going anywhere. So, I think a lot of people have pointed to Rashad Bateman if a move were to be made for a receiver. I saw people saying, oh, well, if they trade for A.J. Brown, Rashad Bateman, he's the guy that goes back and all that stuff. I personally believe in Rashad Bateman. I think we've seen the flashes. He's, in my opinion, on one of the best, if not the best contracts in the entire league based off what the wide receiver market actually is. But, for a Diggs or a Debo, Tyreek Hill, Keenan Allen, any of those guys, you'd probably bring them in for, a specific type of role. Not that they can't contribute. I mean, Diggs had a great year in New England last season, and, all those other guys bring something to the table. But to me, I think that Baltimore, my prediction is that they probably just rock out with who they have right now. It wouldn't shock me if they brought in somebody, but I think that they kind of showed their hand about what they want to do with the wide receiver spot with the draft. I feel like if they wanted to sign another veteran receiver to the roster like a Hopkins, Nelson Aguilar, Odell, etc., they would have only drafted one wideout, because I just think that 7 wide receivers is too many for me. And at this point, I would probably assume they keep their guys. And every guy on that roster, if you have those 6, all those guys were drafted by Baltimore, which is something that, if I had said maybe 4 years ago, we would have been questioning if I was right or not.
Now, you mentioned that you still have Kevin Faith and Rashad Bateman, and we've seen the ups and downs. And, 2024 was the air quotes breakout season for him, and the Ravens did give him that contract that was both for good for both sides, but took another step back production wise. And, somebody hacked his social media account again, which seems to happen every time he doesn't have a monster season. Why still faith in Rashad Bateman after kind of a star-crossed Ravens career right now?
Yeah, I think that for me, we see the ability for him to separate. He can be a 3-level receiver. And last year was just a really weird year in general for everybody. Now, look, I'm not saying that Bateman had a good year last year or that it was even so-so. I mean, it was bad for Rashad Bateman. But I do think that the chemistry he has developed with Lamar Jackson and his ability to just get open is something that is really valuable. And the way that we saw him perform during that 2024 season, I mean, he earned every bit of that contract that he got. And I think that with Bateman and the deal that he's on, there's also, I think, context in that as well. And obviously what happened with the whole 5th-year option thing and him getting that deal in the first place was kind of interesting. But to me, I think that Bateman himself on the contract he's on it's a bargain for Baltimore, and something that I really do think is going to, I think, work in Baltimore's favor. I get that paying, a certain amount of money for a receiver that didn't really do a lot last season, I understand the concern point with it. But I think that with what we saw in those flashes from him in 2024, that's still in there. But I want to see him under Declan Doyle for a year, right? I think this is the big year for him where I'd give him a shot and see, because we saw it in 2024. And I think in a new system with Lamar coming back healthy, an improved offensive line, and I think a system with Declan Doyle in Chicago there with Ben Johnson, where we know that Zay was the entire passing offense last year for the Ravens in almost every category. Right. And there wasn't a lot of split. But I think for Chicago, we saw a lot of those receivers, DJ Moore, Luther Burden, all these guys get a pretty decent amount of targets and be able to produce with those instead of the very big split we saw with Zay and the rest of the receivers last season. So I think if you get Bateman more work, I think it will come back in the Ravens' favor. But I think giving up on him right now with the contract he's on without seeing him in the Declan Doyle system, I want to see it first before, we say, all right, Bateman is done in Baltimore. He needs to go somewhere else.
Kevin Allstriker, USA Today, Ravens Wire. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie with you. Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Vinny's out at one winning drive. Kevin, last thing for you. Let's move to the defense real quick. Nate Wiggins, what kind of step does he need to take coming off season surgery in year 3?
Yeah, I think Nate has shown obviously a ton of flashes, but he really is the future of the position at corner for Baltimore here. He's the guy that you kind of look at and say, okay, ideally he's going to be here for a long time. We don't really know with Marlon Humphrey. I don't think it's a long-term thing with him, neither should Obi Awuzie. So, I think Nate is just a little bit more consistency, and Nate has not been bad by any stretch of the imagination here, but I think we've seen certain games from him where it's just been like, okay, this is a really, really bad Nate game, like the Green Bay game last year. Like that was something that was just, it wasn't great. But I think to me, the step that Nate needs to take is just, continuing to add on to his frame a little bit more. There's obviously the difference between building all that muscle, but then you start to lose the speed that you're so well known for. That Nate has recovery speed. He can keep up with anybody. That was one of the draws that Baltimore loved about him. He's not afraid to get physical as well, despite the smaller frame. But yeah, this is year 3 for Nate. It's kind of crazy how time flies there. So I think consistency is the biggest key here for Nate. And, I think he has it. I think he has the potential to become one of the best cornerbacks in this league. I think that he's shown it. So to me, I think being a leader in that room is going to be important as well. You do have the vets like Marlon and Obi Awuzie in there, but, just learning each and every single day is going to be really important for him as he continues his career.
He's Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today. It's the Ravens Wire. Joins us every Tuesday here on 105.7 The Fan. Kevin, we appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll catch up with you next week.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Bob. Appreciate it.
You got it, bud. Here's Kevin Oestreicher. We'll come back, reset, take a couple phone calls as we head to NFL lunch. Top of the hour, give you an attendance report out at One Winning Drive. American League East report at 1:15, and then the Wizard, Walt Williams, at 1:30. Talk about the NBA playoffs. Victor Wembanyama. How do you describe his game yesterday? Walt will try to do it.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick joins the show. We'll ask him what it's going to take for the Orioles to right this ship. And a lot of people are loving the Ravens roster. What about ESPN's Dan Graziano? Does he like the Ravens? We'll ask him.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Last night, Victor Wembanyama of the San Antonio Spurs staked his claim as the best basketball player in the world. 41 points, 24 rebounds in 49 minutes as the Spurs upset the Thunder in double OT. It's not just the skill, it's the size. He's 7'4", and you can't teach that. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile.
Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
NFL lunch coming up top of the hour. Talk some Ravens there. No Lamar. Not a one-winning drive. Spoil that one for you. What does all of this mean? I don't know. Talk about that. Stick around. Orioles made a roster move. Albert Suarez back. Cam Foster back to Norfolk. And Maverick Hanley has been designated for assignment. The Orioles got blown out yesterday by the Tampa Bay Rays 16-6. We were talking earlier about how would you describe. Are you ready to say the Orioles are done? Or you were wrong with whatever positive expectation you may have had with them? Or if you are right about them sucking this year? Because right now they suck. One of the worst run differentials in Major League Baseball, and they're in fourth place in a division, and only 2 teams are above 500. Let's go to Justin in Hamilton. Justin, thanks for holding. What's up?
Good afternoon.
How you feeling?
Well, I didn't have the best expectations for the season, but being a diehard fan, I kept them to myself and had optimism. But it's not going good. But my point is, when they started working, when I heard they were working Jackson at third base, I kind of blew my lid. Why is it above Gunnar Henderson to move to third? You drafted this guy, Jackson, 1-1 for shortstop. I mean, my favorite Oriole of all time, Brooks Robinson, third baseman. It's not like they act like that's beneath him or something like that.
I think maybe that they view Gunnar as an upside shortstop defensively. Definitely has a better arm than Jackson Holiday, but if Jordan Westburg's going to continue to be an injury-plagued commodity for them, and it looks like Kobe Mayo, Justin, let's be honest, there's not going to be anything close to Doug DeCinces, much less Brooks Robinson defensively. Maybe Gunnar at third might not be that bad of an option. You have to improvise and adapt. I mean, the Orioles brought up Manny Machado. Now, they had a proven, shortstop at J.J. Hardy at the time, a Gold Glove winner at that. But Manny, made the transition and made it well. He's been one of the best defensive third basemen we've seen in the last 20 years in Major League Baseball. Maybe Gunnar at third could be beneficial to both sides. So I'm with you. I'm not against this at all. And as Nolan said, Gunner's going to win a Gold Glove. Hey, if he can do it better at third than he's been doing it at short, let's make it happen. Because last night was a rough day for him defensively.
There's been a lot of them, but we love Gunner. We just want what's the best for him.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call, Justin. And I still think he's a stud as a player. We're just not seeing a lot of it yet. Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City this year, anyway. Kevin, what's up?
We're good, Bob.
A little of this, a little of that. How about you?
I would say that my opinion on the Orioles looks like one of them roller coasters at like Hershey Park. That joint just going up, down, all around, everywhere. I'm just laughing a little bit at this point. Do you feel like we're just trying out a new team for next year?
Look, I just think it's a team that's been mired in less than mediocre baseball, Kevin, for over a year and a half. Go back to the All-Star break of 2024. They've been a less than mediocre team. Now, we had Andy and Dundalk, who's Team Manzolino. They had some winning months in the second half of last season, but overall, they dug themselves a hole they couldn't get out of. In this year, they had that streak that got them to 9-7. The high water mark was 9-7 when they were down 7-1 to the Diamondbacks. They came back and won that game, and we thought it was liftoff from there. And Trevor Rogers was pitching the next game, and the Orioles were winning that game 2-3-0, whatever it was. And he wound up getting pounded. They wound up losing, and they've been one of the worst teams in baseball since then. I mean, Bill Parcells famously said, records say who you are ultimately. Is there more upside here? I hope. But you get Basayo, Gunner, Adley, and Alonso rolling offensively at the same time. And in baseball, that's, not expected to happen for 162. But you get them rolling most of the time. They could get Pete offensively, defensively, and starting pitching-wise. Are they good enough even for that to make them a 500 team? I don't know.
I tell you what, my idea about yesterday wasn't looking as bad as it did before the idea came out with Trevor Rogers. Maybe we just got to, I don't know, boy. I feel for him. I'm not even sure what to say to that man, Bob.
Yeah.
Kevin, talk about a those guys.
Yeah, hey, thanks, man. We're coming up on the top. He didn't know what to say after the game other than I got my ass kicked, and he knows it. And, okay, you gave him the mulligan, if you want to call it that, because he had the flu and missed a couple of starts, but he wasn't pitching great before that. In his last 5 starts, he's given up more earned runs than innings pitched. That's unacceptable. Nolan, we have time for another call? He says yes. Nolan McGraw, let's go to Cub Hill. Savetti, what's up?
Hey, Bob, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, here's the problem, man. Mike, he lies to us. You remember I called you a couple weeks ago, you and Vinny. That's what I call him. It ain't a lie. It's Mike, he lies to us. That's the problem. You got these coaches, like in the NFL, your offensive line coach or your defense line coach is normally an ex-NFLer. He's got these guys from Yale or Coastal Carolina, guys that ain't never played in the major leagues. That's the problem right there. You got Mike Elias with his polo shirt unbuttoned, 3 buttons, sounding like Lito. Has he ever played baseball? Did he even play for Yale?
I think he may have played college baseball, Michael Elias.
He probably kept score, but this guy thinks he's Billy Bean. He thinks he's Billy Bean. He's got his hands in the pot, making the lineup. You got these coaches. There's none of them. Remember back in the day, at least you had like Elrod Ray Mill. You had guys that played the game. You got these guys from like Division III coaching these pro players. And it's like Candyland out there, dude. And Mikey lies to us is the problem. Once you cut the head off the snake, the rest will come good. That's all I got, Bob.
All right, Svay. Thank you very much. Mikey lies to us. Let me see here. Graduating, played college baseball for the Yale Bulldogs. He was a pitcher. Sophomore season, he required surgery. Tore his labrum. That's a deal breaker for a starting pitcher. But Mike Elias, 3 years ago, Executive of the Year, he was the savior of the franchise. Hey, he's got a World Series ring. Let's not forget. I mean, he helped the Cardinals. He was with Houston when they became a powerhouse. Okay, they were banging on hefties and all that stuff, but, nonetheless, got the ring. And now he's been in Baltimore and things have kind of flatlined. And I thought he built a crappy rotation last year. Outfield defense this year has been suspect, to say the least. Actually, defense as a whole. I mean, where's the best defensive position for the Orioles? Dolan, behind the plate. Alonso's exceeded expectations at first, but is it Adley and Basayo, or is that what we're looking at?
If Taveras is playing center, it's there.
Okay.
I'd say might be Alonso, actually. Give him a little credit. He's been very good.
All right, we're going to come back, shift gears, talk a little football, NFL lunch style. No Lamar out at OTAs today, so I guess somebody's going to be running hot between 10 and 2. Nolan and I are kind of, I would have liked him to be there, especially after he was at all the other off-season workouts, but Lamar knows Lamar better than anyone. AL East report at 1:15, and then the Wizard Walt Williams talk about the NBA playoffs, a brilliant Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, and the Knicks haven't played in a long, long time, and they got Cleveland coming off a 7-game series. Who has advantage Game 1 in Madison Square Garden?
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Jake from
State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles series against the Rays this week will serve as a measuring stick matchup for Baltimore as they try to find their footing against the best in the American League. If we're judging things based on last night's 16-6 loss, they don't even belong on the same field as Tampa Bay. Trevor Rogers put the O's in an early deficit with 6 runs allowed in the first 2 innings, and the bullpen never stopped the bleeding once he left in the fourth. By the end of the night, the Rays lineup had collected 18 total hits and 7 walks.
I mean, every loss is disappointing. You know, it doesn't matter. It still counts as one loss, even if they put up 30 runs. The frustrating part about today was offense answered. You know, we get within 4 and, you know, we couldn't have the shutdown inning.
Craig Albernaz is trying to keep things in perspective following yet another lopsided loss. The series will continue later this evening when Kyle Bradish opposes Griffin Jacks. First pitch at 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Don't just pass the vibe check this summer. Ace it with one of McDonald's new ice-cold drinks like the Dirty Dr. Pepper, Sprite Berry Blast, or Strawberry Watermelon Refresher, or any of your classic favorites from McDonald's, because everyone knows there's drinks, but then there are drinks from McDonald's. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, sunny skies with temps reaching the mid-90s this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right, time to feed you some football, NFL lunch style. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Ravens as they had OTAs open to the media, and Jesse Minter and others will speak with the masses coming up about an hour and a half or so. But here's your attendance report. Feel free to react the way you want to react. Keep in mind, these are voluntary exercises. No Lamar Jackson. Nolan, do you have a problem with that? I was kind of hoping he'd be there, but he has been there. It's not like he's been off into his own little world over the last few weeks. He was at the team activities, every offseason program prior to this one. Just so happens this is open to the media, and the first thing people do when they show up in this realm, and even once training camp starts and the fans get out there, where's number 8? Where's number 8? Where's number 8? And, no number 8.
Yeah, well, especially for right now. I mean, honestly, what are you actually going to see out there yesterday, today, tomorrow? I mean, this guy's running around in shorts. There's, I don't know. Yeah. So the whole Lamar thing, it's been, I guess I should formulate a strong opinion on it because it's going to keep coming up.
It's going to be coming up big time tomorrow.
And not just, not just for, next year and the year after that and the year, as long as he's playing, it's going to be a thing. So I should probably get on that. Point is, I think it's a little strange to be there for the really light portion, like just the behind the scenes stuff, the classroom stuff, and really light on field and not be there for OTAs. A little strange. Don't know what the reason was. We'll never get a true answer on it. So it's kind of just a moot point.
Yeah. For me, what I want from Lamar Jackson more than anything else, well, aside from a Super Bowl, is for him to meet with media. And we probably will not get that. Now, who knows? He could show up next week to OTAs or the week after that. He'll definitely be there for mandatory stuff coming up in less than a month because if memory serves, last few years he hits the first OTAs and then kind of see it till mandatory stuff starts. But no Lamar, No Kyle Hamilton, no Marlon Humphrey, no Travis Jones, no Bateman, Kevin Allstriker, no Calais Campbell, no Adiz Isaac, no Chidobe Awuzie, no John Jenkins, no Nick Dawkins, undrafted center Daryl Dawkins, Chocolate Thunder's son, out of Penn State. And said, why he's not there, I don't know. I would say for him, and who knows, maybe he's graduated from college or there's some other things he's dealing with. It is voluntary, let's keep in mind. How many voluntary things do we show up? Was it a fan-anniversary event? Voluntary?
Depends who you ask.
Voluntary, mandatory, as they like to say.
Well, you know what? And I'm looking over the list here.
I don't remember getting paid for that.
All the beat writers put out. The only one that I would, when I say even read into, or the one that it jumps out to me is Matabike, right? Because that would have been something if he was there. Well, then, all right, we're celebrating, right? So him not being there, does that add any more tension to the kind of uncertainty around the situation? It's the only way to describe it. The team will not talk about it, even though there was that report, which I can't even remember who that came from at this point. Was it Schefter? It was one of the prominent NFL insiders said, oh, he's ready to go. Mm-hmm. The surgery was a success. Blah, 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 blah. Tongue-tied here.
And he also posted good news, thumbs up, or he showed pictures of himself on social media. But I'm still with him, Nnamdi Madubuike, proceeding as though his addition will be a bonus to the defense. I'm not counting on him to be starting week 1 against the Colts in Indianapolis. It's how easily we forget. It's only been, less than a week. But if he's playing in that game, I'll be pleasantly surprised. But Teddy Buchanan's another interesting one. Because he had the major knee surgery. Him not being there now is expected, but what's the ramp up for him? I would think he'll start on the pup and maybe see him mid-season, that sort of thing.
Yeah, at least he had a lot of run last year where he became a starter. So that's important for him, right? If he was a rookie, right, and you miss all that time in the summer, it's almost like a fully lost year. Emory Jones, great case in point of him, and they needed him. They needed a guard. They needed any sort of help on the O-line last year. Emory Jones, by the time he became healthy, even then they kind of slow played him just because he missed all of training camp. So Buchanan will be one to monitor for me. Agree with you. Even if he's there for the early portion of the season, you're going to be looking at how does he look a step slower because of the knee, that whole thing. So yeah, and Madubuike, I'm with you. I'm confident that he plays. It's just a matter of when, not if at this point. Yeah. I'll put stock in the successful surgery, but at what point? Until they give us a definitive answer, we're just left in the dark.
Yeah, and the Ravens and DeCosta said one of the interviews he did recently, I'll leave that up to him to explain his health situation here. Good news is Trey Hendrickson's there, who the Ravens signed in the offseason out of Cincinnati after that the Max Crosby drama, which became the big talking point of the beginning of free agency back in March. But Trey Hendrickson is there, but others are not. Again, I'm not making too big of a deal out of it, and we'll see how the things progress over the next couple of weeks for Jesse Minter and his staff, and trying to get the bigger picture scenario straightened out, where this was the betting favorite team to win the Super Bowl in 2025, and they didn't even make the playoffs, and still had multiple opportunities to do it, including the final play of their season when Tyler Loop missed the field goal. It's NFL Lunch. It's Vinny and Haynie. Vinny's out at Owings Mills. Me and Nolan got you covered here. As reported yesterday, and now official, Nashville's getting Super Bowl 64, and Minnesota will host the draft in 2028. Next year will be in D.C. So the draft coming to Baltimore. Nolan, doesn't appear to be anything that's on the docket for the National Football League.
Well, the city's working on it. If you buy into what Sashi Brown's saying, the Ravens are pushing hard for it. That's so nice. I think I'm on the side that it will be here eventually. Just they're going to hit every city. So everyone's going to get it at some point. Green Bay isn't a bustling metropolis. They made it work over there. So you can make it work anywhere. But the closeness to other East Coast cities getting it, right? DC and Baltimore back to back. I'm with you. That would be strange. But they have bounced around the East Coast a good bit here recently. So
yeah, Nashville, Pittsburgh this year, D.C. next year. Well, back to the Midwest. I mean, I guess they start venturing out further west.
Seattle would be a great spot.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Has it been in Cleveland yet?
They got something. I think so, yeah.
What happens first? All-Star game in Camden Yards or the NFL draft?
Good question. Good question.
I mean, I think the All-Star game, once they got that Masson nonsense settled, it'd be like, hey, first place is Camden Yards. It's been 33 years.
How far down the road are they booked for that? Is it kind of like the Super Bowl, 2 years at a time?
It's kind of that way, but I know Atlanta's had it twice, Philly's had it twice, Pittsburgh's had it twice. In some instances, different stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the All-Star game, 1958, I believe, or 59, was at Memorial Stadium. It didn't come back until Camden Yards. And, the crown jewel of baseball hasn't been asked to host this extravaganza since then. Come on, man.
Well, I can tell you which one I'd rather have, and it's a no-doubter, the All-Star game, for sure. The draft doesn't stand in a giant crowd and hear someone read names off a card.
And it's a guy I've never heard of before. Nice. Boom. Yeah, when we come back, American League East report, Orioles got hammer-timed down at the Trop. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the other scores that happened in the division and the NBA playoffs. The Wizard, Walt Williams, talk about Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs winning at OKC in double overtime, and preview the Knicks and Cavaliers. James Harden, can he get over that championship hump?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick joins the show. We'll ask him what it's going to take for the Orioles to right this ship. And a lot of people are loving the Ravens roster. What about ESPN's Dan Graziano? Does he like the Ravens? We'll ask him.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping. With more major announcements on the way, visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hey, you feel that? Yeah, that's spring. Everything's waking up. Hey, it's Ed. It got me thinking, why should the flowers have all the fun? So I made a little pit stop at Lion's Den while I was in town. Let's just say I left with a few upgrades. Now the mood at home hits differently, much differently. So awaken your senses at Lion's Den, Pasadena, Catonsville, Cockeysville, and Severn. LionsDen.com, of course. Get some pleasure, passion, romance in your life. LionsDen.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
AL East report here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Orioles lose last night, 16-6 to the Rays. I don't know how much you wanted to watch that one over and over again. I think once was enough. Trevor Rogers, 3 2/3, 8 runs, 7 of them earned. Gunnar made the E in the first inning, led to an unearned run. Then everything else was kind of, him getting clobbered. Drops to 2-5 with a 687 earned run average. His last 5 starts, as we discussed multiple times, he's given up more earned runs than innings pitched, which is dreadful. He's been getting tagged. And he's supposed to be the ace of the staff. He was the opening day starter. Does not look anything like the guy we saw in March and early April, much less last August and September, where he was arguably one of the best pitchers of baseball. He got Cy Young votes based on how good he was in the second half of last season. Not going that way for him this year. Adley Rutschman, 2 for 4, 2 ribbies, including a homer. Pete Alonso drove in a couple. Weston Wilson, he went deep. Jackson Holiday was activated from the IL prior to the game, and we anticipate that he'll be in tonight's starting lineup. The Orioles did make a roster move today. Albert Suarez is back. Cameron Foster goes back to Norfolk, and Maverick Hanley was designated for assignment, where I guess in typical Oriole fashion, he'll clear waivers and get sent back to AAA. So that's what we're going on with here in the world of Oriole transactions. But just trying to get something rolling. 21-27, 9-15 on the year. Kyle Bradish, who's been pitching very well as of late. Remember last week against the Yankees, dominant performance against them. Camden Yards, he's 2-5 with a 421. For Tampa, Griffin Jacks, 1-2, 391. Looks like he'll be more of an opener for them. They're 31-15, 17-5 at the Trop as they continue to play great baseball here in 2026. Elsewhere in the division last night, Yankees taking on the Blue Jays. It was a close game. It was a hard-fought game. And then get a little home run fun from a guy who seems like he'd be fun to hang out with.
Third stolen base, matching last year's total. Sky down the left field line. That ball is off the pole. Off the pole. A 2-run home run for Jazz Chisholm. And the Yankees lead 7-5.
Yes, Network, Michael K on the call. Jazz Chisholm, opposite field, off the foul pole. 2-run homer in the 7th, as you heard, gave them a 7-5 lead. Cody Bellinger, Paul Goldschmidt also went deep. Clement and Springer go yard for Toronto, but not enough for them. 7-6 was the final score there. Boston Red Sox, they've been worse than the Orioles. They've already fired their manager, as a matter of fact. They were taking on the Royals last night. Unlike Baltimore, they got quality start, and they got a big home run, too.
Swinging a high fly ball, left field, that's deep, backing up Collins, backing up, it carries, and it is gone. Home run, Wilson Contreras, number 10. The Red Sox at last break through. 2-run bomb for the Red Sox first baseman.
Nesson on the call. Sonny Gray, 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 9 strikeouts. He improves to 5-1 with a 293 earned run average on the year. So one of the bright spots for what has been a disappointing year so far for Boston. Tonight, Toronto at New York, Boston at KC, and as we've talked about, the Orioles at Tampa. Standings update as we sit on this lovely, what do we got here? Turn it up Tuesday, and the Orioles just kind of, whatever. Tampa's at first place. They're doing their main thing here in the division. 3 games up on New York. Toronto 10.5, Orioles 11, Boston 11.5. Cleveland 2 games up on the White Sox in the Central. A's game up on both Seattle and Texas in the West. National League, Phillies, they've been on fire, man. They're above 500 now. They're doing really well. Post Rob Thompson, Dob Mattingly's taken over. They won 5 in a row, but they're still 7 back of the Braves. They got blown out last night, but still, Atlanta's having a really good year. Cubbies half game up on the Brewers in the Central, and the Padres have regained first place in the West as they've won 4 in a row. They're a half game up on the Dodgers. That's your schedule and standings update for Major League Baseball and for the American League East. And, well, I might as well do it, Nolan. Got to keep it positive here. Wild card. Orioles game and a half out of the wild card. Any feelings there, Bueller? No.
Something. I think indigestion or a headache or something. No.
Yeah, Orioles a game and a half out there. And in the National League, the playoffs started today, which they don't. The Dodgers, Brewers, and Cardinals would be in. So there's your Memorial Day weekend coming up. Tuesday standings update. We have time for a call, or what are we doing?
Yeah, let's get the call.
Let's go get a phone call before the Wiz talks NBA playoffs. Walt Williams, that is, the Wizard, who's played in the playoffs. Lou in Baltimore. Lou, what's up?
Hey, thanks for getting me in. So I was early on the Fire Harbaugh bandwagon, and I'm definitely in early on the Fire Elias bandwagon. This is a analytically, statistically driven ball club. And here's a stat. Since the All-Star break of 24, the Orioles are 21 games under 500. And that's year 6, 7, 8 of a rebuild. Not the first 2 or 3 or 4 years, 6, 7, and 8. I don't know what and I'm talking about Elias, I don't know what spreadsheets he's waving in front of Rubenstein's eyes. But look at the product on the field. It's a terrible product on the field. It's unwatchable. And I hope the ownership can come to their senses. Don't believe what they're being told by Elias and look at the product on the field, look at the record on the field, and make the appropriate changes at the end of the season, if not sooner.
And Lou,
so thanks for taking.
Hey, Lou, real quick, we can get into all these exit velos, launch angles, and zone ratings for fielders. You mentioned the numbers that matter the most. 21 games under 500 since they were arguably the best team in the American League, which was the All-Star break of 2024. That's the stat that should resonate more than any others. Or am I off base with that one? Thank you, Lou. He's speechless with my agreeing with him. Yeah, off base. The only thing that's been off base is Gunnar Henderson leading off games late.
Yeah.
Except for Sunday.
I mean, we don't really have a ton of time for it now, but you hear it from a lot of callers. You hear it, or you read it on text line. It's a common sentiment, the analytics boogeyman, as I like to call it. Like the people, and to be fair, we don't really know what they mean, right? When the Orioles or any professional sports team cites analytics, there's very rarely is it like explained, okay, this is what I'm talking about. Like that's such an umbrella thing, analytics. But every team's using it and very heavily. So I can't say that, the Orioles are stinking it up because there's too much reliance on analytics. There's a league-wide reliance on it. I think maybe to that caller's point, Lou and others out there, I want to know what's different about that than other teams in the league right now. What's different about the way you're doing it compared to what you witnessed or were a part of with the Astros, where it was very successful, like from drafting players to developing players to the actual like on-field major league product. it was better every step of the way than it is here in Baltimore. What's the difference?
Yeah, and what was the ultimate nerd stat that started was WAR, then on-base percentage, which was always a key stat. That became more relatable. I mean, and then, the contact to damage thing. Ks are acceptable, but when you make contact, make sure you make it pay. And that's where OPS became a big deal. Slugging percentage, on-base percentage. RBIs were diminished, even though it makes no sense. You still have your best players in run production situations. But defensively, are the Orioles misreading whatever the analytics say there? I mean, Cedric Mullins was crucified by the numbers that judge who the center fielder should be Gold Glove-wise. Mainly, I guess his arm strength wasn't up to par. But you talk gap to gap, he filled it as well as any center fielder we've seen. Gunner's got this cannon arm, but apparently, there are balls that he can't get to despite this premier athleticism. I don't know.
At least based on what I've seen with the defensive metrics, there's no good one singular thing that encompasses everything, right? I mean, there's probably 5 or 6 different defensive metrics that people could cite, and they all have gaps in them. They all have flaws.
What is it? Ultimate zone rating?
That used to be pretty high. To me, I would use UZR. I would look at that. But then that's also something that you need a full 162 sample size to even have a remotely accurate read on it, and it still leaves other stuff out.
I'm going to go old school because when I played app as a kid, dice game, board game, great game, ultimate zone rating meant nothing to that. It was what your card said you could do. If they hit a ground ball to short and he catches it and throws the guy out, I'm cool with that.
Right.
I'm cool.
Well, I would like if UZR actually covered everything, or it made more sense or was more widely understood. I want to take not all baseball fields are uniform, right? So the way I judge outfield, especially defense, differs depending on what ballpark you play in. How high is the wall, your chance to rob, all of that stuff. How big is foul territory? You play at the Coliseum all those years. That has an impact on defense, stuff like that. But there's no good uniform stat.
Yeah, and I disagree with Vinny before the show, and I'll do it now. He was talking about Taylor Ward that should have been an easy out on the Yandy Diaz fly ball.
I'm just glad it wasn't a home run.
Yeah, I mean, that come on. I mean, Carl Yastrzemski's not making that play. But maybe the ultimate zone rating doesn't cover it. Walt Williams next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
The pitching machine could throw up to 100 miles an hour. Crank it up, I said. Yeah, eventually they had to turn it back down to Little League, but I made such powerful contact that it couldn't have been anything but a majestic 500-foot homer. Of course, we'll never know. It was a batting cage, but still.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm.
For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. Protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, no bubbles. Pairs perfectly with cheering on your oats. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers took his 5th consecutive loss last night after being bullied by the Rays lineup. They pushed 6 runs across in the first 2 innings alone and eventually chased Rogers out before the end of the 4th. He was the model of consistency throughout all of last season and into the early stages of this year, but since mid-April, he's only made it through 5 innings once and has seen his ERA balloon all the way up to 6.87. That's the highest it's been since the beginning of 2024 when he was still in Miami.
Can't explain it. You know, it's one of those things where it came out of the gates really strong and hot and hit a bad outing, and then he got sick. Here we are. It just feels like he's searching to regain his own form. It might seem just like a stretch, but I don't think he's far off.
There's Craig Albernaz reacting to Rogers' outing. The series against Tampa Bay continues this evening at 6:40. And last night in the NBA, the Spurs handed the Thunder their first loss so far this postseason by taking down the defending champs 122-115 in double overtime. Victor Wembanyama finished with 41 points and 24 rebounds, while Dylan Harper was a pest on defense with 7 steals. Game 2 will take place in Oklahoma City tomorrow night. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, sunny skies with temps reaching the mid-90s this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. You're on The Fan. Vinny's out of one winning drive with the Ravens. He'll be back tomorrow morning. NBA playoffs, Western Conference Finals last night. As you heard during Nolan's update, joining us now to talk about that game, preview the East, and all the fun stuff in between. Guy that played in the NBA playoffs, Maryland legend. He's part of our 105.7 The Fan family, as he's part of the Maryland Radio Network. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show our buddy Walt Williams. Wiz, what's happening?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. And Victor Wembanyama, watching that thing last night, because the Orioles got their asses kicked. So I kind of checked in on basketball a little bit earlier than I was anticipating. And boy, did it become something I was glad that I did. 41, 24, the blocks, the assists. I mean, banging threes in crunch time. I mean, you played against Hall of Famers. You played with Hall of Famers throughout your career. You played against studs in high school and college. Watching this guy, is there a comparable? Watching what he's doing, and he's just, I guess, Walt, just scratching the surface of awesomeness here.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely scratching the surface. A guy that young, you see that he's still pretty weak and thin. He knows how to use his body a lot better. You see him around the basket a lot more, and so when he has just that intent, it's just going to be hard to stop him because he's just so tall. Watching a guy like him play, it just makes you think to yourself, man, they're going to have to change the rules or something, like change the height of the rim, or they're going to do something because it just doesn't look fair at all.
Yeah, he looks like he's playing on a Nerf hoop against, like when I was dunking on my younger brother when I was a kid. But for him to step up in this moment, and the Spurs, Walt, as you know, they've kind of handled OKC. I mean, it started early in the season, kind of slapping them around a little bit. But what does this do for legacies, air quotes, if he continues to march through the Thunder the way that he has and then takes them to the championship at this early stage of his career?
Oh, man, that would be a tremendous feat, him being this young. I think most had speculated that he eventually was going to win championships, and I believe multiple, but not this soon. I don't think many thought that it would start this soon. So, you talk about 41 and 24. Yeah, he did that in 49 minutes, and so he played a substantial amount of minutes. They were being physical with him. He was 12 for 13 from the free throw line. Somebody who has an intent of getting to the basket with his type of length, you feel at a disadvantage all the time. So you feel like when he's starting to go to the basket, you need to reach for the ball or get it out of his hands before he gets it up in the air. And so oftentimes you're going to foul him on that. And then you look at the others, I don't even think they really played that well, compared to how they've been playing throughout the season. Vassell, he played 51 minutes. He had 13 points. That's solid, but that amount of minutes, he can be more impactful offensively. Champagne as well. He just catches fire out there at times, and he didn't really get open looks. Harper played well, was scoring 24 points and having 11 rebounds, but he was 1 for 7 from the 3-point line. He missed, and they were open shots. You got to think to yourself, he's probably going to make that if he's consistently getting that. And, Castle was, workmanlike out there with 17 and 11. But, I just think that all of those guys can bring even more to the table offensively for Wemby. Keldon Johnson off the bench in a short period of time, was very impactful offensively. So they have a lot of weapons around him. I just think that they did play a substantial amount of minutes there. So it's going to be interesting to see if that has any impact in the second game, and does the Spurs feel like they got to go to the bench a little bit more. OKC, they have more depth on their side, and so it's going to be interesting to see is that impactful.
The Wizard, Walt Williams, joining us here, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Let's get to the East. New York's been off for a long time. Since they were down 2-1 to Atlanta, they've just been mashing people. Cleveland's coming off that tough 7-game series against the Pistons, winning on the road, getting the crucial wins there, a blowout. As a matter of fact, in the finale, who benefits? The team that's been playing recently, had to go 7, or the team that's well-rested and has been blowing people out on a nightly basis?
Well, you know what? I think it depends on the circumstances. For the Knicks in this circumstance, I think that it'll probably hurt the Knicks a little bit. I think that it's going to be momentarily, though. It's either going to be early on they got to catch a rhythm, or they've been sitting on the side for so long they come out with this overwhelming amount of energy, and you see it just fade out. I think that they're going to be subject to either one of those circumstances. happening to him. And I think that whether or not it's sustainable is going to depend on how the Cavs take advantage of that. Are they able to score in those lulls and open it up in those times? And so if they're not, then I think, eventually the Knicks are going to be able to settle into an offensive rhythm well enough to be able to have it be a tight game down the stretch.
How do you see the series playing out? Can New York get to the finals, and who are we seeing in the finals?
Yeah, I think the Knicks has a much higher chance than the Cavs. I think they've been more consistent, especially on the defensive end, what they've been doing when it's come playoff time. But if the Cavs can play defense like they did in that last game against Detroit and be able to get into the paint, have points in the paint, they did that against. They had like 58, 60 points in the paint against the Detroit Pistons defense. And so if they can do something like that on a consistent basis, that's going to make it a lot tougher, because I think that Mitchell, he's a guy that can go off in games, and Harden, he has to stay aggressive offensively, trying to score and not be so passive and giving the ball up so quickly. I think if he's aggressive offensively, he's a natural passer, so that part will come naturally, but he has to be aggressive to score. I think that it's a lot of elements that got to happen for the Cavs to beat the Knicks in 4 times. So I think the Knicks weather the storm. I think they'll get it done and get to the championship. But I think they run into a buzzsaw, whether it's OKC or the Spurs. I just think both of those teams are tougher.
He's the Wizard, Walt Williams. Walt, always appreciate the time and the information and the insight. Enjoy the game tonight, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Absolutely, man. Can't wait.
You got it. Walt Williams, everybody. We'll come back, reset the program for you. Inside Access coming up here at 2. And then it's Baltimore baseball tonight. Orioles trying to bounce back. As Albie said, hey, they give up 30 runs. It only counts as 1 loss. Why does it feel like 5?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick joins the show. We'll ask him what it's going to take for the Orioles to right this ship. And a lot of people are loving the Ravens roster. What about ESPN's Dan Graziano? Does he like the Ravens? We'll ask him.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 1 between the Spurs and the Thunder last night delivered an instant classic going all the way to double overtime. Victor Wembanyama completely took over the floor, dropping a monstrous 41 points and grabbing 24 rebounds to carry San Antonio to a thrilling 122-115 victory. OKC fought back from a late 10-point deficit, but the Spurs defense was locked down when it mattered the most to steal the series opener on the road. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Carry out Tuesday, little Motley Crue out the door. Jonah Schaefer tweeting this out. Nick Dawkins was, in fact, at practice today, the undrafted center out of Penn State. Daryl Dawkins' son. I did not know that, by the way. Do you even know who Daryl Dawkins is, Nolan McGraw?
Only because you've talked about him on the show.
Chocolate Thunder.
Great nickname.
From the planet Lovetron. Used to break backboards, literally. They went to the breakaway rims because Daryl Dawkins was ripping them out of the backboard.
Man. Move over, Shaq.
Yeah, out of Florida. Went right to the league. Daryl Dawkins followed Moses Malone's footsteps. An immensely talented player. Never lived up to the physical gifts, but was one of the great characters. No longer with us, unfortunately, but one of the great characters of the NBA for many, many years. Was even in Curtis Blow's song, Basketball. Daryl Dawkins has some mean slams.
There you go.
There you go.
Now that I'm familiar with, the Curtis Blow song.
Yep, he is in that. But Nick Dawkins is there as the O-line working out with Dwayne Ledford. No Lamar, among others, but, no Hamilton, no Humphrey, no Bateman, no Campbell, no Awuzie. So we're not going to zero in on Lamar, even though it's kind of what happens.
So just reading around, Still trying to get an idea of who's talking. Cordell said that Henry is slated. Nice. Derrick Henry's slated to speak. So there's one of them. We got him. We got Minter. But you mentioned all the vets that aren't there. Those are usually the guys that they push in front of the podium. So maybe Trey Hendrickson, new guy.
Ah, yeah. Andrews.
I would have said we agreed Calais Campbell, but he's not there. But
yeah. Derrick Henry's always good. Talk about the new offense with Declan Doyle and all that fun stuff. But OTA's first, only time this week. One more time next week, open to the media. Then one more after that. And then 2 open to the media for mandatory camp coming up in less than a month. And then it's a break. And then training camp 2026 will be here before you know it. Orioles take it on the Rays. Game 2 of that series. BBT brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Coming up at 5:30. Nolan's go to Funhouse.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
First texter here says the same fans who are roasting Mike Elias for trading for Trevor Rogers a few years back were also roasting Mike Elias for not extending Trevor Rogers. And now that he's thinking it up again, we've reverted back to the beginning, roasting Elias for expecting Rogers to be a useful front-end starter.
How about this? How about you go to him now and offer a contract extension? They'll give you 3 years at $40 million. You in?
Oh, man.
And hope he turns it around.
I can only imagine the reaction. Right.
But he's very reminiscent of the Trevor Rogers that we saw pitch when he first got here 2 years ago.
We keep bringing it up like the way the Orioles view pitching, or Mike Elias, the way they view pitching under this regime. I wonder who that guy will be to change the trend of them not handing out the multi-year deals. All right, Shane Baz got the one, but that was sort of like a preemptive bargain, if you will.
Bought out as arbitration.
Yeah. So besides that, like a free agency contract that we thought we were going to get this offseason, or in-house guy, whether it's Rogers or Bradish, someone like that, at some point you got to change the philosophy just a little bit. Like you can't rebuild your rotation year to year. It's too steep. It's too much. And like the market this past offseason looked decently fruitful. At least it was pretty top heavy, and they came up mostly empty-handed. You know, your average year of the pitching market, if there's not a lot of names there, the price is only going to go up, and those guys fly off the board fast.
Yeah, and Rogers doesn't have a lot of juice in regards to demanding things, but maybe this would be the appropriate time to go in and be preemptive, get him extended for a couple years, and then hope that he turns it around. Because if he turns it around and he hits the open market, and I'm skeptical that that's going to happen, by the way, but if he does, then he's out of here. I wanted Ranger Suarez. I mean, what do you want from me? Who's pitching really well now for the Reds?
One more text for the day. This one says, I'm searching for any little bit of positivity. Can't stand watching this team day to day, so I'm shifting all of my energy and focus into getting Rico Garcia into the All-Star game. This guy's electric. I don't know how long this is going to last, but what a savior for the entire bullpen. Even if Helsley was able to close, Garcia would still be their best high-leverage arm.
Yeah, no doubt. And we saw that a win. You know, they've been rare occasions, but I think it was against the Yankees when Garcia pitched the 8th against Judge, Rice, and then Nunez came in and got the 9th. They brought in Garcia to get through the meat of the lineup, and then Nunez picked up the save. But Rico Garcia, hell yeah, and it doesn't look like Helsley's coming back. He'll be back, but not anytime soon. Right now, it's Rico, Adley. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Bueller?
Adley gets in. It's a debate over whether he starts or not.
Ad Langoliers is the guy
he's
right
really
now.
tearing it up. So he'll be close, though. He'll be in it, though.
Hey, a year ago or 3 months ago, guys like Nolan wanted him gone. The Orioles didn't even need him to do what they were trying to do. Finish 4th. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 o'clock. We'll be Crush Wednesday. Inside Access coming up in a matter of minutes, followed by Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get started with what you want sports.
Knicks-Cavs game 1 tonight at the Garden, and I think the Knicks keep it rolling despite the rest versus rust debate. There might be some rust in the first quarter, but the Garden crowd should help the Knicks pull away and win this game by 20-plus points. The Cavs just played a Game 7 on Sunday night in Detroit. It'll take a Herculean effort for them to keep this one close. In the regular season and playoffs this year, Knicks covered 67% of the time at home, an incredible number. I like them to cover tonight. I'm Pat Boyle, Bet Smarter, Beat the Books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
This inning brought to you by...
Actually, it's brought to you by reality. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law, and we know that car accidents aren't a game, they're real life. When you've been injured and need help, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation, and let us fight for you.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by June 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey Birdland, head to Camden Yards on Saturday, May 23rd as the Orioles take on the Detroit Tigers. Be one of 15,000 fans to score Samuel Basayo's first ever MLB bobblehead, presented by Giant Food. This is your chance to celebrate one of baseball's most exciting young stars and add a must-have collectible to your collection. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
It's springtime in Baltimore. Time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Schedule an AC precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today for just $89 to have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers failed to regain his early season form again last night in what ended up being a 16-6 loss to the Rays. He only lasted 3 2/3, but still saw 8 of those runs cross home plate in his time on the mound. That means his ERA has now increased from 1.89 back in early April to 6.87 while taking 5 straight losses.
The past 4 or 5 starts, it's just been one inning, gone off the rails with 2 outs. Just nothing has gone my way. I feel like I'm really close. I still have the belief in myself. I know how good I can be. I'm just doing the complete opposite right now.
There's Rogers searching for answers after the game. The bullpen didn't perform much better after his exit as Cameron Foster and Dietrich Enns combined to give up the remaining 8 runs in the next few innings. Now the pressure is even higher for Kyle Bradish in his Game 2 start this evening. He's coming off his 2 best outings of the season where he's allowed just 3 runs across 13 innings. First pitch from the Trop is scheduled for 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you can save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, sunny skies with temps reaching the mid-90s this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
Here's the 1-2. A little cue shot off the glove of Jeremiah Jackson. 2 runs have scored. Valade is stopped at third. Throw to second is not in time. A knuckleball from DeLuca. Everything is going the Rays' way. It's now 6-0. Over it though. Sharp ground ball to shortstop Walls ends a 16-6 Tampa Bay win.
I mean, every loss is disappointing. You know, it doesn't matter. It still counts as 1 loss, even if they put up 30 runs or we put up 30 runs. Yeah, I think the frustrating part about today was offense answered. You know, we get within 4 and, you know, we couldn't have the shutdown inning, you know, and that's the biggest thing. We walked 7 guys today, too. Like, you know, we got to talk about all the time, be efficient with our pitches and pound the strike zone and, you know, get in and out of the innings, and we had a tough time doing that tonight.
So a couple weeks ago, Bone, they went to Yankee Stadium and got depantsed by the Yankees in the Bronx, and now they head down to St. Petersburg. And last night was another absolute curb stomping at the hands of an elite American League team. And there aren't many of them, but 2 of them reside in your division. The Tampa Bay Rays beat up Trevor Rogers and the rest of the Orioles. They eventually win by a 16-6 score last night, a game that was so god-awful that I eventually turned it off because I have a Game 7 of Stanley Cup hockey overtime to watch and a great Western Conference Final Game 1. That was theater.
That was unbelievable.
But this was a joke. And we were, you and I and Beltway Ben were having a conversation about this before we went on the air. Like, there were some good things, but they get overshadowed by the fact that they're not a good team. Like, they scored 6 runs last night. They had 12 hits last night. They were able to hit McClanahan. They don't hit good starters or good lefty starters, yet none of it matters.
Yeah, Trevor Rogers is obviously the headline,
yes.
and he was just so bad and has been so bad. It does overshadow the fact
70
that
ERA, Bone.
It's crazy. It overshadows the fact that this offense was able to hold its own, at least keep themselves in the game. Shane McClanahan didn't allow a single run in his last 4 starts, spanning 21 2/3 innings. They got 4 runs off of him on 6 hits in 5 innings. And what's really wild, Ken, last night marked the 3rd straight game this offense has recorded 10 or more hits. They've been outscored 32-16, and they have 2 losses of 10 runs.
Yeah.
Like that just tells you where this team is. And yesterday was 2025. Like that was 2025.
So
Orioles.
was the Bronx.
Oh, totally. Where you're out of that. It's 6-0 before you get into the third inning, and we've seen this a little too frequently recently, where it's just you can only do so much. And Pete Alonso, he hit that 2-run double to make it 8-4 in the fifth inning, and you're like, okay, this is getting a little interesting again. And then Cameron Foster goes and gives it right back up.
Yeah,
and this team just can't get shutdown innings.
No.
They can't get off to an early lead. It's just rinse and repeat. Now they're 9-20 in games in which their opponent scores first. And when you're one of the worst teams in baseball in the first three innings, whether that's by offense or by pitching, it's not a winning formula. And it gets you to 6 games below 500.
They walked 7 guys in the first 6 innings, Bone. Because like Kittredge and Wilson each pitched an inning, they didn't walk anybody. So Rogers, Foster, and Enns combined to walk 7 guys. That's unacceptable. And I do want to get something else, and I'm sorry, you might have wanted to get this, but it's been on my mind too. And if you watch those stupid videos I do at night, I did mention this. Michael Elias can't both ways this thing. He's made it clear, because we were talking early in the season about how they should be extending Trevor Rogers, and we can't believe they haven't talked to him, and yada, yada, yada. Well, they've made it clear they didn't think he was good enough to extend. But at the same time, when you say, well, why'd you go get a frontline start? Well, we have Trevor Rogers. We don't need a frontline starter. Well, you can't have it both ways. And now your guy that you didn't think was good enough to extend, but you whispered to people they didn't need to go get somebody else because you had him, is pitching to a 7 ERA.
No, I completely agree. And I was, driving that bus, and clearly I look pretty dumb right now.
Hey, I thought they'd win 90 games.
But you're 100% right, Ken. Like, you and far too often, Mike both sides things, and this is kind of the latest example of it. You can't. What he did in 18 starts last year was historic in so many different metrics. And it's okay. You hear the other side of it, where Mike or any detractors of Trevor Rogers, is that a flash in the pan? Let's see him do it again. All right, I'll give you that. But if you're Mike and you want to see that play out, where was your frontline insurance policy? Like you not acquiring one of those frontline guys.
Mm-hmm. Got close, Bone.
Puts all the pressure on Trevor Rogers and Kyle Bradish. You're putting all the pressure on Trevor Rogers no one thought he was going to duplicate what he did last year, but at least be a 1-2 type pitcher. And Bradish, this is his first full year off Tommy John, you expect him to be, that frontline guy. Like, you both sidesed it, man. Like, there's no way around that. You both sidesed it.
But wait, Ben, I am curious, because while I admit it, when it was 12, whatever, I turned it off because I just said, this is over. You were at a casino, so you saw the whole thing. I just like Bone and I, you also love the Orioles, but you're rational enough to admit when things are bad. Like, what was your impression of what you saw last night?
I was embarrassed as a fan. You're embarrassed. This just keeps happening. And to your point, scoring 4 runs off McClanahan, if you would have told me, without telling me the results of the game, Orioles scored 4 off McClanahan, had guys on every inning, I would have said they probably won that game, because the Rays bullpen is one thing that's holding them back a little bit. And the Rays have been really good. Yeah, Big Show's been good, but even he has runners on every inning.
Yeah.
So their bullpen hasn't been great. So I think, all right, they're in a good spot. Rogers didn't have it clearly and hasn't had it, and I'm with you guys where I was screaming. Every start it felt like the number was going up. That was after the first 3. Now every start the number's coming down. But to that, okay, so he is an ace. We don't want to pay him though. But it's showing right now, okay, you were right maybe, not wanting to give him the money that we were saying to give him. But signing Chris Bassett doesn't offset that. That would have made more sense to sign Ranger Suarez and go up $2 million or whatever needed to get that done and get it to the finish line. Because again, they were in on him. They were in on Framber. They're in on everybody. There's a lot of things wrong with this team, but just checking out. And it's hard to stay in a sporting event. Anybody who's played sport, it's hard to stay in an event when you're getting blown up. When you're getting trashed, it's a really tough thing to do. And I'm going to get to this a little bit more around the Beltway. But they just seem so checked out. And I get it. Giving up that many runs early is tough. But, like, these guys got to play with some type of pride.
We played the cut coming in, and we all love Albie, and this is a rookie manager, and I'm not, by no means putting all of this mess on him, but not every loss is the same, dude.
No,
not every.
Not.
I get what you're saying. They all count the same, but not every loss is the same. Like that was an ass beating. Like that's what Trevor Rogers said. He got his ass beat.
They've gotten depantsed. What? A half dozen times in the last 2 weeks.
That was Weston Wilson's third time pitching.
Yeah.
And
it's not even Memorial Day.
And he was one of the only guys who didn't go up a run.
Right. Yes. And one of the only guys who didn't walk anybody.
That was his third time pitching.
He's their ace now. His line was better than Trevor Rogers.
What the heck?
We have a big Tuesday show. We are done early as the Orioles and Rays play again at 6:30, which means Baltimore baseball tonight. Bordy in the bone.
Yeah, Bordy in the bone.
How was Bordy last night?
Oh, he was great. He was getting fired up, man. He was really getting going on multiple different things about this club.
I can't wait.
Bordy's at wit's end as well.
Well, he is one of our guests. We'll get to him in a second. But 2:30, we will try again with Andy Koska. Unfortunately, if you were listening yesterday, the FCC does not play favorites. So, unfortunately, Andy's interview got cut short. But he will join us again today at 2:30. We'll talk Orioles with him, get his thoughts on what the heck's going on with this baseball team. Bordy at 3 o'clock. See if he's fired up for that. ESPN's Dan Graziano talking Ravens in the NFL at 4:30 OTAs today. Lamar Jackson not there. We'll discuss that in a little bit. And Mark Topkin, Tampa Bay Times. How the heck are the Tampa Bay Rays the best team in baseball? We'll ask him at 5.
Yeah, plenty to dissect from yesterday with the O's. Jackson Holiday, he ended up getting activated yesterday, did not play. What are expectations for him? Who's better year over year for the O's? And then we're going to take a look at some year 2, year 3 Ravens. Who do we think is going to make the biggest jump?
Coming up next, though, we're going to dig a little deeper on Trevor Rogers. And we'll hear from Trevor Rogers, who was, quite frankly, despondent after the game when he met with the media. That's next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home. And Long Fence provides only the best materials and craftsmanship to guarantee longevity. Now's the perfect time with 25% off for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation. Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join a company with unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level with a company that expects your very best, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles.
Woo-hoo!
Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
It looks like everything was just kind of all over the plate. When he did get the 2 strikes, tough time putting guys away. They had great at-bats against them, and anything that was left over the plate, they barreled it.
Craig Albernaz asked what he saw from Trevor Rogers in the loss, and we'll hear from Trevor Rogers in a moment. But to me, it's been the same thing we've seen of late. He gets 2 strikes, can't get outs. He gets 2 outs, he can't get out of the inning. And there was a point in time when the Rays were hitting, I think it was the second inning, they were hitting everything hard. This was not the soft contact BS that I want to hear about or that I don't want to hear about, where, the expected batting average was this, but it found a hole. They were tattooing everything he was pitching, which makes you think that maybe he's tipping pitches.
Well, especially his changeup. He gave up 6 hard hit balls on the changeup alone, 8 in total for his start. But that second inning summed up Trevor Rogers' season. He was an out away from getting out of it, 1-0, and that first run was unearned because Gunnar Henderson had a fielding error in the first inning. And then, boom, Yandy Diaz gets the 2-run. 4 hits, walked a batter, and then it's 6-0 before you head into the third inning. And 7 of Trevor Rogers' 8 runs that he gave up happened with 2 outs. And especially in this stretch, Ken, it's ridiculous. He's faced 38 batters with 2 outs. Since April 14th, he's given up 16 hits. And then you look at 2 strikes in that same span, this 5-start stretch, 362 batting average with an OPS over 1,000. It's crazy.
Before we get to Rogers, I do want to point something out, and we've talked about this a lot on the show, and it occurred last night, and we haven't even mentioned it yet because there's so much else to talk about. But you mentioned the Gunnar error. You had the Jeremiah Jackson play where the ball bounced off his glove. Ben's going to take a whole segment to talk about Tyler Ward and whatever the hell that was in left field. When you don't value defense as an organization, then you can't be upset or be surprised when your defense bites you in the rear end over and over and over again. This is a bad defensive team. Credit to Pete Alonso, because when they signed him, that was on brand of the kind of guy they want to bring in, a guy that's not a good defender. He's made himself a good defender. But you have a group of 9 night after night after night. It's hard to find a guy who's a good defender. And Gunnar Henderson's supposed to be a good defender. He makes an error. I'd rather have Blaze Alexander at second base because he's a plus defender at second base, but they have him in the outfield. But you can't be surprised, Bone, when you put out a bad defensive product and your defense lets you down night after night.
Oh, and you combine that with the fact that the starting pitching has been terrible. A total failure so far. I mean, they're 29th in starting ERA in the majors. It's crazy.
Let's hear from Trevor Rogers, shall we, Bone? And I brought it up. He was getting tattooed in the second inning. People are speculating he's tipping pitches. Well, Trevor, are you tipping pitches?
Hopefully there's something there, because I know I left a couple pitches in the middle of the plate, but I felt like I was making pretty competitive pitches on the edges, and they were just barreling everything. I know a couple of balls didn't go my way, so talk to Frenchie and Clem and see if they got something for me tomorrow.
Wow. There's a guy that sounds like he's shot.
It was tough watching him talk to the media yesterday. And there was one point where I think it was Rich Dubroff was asking Rogers, alluding to the Craig Albernaz quote saying that he's close. He probably took a 10-second pause. Just a couple of deep breaths and saying, I'm trying to be professional. Like, I just hope for Trevor's sake that this doesn't really spiral, because he's been very open about, his mental health struggles and how he works with a mental skills coach each week. And that was something I remember bringing up a lot heading into the season. Last year was such a magic carpet ride. He really didn't face adversity, where even if you have a really good year as a starting pitcher, you're going to get shelled a few times. It just happens. Now, I don't think anyone anticipated this 5-start stretch, but I just hope it really doesn't snowball for this guy.
You just mentioned it. Albernaz says he thinks Rogers is close to figuring it out. Trevor Rogers, what do you think about what your skipper said?
Trying to be as professional as I can. Deep down, I think so. The past 4 or 5 starts, it's just been one inning where it's just gone off the rails with 2 outs. Just nothing has gone my way. I feel like I'm really close. I still have the belief in myself. I know how good I can be. I'm just doing the complete opposite right now.
This is staggering, though, Ken. Like no one thought that he'd come close to doing what he did last year. But this stretch, and it also just points to the brilliance of his season last year. He's given up 25 earned runs in 19 innings in this 5-start stretch. He gave up 22 earned runs in 109 2/3 innings last year. He's given up 3 more earned runs in this 5-start stretch than he did all of last year.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Let's hear one more before we take a step back, because Andy Costa is going to join us on the other side. Cut 31, Beltway, Ben. Trevor Rogers taking responsibility for the loss.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches, and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, Excuse my French, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
It is on him. He gave up 8 runs, 7 earned in less than 4 innings, Bum.
It's just non-competitive at this point, Ken. Like, they're getting shelled when he goes out there. It's happening time and time again, and I don't know what the fix is. I don't know what... Clearly, this 2-strike thing, this 2-out thing, like, that has to be mental. Like, those numbers
they're absurd.
Insanity. Yeah. What's going on right now?
By the way, Ben McDonald us there. He excused my French.
He did excuse my French.
But that word,
say ass.
That word you can say on the radio. The word that Andy Koska used yesterday, you cannot say on the radio. But Andy's kind enough to join us again today. We'll get his thoughts on what he witnessed last night next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
You feel that? That's spring. Hey, it's Ed. Why should flowers have all the fun? I stopped by Lion's Den. Now the mood at home hits different. Awaken your senses at Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, locations locally, and lionsden.com.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haney. Let's be honest for a second. You don't go into game day hoping things just kind of work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts, rocking and rolling. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew. And now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold is a gold standard. You want to be on top of that podium. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. We're not 22 anymore, fellas. If there's an upgrade out there, you take it. As simple as that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Trust me on this one, guys. Be ready when your number is called. Don't let that loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
She's back. Miss Pac-Man. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of koosh bulbs. So throw on your parachute pants and your jelly shoes, tease your hair out, and bust a move to play the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On August 13th, it's country music star Thomas Rhett. The Fray and Dashboard Confessional stop by on August 14th. Then Zach Brown Band on August 15th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
Spring is the perfect time to step up to the plate. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and baseball season is back. There's no better time to get your health back on track, and LifeBed Institute is ready to help you do exactly that. With GLP-1 weight loss programs, hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical-grade supplements, and genetic testing, LifeMed gives you a full game plan, not just a quick fix. To find the best location for you, visit lifebedinstitute.com or call 410-575-1200. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles series against the Rays this week will serve as a measuring stick matchup for Baltimore as they try to find their footing against the best in the American League. If we're judging things based on last night's 16-6 loss, they don't even belong on the same field as Tampa Bay. Trevor Rogers put the O's in an early deficit with 6 runs allowed in the first 2 innings, and the bullpen never stopped the bleeding once he left in the fourth. By the end of the night, the Rays lineup had collected 18 total hits and 7 walks.
I mean, every loss is disappointing. You know, it doesn't matter. It still counts as one loss, even if they put up 30 runs. The frustrating part about today was offense answered. You know, we get within 4 and, you know, we couldn't have the shutdown inning.
Craig Albernaz is trying to keep things in perspective following yet another lopsided loss. The series will continue later this evening when Kyle Bradish opposes Griffin Jacks. First pitch at 6:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, sunny skies with temps reaching the mid-90s this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lose 16-6 last night. Trevor Rogers not good at all. Bad loss on the road. Andy Koska was there covering it for the Baltimore Banner. He joins us now. And Andy had to leave us prematurely yesterday because the FCC does not play favorites, but he's kind enough to join us again today. And Andy, I guess first and foremost, is Trevor Rogers tipping pitches?
Hey, yeah, sorry, I cleaned my potty mouth yesterday, by the way. Although it might be an apt descriptor of what yesterday's game was.
Yes, very much so.
But regarding Trevor Rogers, I don't know if he's tipping pitches. I don't think he necessarily knows it, but it is one thing that, I asked him after the game about that. He said they're going to, they have been studying and they are continuing to study what sort of, things could change or need to be changed to get him back closer to last year or even at the very beginning of this year. Because, yeah, he is like, there were some pitches yesterday that were on the edge or outside of the zone that were hit pretty well by the Rays, which, might give the impression that they had a better idea of maybe what was coming if he's tipping a certain pitch type. The other explanation, honestly, is that his fastball command was really poor. So if they can tell, out of the hand that the fastball is not going to be a strike, if it's so obviously a ball, that really helps them spit on a pitch early and then attack a pitch that they're more equipped to facing. So it could be a lot of things. He was very emotional after the game last night. Feels badly about how this has gone and feels like he's letting his teammates down. So he's got to figure something out because Baltimore desperately needs length out of their starters, if not success.
Andy, was this a situation where Mike Elias both sides did? Because Trevor Rogers, as recently as, a month ago, said that they never approached him about a contract extension coming off the spectacular 18-start run that he had last year. And look, skeptics want to say, okay, you want to see more? That's fine.
Pretty good his first 3 starts this year, too.
Absolutely. But Mike also didn't go out and get a frontline starter and showed faith in Trevor Rogers that he could be a frontline starter, but didn't have faith in exploring contract negotiations with him. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, it does make sense. I think it's definitely a case where front office probably realized that there was some regression risk in Trevor Rogers, which then begs the question of, why not bolster the top end of the rotation further? I do think that the front office was bullish that Shane Baz was going to be a more immediate impact starter than he has been. But I mean, shoot, when the Orioles traded for Shane Baz, the feeling at the time, and Mike Elias said so, was like, there still are remaining in the free agency market. That was not the closing the door on, the rotation. Obviously, they signed Chris Bassett, back end arm, but they didn't go and get a top end guy. They tried, but there's only that doesn't really do too much. Saying you tried in a free agency competition, it I guess I'm trying to say is like, it's admirable that you tried, but it didn't fix the problem. And at a certain point, you either need to pay stupid money to get a guy to, is that SEC approved? Stupid?
Yeah, you can say stupid, yes.
Yeah. You either pay stupid money to convince a guy to come to Baltimore, or you need to differentiate your club in another way to attract somebody to come here. And neither outcome apparently has happened. So a lot of faith was put into the top three of Bradish, Rogers, and Boss. We're seeing kind of the trickle down of that, which is when guys are scuffling at the same time, it seems like there's not a stopper. And maybe Kyle Bradish is that guy, and we'll see, tonight what he looks like. He's looked great recently, but Baltimore really needs it. They need better starts from across the board, and that's a big issue for this team. And obviously the defense is an issue. There's some bullpen aspects. There's the lineup. Like, this is not. I don't mean to like pick on three guys specifically, because it is such a team wide issue, and from top to bottom there is improvement that needs to be made. But it's very noticeable right now with the rotation, just with the lack of signing or trading for a clear number one, which no guarantee that would have worked, right? I mean, the injuries can happen when you sign somebody, and regression can happen when you sign somebody too. So I don't mean to say that's the magic bullet, to fix everything, but it's definitely in the focus of this exact moment.
Talking to Andy Koskets, Inside Access here on the Fan. Well, Andy, let's get to the guy who put this roster together. And you wrote a great piece last week about Mike Elias, and you talked to a lot of people around baseball about him. What's your impression? I know David Rubenstein gave you a statement. Michael Arrighetti did not. Where is the seat beginning to get a little warm? What was your impression after writing that piece on what his standing is?
Yeah, I think it goes back to last year. I remember I asked Mike Elias in the dugout in Milwaukee, a couple of days after Brandon Hyde was fired. I asked him basically like, what's his understanding of his job security, considering that kind of the next domino, and this is not to be a doom and gloom completely, but like he gets it. Like the next domino after firing a manager is who's the GM and president of baseball operations. Like that's the next guy that is held accountable. So if this doesn't go well, I mean, that's a fair question, and it hasn't gone well so far. But David Rubenstein says that he has faith in Elias. Turn this around, and there is time. It's getting late early, though. Like you can't afford. Like, I recognize the American League is collectively not playing good baseball, which leaves an opening. But you need to make a run at some point, or at the very least play more fundamentally sound baseball, and to make that a reality. So we haven't seen it yet. It does come back. Ultimately, it will come back on the front office. Like, this is their team that they assembled. This is his 8th season at the helm. At a certain point, they will, kind of need to answer for it, and we'll see at what point the ownership group wants or feels the need to make a move. Generally speaking, general managers are not let go in the middle of the season, though. So I don't necessarily think it's something right now. And again, there's time. There's not as much time as would be comfortable, but there is time.
Andy, I'll I ask you the same question I asked yesterday that ended the interview. Like, where did this go wrong? June 21st, 2024, they're 22 games under 500. Remember, we'd have national guys on all the time. Like, oh, man, you guys are so lucky you get to watch this fun bunch every single day. And there's oozing with young talent. The farm system.
I get to get crab cakes every October.
Yeah, crab cakes at Jim Bowden. Like, where did this go wrong?
Yeah. What can go wrong did go wrong, in a lot of facets. So like, just, the short answer, I suppose, is that, player regression, has occurred. Player development for some individuals hasn't gone the way that the front office thought it would, for some pieces. Roster construction questions regarding the rotation. Some people externally really look at decisions made in 2022 at the trade deadline, not pushing for it early. The front office decided to sell Trey Mancini and Jorge Lopez, which were good long-term decisions, right? In terms of adding people like Yennier Cano, and it was a long-term play, but that was a team that showed a lot of life, and it was only a game and a half out of the wild card in 2022. Look at 2023. Who did they get at the trade deadline? It didn't really move the needle. I believe that was Jack Flaherty that year.
Flaherty and Fuji. Don't forget Fuji.
Yes. Never forget Fuji.
Yeah.
You get Jack Flaherty, and in 7 starts, he has like a 6.75 ERA, something like that. So that didn't move the needle. That was a team that probably, if there is I'm not sure off the top of my head, I don't know who else necessarily would have been available. Again, I have the benefit of hindsight. Like, this is something that I can, always need to kind of remember as we talk about this. But then in 24, Zach Eflin was a great trade out to 2024. But the next step was, Trevor Rogers. It was optimistic at best to imagine the turnaround was going to happen quickly enough for Trevor Rogers to help the 2024 team, and obviously he didn't. He was optioned and came out great in 25 once he arrived back, but that didn't help the 2024 team. And trades for Eloy Jimenez, Austin Slater, so on and so forth, Christian Pache, they didn't help the roster down the stretch. And there were so many injuries, that 2024 team and 2025 team. Like, there have been a lot of injuries that have stacked up too, which begs the question of, is this bad luck, or is there something that Baltimore can be doing differently? And we haven't really got an answer on that one. But likely is both, right? Like, there's probably a semblance of bad luck, but there's maybe like something can be changed. I assume, So there's so many different factors that play into this. But it is rather shocking, and I guess, it shouldn't, as somebody, I predicted, last year that Baltimore would miss the playoffs. Just because I didn't believe in the rotation, but I didn't think it was going to go as poorly as it did, last year. And this year, I didn't think, I didn't think Gunnar Henderson would have a 700 OPS at this moment. And go down that lineup, apart from Adley Rutschman, who's hitting as well as they'd like to right now? Probably. Maybe Jeremiah Jackson, but like there's few guys on the roster that are really hitting the way they want to. So we talk a lot about the pitching staff, rightfully so, but it's a full team issue. Think last night. Not to pick on Gunnar Henderson here, but just last night, an error in the first inning.
Yeah,
would have been the second. Would have been the second out. Instead, guy goes to third with 1 out, and there's a sac fly. And clearly, with the way Rogers pitched in the second inning, the 1 unearned run in the first inning didn't really change things. But it's still like those are the things that pop up that are holding a team back. It's a lot of different areas. How do you fix that? That's something I ask every day to myself, to people in the org. It's a head scratcher. I don't know exactly how, to turn something around in the middle of a season. But they're going to need to try. That's for sure.
Andy Koska covers the O's for the Baltimore Banner. Andy, always great talking to you, man. Great insights. We appreciate your time and your clean language.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man. Coming up next, by the way, Mike Bordick's going to join us at the top of the hour. But Ravens, they're off the field OTAs. Jesse Minter meeting with the media. So is Derrick Henry. What Ravens entering either year 2 or 3 are we expecting to see make a leap? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in to co-host. We'll break down the Orioles Game 2 against the Rays. Can they bounce back in this series? Look forward to Game 3, and you'll get some sound from Ravens OTAs.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The San Antonio Spurs beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 122-115 in double overtime in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. The Spurs were led by an all-time performance by Victor Wembanyama, 41 points and 24 rebounds. Wembanyama proved that last night he is unlike anything we've ever seen or the Thunder have ever seen before. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
Nope, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your Baltimore weather this afternoon, chance of storms near record highs in the 90s. Tonight, clear, lows in the 70s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
Nope, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ravens done with the media availability day of OTAs. I saw Derrick Henry meeting with the media. I guess he banged knees with somebody and stayed on the ground for a long time, causing a bit of a scare. He said the ground felt like a bed and you guys looked bored, so I wanted to give you something to write about, but he's just fine.
Well, I would have really made this show take a turn.
Yes.
That was legit.
But obviously he spoke to the media, so he's just fine. Alas, he is not in his second or third year, Bone, so he does not fall in this exercise, and there's really not much more of a leap Derrick Henry can take. But guys in their second or third year, and by the way, Ben, if you want to jump in on this as well, please do. Who do you think could take a leap this year?
I'm going with Malachi Starks, and I feel like he's kind of, despite being a first-round pick last year, almost flown under the radar a bit, and he had a pretty nondescript rookie season. Not that it was bad. It was just there weren't, yes, exactly. There weren't many impactful moments from it. He had that stretch where he had back-to-back interceptions, but he only had 4 passes defensed, and this is a really athletic guy, a guy that was playing even some nickel at the college level at Georgia. I expect him to take a big jump from year 1 to year 2. I'm excited to see Jesse Minter, Mike Mickens get to work with Malachi Starks, because this time last year, Ken, you just remember Harbs and the coaching staff really raving about this guy, talking about his leadership abilities. He just seems like a great dude, but also someone that had a grasp of the playbook very early on, leading those type of meetings with the rest of the rookie class. I expect him to take a jump and get his hands on the football more in year 2.
By the way, Ben, anybody stand out for you?
Yeah, Nate Wiggins. I think this has to be more of a comeback season. Last year we saw him get a little worse, and I don't know that it was fully on him. Played through some injuries, dealt with a lot of things. I just feel like there's a lot there for takeaways in terms of making some of the bigger plays that they need to. And we know Jesse Minter, he's like a DB whisperer. He's been able to get a lot out of not a lot. In a lot of places he's been, day 3 pick, some of those types of guys. Nate Wiggins has the talent, and we see it at times, but we also saw him in the second half of last year really, really struggle Again, though, we know he was hurt. We know he was dealing with some things. So I think with Jesse Minter and Mickens and all of those guys around him, I think it'll be a very, very big step forward.
So for me, I think I'm going Mike Green. I was expecting big things from him a year ago. I thought he played too much, quite frankly. Assuming health, I think his snaps count will be down, which is good for him. But I also feel like having Trey Hendrickson the other side will be very good for him as well. I expect Mike Green to take a jump this season.
There's a lot of candidates that
they want us to say Devontae Walker, bro. Like, like even yesterday, like we're not out there, but Ravens.com's writing up, and Devontae Walker makes a big play at OTAs. Like, I'm not falling for that cheese just yet.
Well, and even though it's not a sexy name or sexy position, it'd be nice to see Roger Rosengarten bounce back after having a strong rookie year. And is this the year that TJ Tampa ends up breaking out? And there's a lot of options over the past couple of draft classes.
Coming up next, a guy that already, well, he always makes his leap daily when he appears on these airwaves. He'll be hosting BBT along with the Bone later. He's Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, and he joins us next.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in. Deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Trevor Rogers' nightmarish stretch continued last night against the Rays. Rogers has allowed 25 earned runs over his last 5 starts, which spanned 19 innings. He gave up just 22 earned runs in 109 and 2/3 innings last year.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches, and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, Excuse my friends, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
Kyle Bradish will take the mound as the O's look to bounce back tonight against the Rays. Over his last 2 starts, Bradish has allowed 3 runs with 17 strikeouts across 13 innings. Tampa will start Griffin Jacks. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly will get underway at 5:30. The Eastern Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Knicks and the Cavs. New York went 2-1 versus Cleveland in the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 95. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Here's the current state of your Baltimore Orioles. Weston Wilson pitched better than Trevor Rogers last night. Orioles lose 16-6.
It's Bordy's player spotlight tonight.
BBT tonight at 5:30. It's Bordy in the Bone, and joining us now, it's Steak and Eggs himself, Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, joins us now. And Bordy, so you played the game a long time, and I'm sure you've been on both ends of games like this. The Orioles this year have been in a few of these in the last, it seems like, couple weeks. So how hard is it to flush another one?
Yeah, it's getting harder. There ain't no doubt about that, man. What's kind of frustrating, too, is I really kind of feel like the Oriole offense is starting to just be more consistent, and yet the pitching just giving up these big numbers, man. And, it does. It seeps into the confidence of guys. Here we go again kind of syndrome starts popping up a little bit. And it's unfortunate, man, because so many of these guys have had the success. They just can't harness it right now. The inconsistencies are running rampant with the Orioles in really every aspect of their game.
Bordy, is Trevor Rogers fixable at this point? This 5-game stretch has been brutal.
And do you think he's tipping pitches?
Oh, my gosh. I don't know that he's tipping pitches. I mean, I guess that could be a pretty good excuse for it. I think we all know that he doesn't have that, that extra stuff. So he's got to rely on that pinpoint command and really a nice arsenal and different ways to set hitters up. And right now, he hasn't been able to find a way to break a hitter's rhythm and timing. It just seems like last year his fastball changeup combination was so good that the hitters were just in between. The weak contact numbers were up. And right now, just nobody looks off balance. Everybody looks pretty comfortable. They're not overpowered by his fastball right now. It's unfortunate because you see a lot of, just questioning, what the heck is going on? You feel it with Trevor Rogers. And it's a fine line, man, up there between, success and failure. It could be an inch or two, just missing with the location of a pitch. And right now, it's troublesome because he isn't finding that consistent spot down and away. I know people talk about the tunneling and stuff, and I don't know if it's very effective right now with his fastball changeup combination, just because it seems like they're seeing him so well. Can he fix it? He's done it. This isn't the first time he's stunk. He stunk last year. He was in the minor leagues. He stunk so bad. But then he figured something out and locked in. And that's really the hope. And that's what he's searching for right now. Really, that's what this organization is searching for right now. What is the key that will unlock this confidence to help him find more consistency? Because we saw such good stuff last year that it almost felt like this guy's figured it out. He's going to be a guarantee, maybe not for a sub-2 ERA, but good enough stuff for at least a 3, and earned a spot just because of that as the number one starter on this team. And right now you can just feel the emotion just oozing out of this guy, and it isn't positive, that's for sure. He is a searching young player right now, and man, oh man, I wish there was a way, and there is kind of a way, because I think Ubaldo Jimenez fell into a hole. And
yes, he did. Literally a hole. Yeah.
And that could happen. And to be honest with you, I thought the latest illness was that type of a reset. He needs it again. There's no doubt about it. And it's going to be harder and harder for him to kind of recoup if he can't take a break to figure this out, honestly.
We're talking with Mike Bordy's Inside Access here on the Fan. Bordy, we love when you come on you tell it like it is, but you're also at your heart optimistic. So we were talking about something yesterday. For this team for us to feel good about this team, we have to see them run off 7 straight or 12 of 15 or 17 of 20. Do you think this team is good enough right now to do that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They just, for some reason, just nothing is clicking right now. The potential is there. I mean, that's what we all thought and saw. Now, listen, we all have to be realistic about the injuries. There have been some pretty devastating ones, but I still think the bulk of the playing for these guys, they're just not playing the best brand of baseball. And I think when you see, and this, I know it's an unfair comparison because the Orioles are different right now, but Tampa, last night Ben McDonald made a point. I'm sure you guys have talked about it. The Rays, they're like leading in batting average, but they're one of the weakest contact teams. They don't hit for exit velocity or anything like that. They just put the ball in play. They have over 100 fewer strikeouts than the Orioles. So they are playing baseball. They're literally playing baseball, not Stratomatic. So they're being effective during the game against the scoreboard. They understand what they have to do to try to put the ball in play, and that's why they're having the success they're having right now. Do I think the Orioles can do that? Yes, but they have to find a way to do it with the personnel they have, because there aren't any superstars waiting in the wings to come up and save everybody. I mean, I'm excited to see Jackson Holliday play, but this is going to be the same with every young guy. It's the learning curve. There are going to be mistakes. We have to be patient. And let these guys just kind of play and learn in the big leagues. I mean, we hear it every night. We hear Alvarez talk about, sometimes it's messy development in the big leagues, Well, it's unfortunate that they have to develop in the big leagues, to be honest with you. It really is. But they had to make the most of it and figure out ways to win and teach these guys how to win, because there are ways to win in the big leagues. Right there, we all talk about it every night, and that's why we're so frustrated, because they have the inability to be consistent at it. Catch the ball, make the outs that are supposed to be outs, understand situations before they happen, what you're supposed to do with the ball, have a plan. I mean, my gosh, it can go on and on ways these guys can improve. And it's not a ton, just a little bit. They've played better here recently with their offense clicking a little bit. They've caught the ball a little bit. But golly, and then when the bullpen starts falling apart, you just don't know. But, there are some things within the game they can definitely do better to help themselves win.
Bordy, you touched on Jackson Holliday. He was activated right at the tail end of BBT with us yesterday. Maybe he makes his debut today, you would expect. What are realistic expectations for Jackson Holliday? And also, how much are you expecting him to play at third base? Man,
I hope he doesn't play one game at third base. You know what I hope? I hope they let Jackson Holliday play second base every day the rest of the season. I hope they let Kobe Mayo play third base every day the rest of the season. And just let's see, because, oh my gosh, I mean, we're trying to figure out this combination. It's all guesswork right now. We're just reacting to certain things that are happening. We don't have a strategy. The strategy is let these guys play and learn how to play at the big league level. We've seen some brilliance from every one of these young guys, but they got to learn how to deal with the failures and then come back the next day and get right back on it and find ways every day to raise their own personal bar, to make themselves better, but within the confines of the game so you're not making mistakes and you're out of control and you lose your connection with the baseball, you know? So there are ways to fix it. It's just going to take focus. It's going to take a lot of grit, I'll tell you what, for these guys to persevere through this, because this is tough stuff. The only saving grace is what? They're still only a game and a half out of the wild card, so there's something to shoot for sure.
Bordy, two-part question. A, what's going on in the podcast? And B, are you on your way in here yet? Because you do have BBT coming up in 3 hours. 2 hours.
I'll be in there soon, man. I got 2 more holes to play. I know I got invited to play. I felt like obligated to come out here, and I am hacking it up. But you know what's cool? I saw Ray Rice out here. That was
nice. So wait, how's your?
I'll be in there in a few minutes.
How are you doing?
What's that?
Golfing. How are you doing golfing?
Oh, I suck, man. I hate golf. I really hate golf. It's, why would I play the most frustrating sports in the world? Baseball and golf. It's unbelievable.
Bordy, it's part of what makes you great.
The podcast, the More Baseball podcast, do it great. You know, we had a super. And I mean, every Oriole guy seems to be nice guys, and I know he got roughed up last night, but Dietrich Enns, man, what a great story. I just love some of the stories of these guys. You want to talk about perseverance and grit and love for the game? I mean, man, oh man, he had to go over to Japan and play for a couple of years, Korea, kind of reinventing himself along the way, some major injuries, and found his way, and the Orioles finally lock him up. And he had been pitching really well up until yesterday's ball game, unfortunately.
Bordy, you're the best, man. Get better on the golf course, and we'll see you in a couple hours.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Coming up next, though, man. I don't know how you follow that, but it's
hard.
always great to go around the Beltway. And where are we headed today, Ben?
Yeah, and yesterday's embarrassing O's loss. There were a lot of things that just kept kind of frustrating me. And there'll be one play that we get to in specifics, but just this team and kind of where things are at right now, what it seems like when you watch the TV. That's coming up next on Inside Access.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in to co-host. We'll break down the Orioles Game 2 against the Rays. Can they bounce back in this series? Look forward to Game 3, and you'll get some sound from Ravens OTAs.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman getting a global perspective and specialized skills with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn your degree online in as few as 16 months for about $21K. Choose from 10 MBA specializations like finance, cyber tech, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means.
time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So what are you looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings? Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit lionsden.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill? The possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers. Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall. 105.7 The Fan.
And the left. Ward. Diaz going to go to third. Up 15-4. He's going to take an extra base, and he read it well.
Kevin Brown on the call on Mass, and Taylor Ward is a walk machine, but we found out pretty early he's not a great defensive outfielder. In another situation last night where he let a base runner take an extra bag in a 15-4 game. Time to head around the Beltway, Ben.
Yeah, and I also want to start by saying I have no issue with Yandy Diaz taking a base in any game.
They're going to give it to you.
At the end of the day, if I was up 20, the way you can stop me is to get an out or get under a baseball. And that's what it was. It was a fly ball. It didn't get to the warning track. It was relatively deep, 320 feet to left field. And Ward just kind of... And again, at that point in the game, I'm not asking... I understand. These guys got to play 162 games. It's tough, and it's easy for everybody to sit at home and always criticize these guys 24/7. At the end of the day, they want to stay healthy. They don't want to overdo things. But these are instances we've seen time and time again with it just feels like laziness. And Yandy Diaz is one of the slower runners in the game. I know he's a leadoff hitter. It's not your traditional one. He can hit, but he does not run much, doesn't run at all. And you heard Kevin Brown there talk about it a little bit. And I have less of an issue with him running. I have more of an issue with the Orioles not doing anything to keep him there. I mean, if Ward gets under that ball and comes up throwing it pretty hard to Gunner, I'm pretty confident Yandy Diaz will take 3 steps and go back to the bag. The issue is he sees him not under the baseball. And this was a high pop-up. This wasn't a line drive. He sees him not under the baseball and says, I can take third. Ultimately, he did not end up, or he did end up scoring actually on the next base hit. But just things like that we've seen with them time and time and time again this year, where it just feels like we're seeing lazy baseball. It feels like we're seeing lackadaisical things where you're already frustrated watching them because scoring no runs off Zach Littell is infuriating. Giving up 8 runs in the first 2 innings of a game is infuriating. But then when you see stuff like this, and a lot of people probably turned it off. To be quite honest with you, this game was so late. Ends was just, they were trying to keep him kind of on turn, let him throw a little bit. But you're just giving a guy third base right in front of your face. If this was to right field, it'd also be another conversation. But a pop-up to left field with Yandy Diaz, who is not fast at all. He's one of the slower guys in the MLB.
Yeah.
That it just bothers me. And maybe I'm overlooking at it, but
no,
it just really bothers me.
I totally agree with you. And I was thinking, we were texting in the group chat yesterday when it happened, and it's cliche, but effort doesn't take talent. Like, all you need to do is show a modicum of urgency, and Yandy Diaz isn't running. And look, I love Kevin Brown. We all love Kevin Brown.
Yes.
But I'm with you, Ben. I don't have an issue. Dude, if
It's
you
tough
want
to put lipstick on this pig.
if you want to be lazy and run when you're up, what was it, 11 runs at that point, like, that's on the defense. That's on Taylor Ward for showing no level of urgency.
It just kind of it opens their holes. It shows you more of what they're doing. If Yandy doesn't run there, we're not even looking at it. But in reality, Ward's got to get under that baseball. And listen, being out there early, Ward is out there really trying to figure out left field at Camden Yards. He's really working on his defense. I give him a lot of credit because there's some dudes who in this spot will just, I'm doing good at the plate. I'm not there for my glove. And quite honestly, he's not. Ward has given them enough for me to say I'm not overly concerned about the defense, but this wasn't a defensive error. No. This was a lackadaisical, lazy error.
Bone, word I get on the streets is that when you're playing softball volo, you are a high energy, high effort guy.
Nobody's taking third on you.
Nobody's taking third on you. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not going to blow smoke and say that I have the biggest arm in the world, but I will say I'm going to give effort.
Right. Yes.
And I will say I am a demon on the base paths. And
really?
anyone that has played softball.
Are you like Chandler Simpson?
Oh, I just that's the most fun that I have on softball. Dude, full disclosure, I am totally a slap hitter. Like, I'm going to left field every single time, but I'm going to turn a double from a single.
Are you tagging up to third, up 11 on your opponent?
Yes.
Exactly. Bonus.
Absolutely, I am. There have definitely been moments where we're killing the team, and I'm getting another base.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
By the way, it just reminded me, joking that you're Chandler Simpson, one of the more frustrating things of last night that I haven't even brought up yet. Chandler Simpson doubles and then runs into an out. And they still end up scoring.
Well, that was the second inning.
Yes.
I think. Yeah.
He gives away an out. The ground out to Gunnar Henderson. He just throws the third and gets him out. And they still end up scoring runs that inning.
Yeah, that's another big issue with this team. I talk about it all the time. Like, other teams' mistakes they don't capitalize off of, but other teams are so damn quick to take advantage when the Orioles make mistakes. It's happened so much. And again, that's just what happens when you have a team is a losing baseball team. That's where they're at right now. And then last night, another big thing. I know this was a little bit away from the point, but the false hope, they start to kind of creep back in, and then you spot them 6 runs or whatever. It's like, come on.
Yeah. Pete is. I know he's from Florida. Florida stadiums have cost him 2 home runs. In Miami, that's a home run in 20-plus parks and gets caught at the wall. And then in Tampa, that's a home run in 22 parks and hits the top of the wall.
Made it 8-4. You're thinking, okay, they have a pulse, and then I think they give up 4 runs.
Yeah, not so much. The Tampa Bay Rays, ladies and gentlemen, are the best team in baseball currently, sitting at 31-15, best winning percentage, at least 60 at 674. Mark Topkin covers the Rays for the Tampa Bay Times. How did this happen? We'll ask him next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey Bel Air, your hometown dealership is entering an exciting new chapter. Now open as Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. And we're celebrating with our Memorial Month mega sale, featuring savings on new and used vehicles. Shop now at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today, and please play responsibly.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalase.
The O's suffered another lopsided loss last night and have fallen to 3-8 in games versus AL East opponents. The Red Sox, Rays, and Yankees all own a win of 10 runs or more over Baltimore. Manager Craig Albertaz talked about his team needing to quickly move on.
Yeah, that's why we play every day. It's not like football where we play once a week or basketball. We have to turn the page fast, and our guys have shown the ability to do that. It's just one game, and, we still have the ability to win the series.
The Orioles look to rebound tonight against the Rays. Kyle Bradish will take the ball opposite Griffin Jacks. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly, will get underway at 5:30. The Eastern Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Knicks and the Cavs. New York went 2-1 versus Cleveland in the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 95. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Tim Barbalais, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalais. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
583-1057. You can win 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan's The Double Down Tour. It's at Nats Park on August 20th. 410-583-1057. Win your tickets, and you get talked about Beltway Ben as well. But Orioles and Rays, game 2 of the 3-game set tonight. Orioles lose 16-6 last night. Let's talk some Rays with Mark Topkin, who covers the Rays for the Tampa Bay Times. And Mark, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So I remember us talking a couple times in the offseason, and we asked you, is this the year that Rays, maybe they're not that good? And I feel like there weren't any expectations for this team in the offseason, and here they are with the best winning percentage in all of baseball heading into tonight. How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't know, right? If I knew, I'd have a heck of a story to write. Definitely surprising. I think to everybody, not the guys in the clubhouse, of course, are going to say they knew it all along, but look, they had a roster that didn't look like it was going to compete with some of the big boys in this division. I mean, the Orioles and other teams, beefed up. The Yankees kind of stood pat, but with a pretty good pat to stand on. So it seemed like the Rays were going to be looking up. I know a lot of the betting over-under numbers going into the season were like 79, 78, 81, like right at or just below 500. And then, as you say, here we are, a little past the 1/4 mark, coming up on the 50-game mark, and the best winning percentage, essentially the best record in the majors, but the best record in the American League, best winning percentage in the majors, and looking like they've found some things that teams are not doing, as commonly as they are, playing a lot of small ball, a lot of bunting, a lot of taking extra bases, a lot of singles, putting the ball in play. They're like leading. There's like a math equation where they're like leading or at the top of the majors in contact rate and fewest strikeouts, but they're like at the bottom in home runs, extra base hits, exit velocity, all the things that are kind of cool, right, and in vogue. They're not doing, but they're playing kind of an 80s kind of baseball or 70s kind of baseball where a lot of pass the baton kind of at bats and things like that, and it's worked for them so far, and they're pitching the hell out of the ball.
That's what I was going to say, Mark. Usually when you think of the Rays, you think of the strong pitching, and someone who they haven't had the past couple of years because of injury was Shane McClanahan. And I know McClanahan wasn't great last night against the O's, but he went 4 straight outings without giving up an earned run. Just how impressed have you been in his return multiple years later?
Yeah, it's been remarkable. I mean, I think, and we may have said this on your guys' show, I know I wrote it once or twice too. I think going into the season, you could argue that the player with the biggest, the one player who could have the biggest swing impact on the team's success was going to be Shane McClanahan, because what he was really, really good. Mm-hmm. Who knows what he was going to be after missing 2.5 years or 2+ years. And it turns out he's actually done some things better than before he was hurt. He'd never had 3 straight scoreless outings before. He obviously had 4 until giving up some runs last night. He had some other things, I think, with some strikeouts that he hadn't done before. So he's actually been, kind of as good or better. The velocity isn't fully back, but he's made a big point of telling us in a lot of different interviews that, he's learning to pitch more. He's realizing you can't go out max effort every pitch, which is probably wise for a guy who's had 2 Tommy Johns and some other issues. And you've got to figure out how to use your other pitches, how to set guys up, and he's doing more of all those things. And obviously, last night, not even horrible. I mean, 4 runs in 5 innings in the current game isn't actually all that bad, but for him, it was actually a step back. So I think you'll see him come out pretty strong his next start. And, being that Baltimore native there, we got to, factor that into the equation.
We're talking with Mark Topkins, Inside Access here on the Fan. Mark, it was so bad for Trevor Rogers last night. The beat guys after the game asked him if he thought he was tipping pitches. Did you, from the other side of it, did you feel like the Rays kind of knew what was coming? Did you even get an impression that they kind of thought they knew what was coming with Rogers last night?
Yeah, not really, and I think that's probably a product of watching them, for these first couple months here, because they have just been on so many pitchers. They have made so much contact. A lot of it's soft contact, or Chandler Simpson, who's kind of perfected that 5.5 hole that Tony Gwynn used to take aim at between short and third. So I didn't strike me that way, only because their contact rate, like I mentioned earlier, has been so high all year, and it just didn't seem like Trevor Rogers had anything dynamic to kind of get by him.
Mark, I want to get your thoughts on two former Orioles. I know Brian Baker, he's got 12 saves for the Rays. Cedric Mullins, it's been a tough start to the season. What have you thought of those two former O's?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you look at Cedric Mullins' numbers, and even with his recent hot streak, they're still amongst the worst in the league. But, I don't think Cash is saying this just to puff him up. I mean, there have been a number of days where Cedric Mullins has made a really good play in the outfield, where he's dropped a bunt. And the other thing that you don't see on the field, and we see maybe just with the privilege of being in the clubhouse a lot, is he spends a lot of time talking with some of the other outfielders, specifically with Chandler Simpson, who's still, whose defense is still a bit of a work in progress. And, Cedric doesn't have his speed, but Cedric in his prime played a kind of a similar game, right? Steal a lot of bases. Chandler doesn't have the power, but just kind of helping him kind of learn some of the finer points of defense. So there's some benefit to that too, but the last couple of weeks, I think you've seen Cedric hit the ball a little better and get some results for it. Brian Baker's been a godsend for them because they let Pete Fairbanks go at the end of last season, didn't pick up his option. He'd been their closer the last 3 years, and they went into this with the idea that they had a kind of a three-headed closer by committee with Garrett Clevenger, Griffin Jacks, and Edwin Uceta. And Edwin Uceta has yet to pitch because he hurt his shoulder in spring training. Griffin Jacks pitched so bad in the bullpen, they kind of called for a reset, and now have actually converted him to be a starter. You'll see him start tonight, and he's kind of graduated from that little program that they did with Rasmussen, with Jeffrey Springs, with Zach Littell, where they take him as a reliever and switch him back to starting. So he should be, 5-6 innings tonight, capable, depending on the pitch count. And then, Clevenger he went to WBC, and he didn't pitch a lot. He has not been sharp since, so point being, none of the three guys they were counting on have really been able to work in that role. And here comes Brian Baker, and he's among the American League leaders in saves. And the show he puts on, I mean, you guys know him and know him probably better than we do, but he walks in looking like a college professor or who's going to discuss, business analytics or chemistry or something. And then you see him on the mound go and just bat, what, after he gets a save. And I told him they should be like a cut-up of all of his reactions. He says he blacks out and doesn't know what he's doing half the time.
Yeah, he was famous for moonwalking a couple times here. So you might get that at some point, Mark. Mark,
all right, I'll keep an eye on that one.
Junior Caminero, he looks just like he's going to be a young star. What do you see as his ceiling? I heard, I think Kevin Brown during the broadcast said that Albert Pujols says this kid's a Hall of Famer.
I've heard Albert Pujols say that as well. I was down at the WBC for a couple of days and ran into Albert somewhere else earlier this year, I think, or at the winter meetings, I'm sorry, and he raves about him, and that's a pretty good guy to have in your corner. Albert's become a little bit of a mentor for Junior, managed him at the WBC, managed him in winter ball not this past offseason, but the offseason before when Junior hit that home run like off the scoreboard and then took like the 3-hour trot around the bases, and yeah, that's a pretty good opinion, right? So I don't know what I say or what Kevin Cash says or anybody else says is going to matter as much, but I think what you're seeing with Junior is a guy who's he knows what, he can do when he gets a pitch over the plate, right? And he can crush it. He's got one of the hardest swings. I think MLB.com had a story. He's got the fastest and the flattest swing in baseball, which is hard to imagine how you can do both, and he does. And we see these 400-plus foot homers a lot. But I think where you're going to see the growth is how he handles, pitchers who don't give him anything to hit, who don't make a mistake, and whether that's just taking a single the other way or doubling the gap and not going all out and swinging and striking out. And his defense, he's been very inconsistent. There have been some games this year where he has looked absolutely terrible, and there have been some games, and he made one last night, a diving play and get up and make that throw. So he's got to find a middle ground there, and whether that's not trying to make the spectacular play all the time and just make the routine ones, which we know is a common phrase in baseball, but if he can get that part figured out and stay healthy, which is always a concern, obviously, and then just power shows remarkable.
Mark, we know that the Rays don't spend big money in free agency, and they made a couple of moves, Cedric Mullins being one of them, but Nick Martinez. What the heck has gotten into Nick Martinez, Mark? He's off to the best start of his career.
He also now has an official role. This will probably be debuting comes March or April or February or March. He is now the official spokesperson for spring training stats don't mean squat because he had the absolute worst spring training. His ERA was 14-something. His hits and walks per inning were 5 or something. It was just to where I think, as there's only a couple beat writers we have here. And I think we were asking, is he going to be okay? Is he going to start the year healthy? Is he going on the IL? What's wrong? And they're, nah, you know what? We think he's fine. Under the hood numbers are good and all that. And then you talk about a guy who just flipped the switch when it mattered. And, it was the classic. He was, the stuff they say and we don't listen to when they have a bad spring training outing. I was working on something. I was trying something different. I wanted to see how this felt, those kind of things. And that all turned out to be true because he has been absolutely lights out and great guy too. Part of the reason they signed him was right before spring training. It was, highest paid guy on the team in terms of finance, how much money he's guaranteed, $13 million. And it was kind of a surprising move, but the idea that they were going to get a good pitcher and a pitcher who could provide some leadership in that clubhouse and really fit in well. And he's been all of that and more.
Mark Topkin, always great catching up with you, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the baseball, and hopefully the Orioles don't embarrass themselves again tonight, but that's just my opinion.
All right, guys. See ya.
Thanks.
Bye.
Mark Topkin covering the Rays for the Tampa Bay Times. We're still busy at the end of the show as Dan Graziano is going to join us coming up at 4:30, talk some Ravens and NFL with him. But coming up next, Jackson Holliday was activated less than an hour before the start of the game last night. What are our expectations for Jackson Holliday now that he's back? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in to co-host. We'll break down the Orioles Game 2 against the Rays. Can they bounce back in this series? Look forward to Game 3, and you'll get some sound from Ravens OTAs.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
San Antonio Spurs beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 122-115 in double overtime in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals last night. The Spurs were led by an all-time performance from Victor Wembanyama. Wemby is the first player to score 30-plus points and 20-plus rebounds in his first conference finals game since Wilt Chamberlain. I can't wait to see what else Wemby has in store for us this postseason. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
There's only one Ozempic. Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle? Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right? No. Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. There's only one Ozempic. I told you it was catchy.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Hey, Birdland! Spend Memorial Day at Camden Yards on Monday, May 25th, as the Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Maryland replica jersey, presented by MDOT's Work Zone Safety Campaign. Kick off summer the right way with Orioles baseball. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Your Baltimore weather tonight, clear with lows in the 70s. Tomorrow, chance of storms, highs in the 90s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
There's only one Ozempic. Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
So we were talking yesterday, Bone. Jackson Holiday was in St. Pete with the Orioles. We were like, you know what? Norfolk's playing in Jacksonville. It's a day off on Monday. Maybe he's just spent a little time with the team before he takes that drive back to Jacksonville for the Tides game on Tuesday, which is today. But then I guess you guys were probably in the midst of BBT.
It was the last segment.
Yeah, the Orioles announced Jackson Holiday has been activated. Now, Jackson Holiday did not make an appearance in the game last night, but lefty starter and the game was out of hand. Why put him in the game? But what are your expectations for Jackson Holiday now that he's back?
It's the same as when we were talking about this a month ago. I have very, very tempered expectations for Jackson Holiday. You just consider the circumstances that he's in. He's 22 years old, so you should always have a measured expectations for that in the majors. But this is someone that wasn't necessarily a stud last year either. He had a 690 OPS, which is below average, and 95 OPS plus, 100 is average. So, a slightly below average hitter. It's fair to say that he was a below average second baseman as a defender. This is still a developing player. Then you throw on the fact that he didn't have any spring training. He had 3 separate rehab stints before finally making his debut, which we expect to be tonight. I think it's going to take a little bit for someone to expect him to be the savior, him to be this missing piece. I just think is misguided.
I know I'm not trying to hot take here, and I'm not trying to be a cynic, but I don't know that. I hope Jackson Holliday one day becomes a good baseball player, but I think I remember we had, who was it? One of the guys from either Baseball America or Pipeline.
It was Jim Callis.
Jim Callis, who's great. And Jim Callis has seen and forgotten more minor league baseball than I know. But he's like, Jackson Holliday's going to hit 25 bombs as a rookie for the Orioles. And
he wouldn't have been surprised with 30. He said he was the best prospect he's seen since A-Rod.
Yes.
Like crazy high on
Yeah, and to that part of it, he flew through the system. Like, he was dominant at every level till he got to the major leagues. And we just haven't seen any real sign of that. He'll have his moments. But as you mentioned, Bone, he's still a below average defender. And I think there's too much swing and miss at the plate for him. I hope he can become a good baseball player. Like, my goal here is, and to echo something Bordy said, though I don't agree with the Kobe Mayo part of it, but because him at third base is, no, I don't want to see that. But play Jackson Holliday at second base and just, like, let's see what it looks like. I'm okay with that.
Look, we've both been on the record. I just do not think that it's a smart idea at all to throw third base on this kid.
No.
Like, with everything that he's been through, and you're doing this when your season is teetering, and I get it, you haven't had much third base production, but to do that to Jackson Holliday right now, I just do not think is a prudent move at all. He doesn't hit lefties well, and that's even last year, 572 OPS, and we know Jeremiah Jackson's kind of came back to earth, but I think that's kind of a platoon situation there. I hope that they keep him at third base at a minimum, and I still have hope in Jackson being a good, productive ball player. I get what you're saying, where it's not, it's different from what we saw when Gunnar initially came up, per se, but I think he's still so young. But my thing is that, and I've been saying for a while, I just think this is going to end up being a lost year for Jackson Holliday.
Yeah.
I just really believe that it's going to be very difficult for him to come in and take the same leap that he took from year 1 to year 2. I'm just hoping he can get to what he was last year or slightly better.
Like, I would love to see him hit 250, steal, well, now he's in a full season, steal 20 bags, maybe hit 15 home runs, and play a good second base. Is that too much to ask?
Well, you look at his numbers last year. I mean, 17 home runs. He had 17 stolen bases. He was caught stealing 11 times.
He should steal 30 bases.
Yeah, he's certainly got the speed in order to do so and the athleticism, but yeah, I mean, I think that, and he had 242. So, I mean, he almost did what you were saying last year.
It's a low bar.
So,
don't get caught stealing double-digit times.
He's got to be better there. But I just think, I hope fans are not expecting him to just hit the ground running after what's been anything but a smooth recovery from this hamate bone
It's the
surgery.
opposite of going around the Beltway with Jackson Holliday. Round the Beltway, very smooth. Jackson Holliday, not smooth. Not smooth so far. Coming up next, Ravens OTA media availability is wrapped up today. I know Jesse Minter, Derrick Henry, John Simpson spoke. We'll hear some of that next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, The Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
I keep seeing celebrities post me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on HRSX billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This Deere season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together in 2 exciting new scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play one or the other, or even both. You'll love how these new gold and diamond scratch-offs bring 2 more great things together. Fun and instant cash. Please play responsibly.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Trevor Rogers' nightmarish stretch continued last night against the Rays. Rogers has allowed 25 earned runs over his last 5 starts, which spanned 19 innings. He gave up just 22 earned runs in 109 2/3 innings last year.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, Excuse my friends, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
Kyle Bradish will take the mound as the O's look to bounce back tonight against the Rays. Over his last 2 starts, Bradish has allowed 3 runs with 17 strikeouts across 13 innings. Tampa will start Griffin Jacks. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly will get underway at 5:30. The Eastern Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Knicks and the Cavs. New York went 2-1 versus Cleveland in the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 95. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today, and do expect him to be back soon. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
That's Jesse Minter asked about Lamar Jackson, his expectations for Lamar Jackson. He was not there today. He's been to his credit, he's been in the building a lot this offseason. And the last team activity, he was there for that. But Lamar Jackson not there today, but he says he expects him back soon.
Yeah, a little odd, but reading between the lines there with Jesse Minter's quote, it sounds like he had something going on these couple of days. So, if Lamar hadn't been at the prior, off-season workouts, and it sounds like he's been there a lot, I think I would be a little more like, okay, what's going on here? But just hearing what the head coach has to say, it sounds like he had a prior engagement, I guess.
Where are you on, and I know because it's new coaching staff, we want him there more than not, but does this move the needle for you that he's not there?
Like I said, if he wasn't there prior to this, it would. It certainly would, and I've been saying all the time, he should be there.
Yeah.
He should be at OT. And not just Lamar, because I don't want to just make it seem like I'm singling him. Like, I think the whole team should be there this go around. Prior years with OTAs, and there would be a lot of veterans. Okay, we'll see you at mandatory minicamp, and then we'll see you at training camp, and that's fine.
Yeah,
but
it's about the new coaching staff.
Yes, this is pretty unprecedented. We haven't seen a brand new coaching staff since 2008 for the Ravens, and it sounds like that they have had strong attendance for the majority of their off-season workouts, which is encouraging. But this was the most disappointing team in football last year, bar none. The most disappointing team in football. And you would like everyone to buy in and be there and, be on one accord.
One more from Jesse Minter on Lamar Jackson. What's his relationship with Lamar Jackson?
Just a chance, like a very quick, brief interaction to sort of meet in person, face-to-face, say hello. Nothing really more than that, and just love every chance that we get to spend together. We've had a lot of good meetings together, talking through things. And so all those interactions, build what you hope to be obviously a long-standing, great relationship, and certainly headed in the right direction there.
Just a building process, Bone.
It's ongoing. That's all I needed to say there. It is ongoing. This was the start of OTAs this week, and Jesse Minter, yes, he was here, but he didn't really know Lamar when he was here or had that much interaction with him. So it was important.
Wait, you're saying that when he was a position coach on the defensive side of the football, him and Lamar weren't close?
They weren't best buddies, no. I'm assuming that they weren't going out and getting dinner together every other week or on the same trivia team.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's what I've heard. Lamar's a big trivia guy.
Yeah.
But look, it was important whoever they hired, head coach, offensive coordinator, they need to have a better relationship with Lamar Jackson. John Harbaugh, Todd Monken, clearly there was a disconnect in the 2025 season. and you need to be on the page with your franchise quarterback.
Jesse Minter speaking today after media availability of OTAs. How about his first-round pick, Venga?
Yeah, Venga's a beast. In these drills, again, it's very – the O-line and D-line have to work really well together. You're really trying not to be super physical. You're trying not to be violent. You're trying not to necessarily win the rep. You're trying to kind of give each other a really good look. He's done a great job understanding that. He's picked up on everything probably way faster than I would expect a rookie to at any position, I would say. And, man, he's got a really bright future. But the best thing about him is just how hard he works and how serious he takes his craft. And so every day he does something, he comes back, it's a little bit better the next day. And so he's, again, the epitome of the draft class, in that sense, and the type of guy you want on the offensive and defensive line.
So it's a different position, and I fully expect him to be really good. It does sound a little like what we heard about Malachi Starks a year ago at this time, but
and to be fair, Ken, what are we learning about offensive line, defensive line in these unpadded practices? Because he's stressed, and we know that Harbs he would push the envelope a little bit during these non-contact portions of the offseason. Got some OTAs taken away back in the day, so Minter stressing the non-contact part, but. No, you want him to look the part. You want him to – a lot of this stuff going on right now, especially for the linemen, these are mental reps, right? During all of this install. And, yeah, look, I think we're all fired up to see this rookie class. And especially Ioane and Zion Young, they got some ish to them. They got some attitude to them. They got some dog in them, which is good to see.
Like you.
Yeah, like me. Yeah, exactly.
Would you say
similar build
demeanor?
as well? No, I'd say build. Demeanor's a little different. I'm a nice guy, but we're both jacked.
Would you say on the Volo field that you have some dog in you?
I don't know if I'd say dog. I'm just kind of being goofy. Yeah. I might chirp
Keeping
a little.
Light.
I might chirp a little, but I feel like I've mellowed out in my old age.
One more from Jesse Minter. How are we handling the center position right now, Coach?
Yeah, that's going to be one where, you may see somebody different out there every day, not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. They get to run the different schemes. Danny's done a great job. He's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. Javon as well. Corey's done a great job. All three of those guys. The whole idea of the offseason is to put yourself in position to compete for the job in training camp. And I think all three of those guys are doing that.
Nothing says the starting center currently isn't on the roster we're just going to rotate these guys.
We're going to throw a different guy out there each day. We'll figure it out.
I'm going to say again, the starting center is not here.
No, it's not. And I thought Jonas made a good point yesterday, Ken. Right now, and yes, we both expect that it will change. There isn't a bigger drop-off, year over year in any position group when you go from Tyler Linderbaum to what the Ravens have right now.
I'm sorry, I apologize. One more from Jesse Minter. What has impressed him most about his running back, Derrick Henry?
The way he operates, the standard at which he goes about his business, both in the classroom, learning. Derrick's ran every scheme, throughout his career, but when you change and terminology is different and you do need to learn formations and terminology and motions and all the different tags and cadences. So just to see a guy like that with the experience and success that he's had sort of go about his process of getting better, he's an unbelievable example for everybody else on the team, offense, defense, whatever, of how you operate when you want to learn and you want to be the best. And so just unbelievable the way he goes about his business. Really cool to see. Thankful that he's on our side and we're handing the ball to him.
I'll say this. Derrick Henry loves to practice. He ain't missing practice unless he's got something really important going on in his life. He seems to be at all of these things.
He's a pro's pro, and I declared on this show the Monday after the Packers game, anything that comes to age with running backs or carries with running backs, age throw it out the window. This guy is an alien. He was built in a lab. The conventional wisdom when it comes to running backs,
until he hits that wall, I don't really feel like it's worth talking about that he's going to hit it.
I think that's fair, Bone. Let's hear from Derrick Henry. What are his first impressions of Jesse Minter as head coach?
The guy that's hungry, somebody that wanted this opportunity and presented himself. He took advantage of it, and excited to be here, excited to get to work, put the work in, so we get the results we want.
I like Derrick Henry a lot. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I've loved seeing him up close. I think he dislikes talking to us as much as he likes to practice. Is that a fair, Ben, you're around that. Is that a fair statement? Like yeah.
Yeah, maybe I will give him credit, though. He always speaks.
He does.
He does always speak. He does always post.
He posts.
He might not like it, but he will do it.
He definitely
He's a
always
professional, and that's the pros pro thing, Bo.
That is a pros pro.
He does not duck us.
No, he does not duck.
He just does not. I don't think he's thrilled about talking to us ever.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Like, not every player is going to want to talk with a ton of microphones in their face, and that's fine.
One more from Derrick Henry. Does he feel like there's a new vibe with this new staff?
No, I think they're just trying to build a culture around here, a culture that they want to set and represent and want us to work towards every day. And, just want us to come in and be able to be coachable and work hard when we win the building.
I think if there was ever anyone to learn from by example from, it's probably Derrick Henry, as he's on his off days in 90-degree heat. He's running with like two potato sacks on his shoulders and a weight around his waist.
Potato sacks?
Like anything to just
Going
weigh him
old
down.
school.
Yeah, he's anything to weigh him down. Like,
I mean, he's spending, $500,000 on his body. I think he's working out with something
probably better than potato
more
sacks.
advanced than potato sacks.
He's got like that weird...
Like a weighted vest?
Yeah, he's probably got the weighted vest. Yeah.
Look, what Derrick Henry has done is... It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable when you go back to the amount of carries that he had. Heck, even go back to high school and then college at Alabama and then Tennessee was a workhorse. And what he's doing, his first 2 seasons in Baltimore past the age of 30, we have never seen before in the history of this game. And I think it's a testament to the work that he puts in every single offseason to get ready to be the workhorse year in and year out.
Ravens on the practice field again tomorrow, but only today available to the media for OTAs. But as we are here in the midst of the offseason, who are some Ravens entering either year 2 or year 3 that we expect to see a leap from? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in to co-host. We'll break down the Orioles Game 2 against the Rays. Can they bounce back in this series? Look forward to Game 3, and you'll get some sound from Ravens OTAs.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need to replace your cooling and heating system? Constellation Home will give you a same-day estimate and next-day installation. Plus, save up to $3,000. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Presenting Fun's greatest hits. Remember this? How about this? It's the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prize is $30,000. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family-owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right. For decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long-time name for quality. Long Fence.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at Green Spring Avenue, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. And on the inner loop of the Beltway at Route 40, Baltimore National Pike, the crash is on the right side, off and on delays from 95. Heavy on the inner loop of the Beltway between Green Spring Avenue and 83, the Jones Falls Expressway. And it slows again from the Harrisburg Expressway through Towson to Loch Raven Boulevard. Outer loop's heavy from Providence Road to Delaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Programming note, 5:30 is Baltimore baseball tonight. Bordy in the bun, and Bordy's ready. We're talking to Bordy during the break. He is ready for some BBT. We will get that lineup to you when it comes out. But let's get to the Ravens. They're off the practice field. And Bum, obviously last year was a disappointment. But who are some guys entering their second or third year that you think could make a leap this season?
I think there's a ton of candidates, and you can talk me into multiple guys, and there are multiple of these guys that they need to. Well, maybe not.
Is he in his second or third year?
Yeah,
he qualifies.
You can talk me into multiple guys, not counting Adisa Isaac, but someone that I'd really like to see take a big step is Malachi Starks. And gosh, remember this time a year ago, Ken, and Zach Orr and John Harbaugh and the players. We're going to force turnovers. We're going to really force turnovers after not forcing nearly enough in 2024, and they didn't force nearly enough again in 2025. But I think that's where Malachi Starks can come in. And he didn't get his hands on the football nearly enough last year. 4 passes defensed. He had an interception in back-to-back weeks against the Dolphins and the Vikings. And it's not that Starks was bad. It was just there weren't a ton of standout moments. There weren't a ton of wow plays from Malachi Starks. And I think expectations were set. Yeah, he's a first-round pick. They were set a little high, and Harbs would really talk about his leadership ability, and he was, the Red Star player or whatever, having all of those intangibles on and off the field. I think he's going to take a big jump, and I'm excited to see Jesse Minter and Mike Mickens work with him, and I think he's poised for a year 2 breakout.
So I'm going to stick in that draft, Bone, because I thought that Mike Green was going to be more of an impactful player last year, but at the end of the day, the guys around him weren't very good, and some of it's him, but I thought he played too much. The learning curve may have been a little steep for a rookie, but I think year 2 and having Trey Hendrickson on the other side and adding Zion Young, I expect Mike Green to take a leap in year 2.
You hope so, man. Gosh, that's one of those guys. They really need him to take that jump. And that's where we get back into the if game, right? Mm-hmm. Where edge is much better because you have Trey Hendrickson. But I think we both still like to see them add a veteran
and there's
player.
Still guys there.
And there's still plenty of guys, and there's plenty of time between now and week 1. But yeah, if Green can take that step, that would be big. But you could kind of sort of have the same conversation with Green and Starks, where Starks, you can think of the recent first-round picks that the Ravens have had in the secondary. Kyle Hamilton was not a day 1 starter. Nate Wiggins was not a day 1 starter. Marlon Humphrey was not a day 1 starter, where Starks was.
Yes.
And those guys had the luxury of getting eased in and played more throughout their rookie season, where Starks, he was kind of thrown to the fire. And same for Mike Green. Like, they just didn't have anything at edge, where he absolutely had to play a heck of a lot more than I'm sure anyone anticipated heading into the year.
Does any part of you want to say Devontae Walker is someone that would, I feel like there's a lot of, and maybe it's coming from inside the building, and not to say that's a bad thing, but there's a lot of Devontae Walker buzz going on right now.
Well, you made the point, Ken, and I agree with it. Eric took a 3rd round and 4th round receivers. And I'm not saying that that's a direct shot at Devontae Walker, but if they thought Tez Walker was going to be a thing, they wouldn't have felt the need to take back-to-back mid-round wide receivers. Now, look, Tez has not had many opportunities, but he's made the most out of all of those opportunities. He had that big touchdown on the 4th down play in Pittsburgh in the final regular season game. That's another one of those situations, though, where do they go young at wide receiver? And if they go young at wide receiver, Tez Walker is going to have to be a thing. But if they bring in a veteran, then it takes pressure off of him.
We still think they're going to bring in a veteran.
I hope they should. They absolutely should. If Zay goes down, man,
don't you put that juju on Zay?
I hate.
He's
I hate
a college graduate now.
Look, and Zay's a heck of a player, and I hope Zay Flowers ends up getting a bag before week 1 when it's all said and done. But there's just a lot of question marks in that receiving core. And I'll also say again, and maybe Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt can totally buck this trend.
Yeah.
Give me the last mid-round rookie Ravens wide receiver that popped off. I'm waiting.
That popped or popped off?
Both.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
There had to be one that probably popped off at some point, but no.
It's just they don't have a great track record. So and maybe those guys buck the trend and they do really well and they hit the ground running, and that's possible. But banking on 2 mid-round rookies is a risky proposition.
Here's the thing with the NFL schedule now out and the Orioles sort of maybe at the beginning of circling the drain. It's already football season, Bone.
Oh, man. Don't. Man. We're talking to Bordy during the break, man. I don't want a long summer again. No. Last summer sucked.
But it did. It was terrible.
Yeah, let's hope the O's bounce back.
Let's talk some football next. Dan Graziano covers the NFL for ESPN. We'll talk Ravens and the NFL with Dan next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. This show's brought to you by FanDuel. This is your reminder to check in daily because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel's serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. Check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're kicking things off with our Memorial Month mega sale. More inventory, more value, and more reasons to shop at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, you want to be ready. You want to be at your best. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. You don't go into game day hoping that things just work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now I've got something new. Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. And we've got a special deal to help you. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Get on in it. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Gold Standard. That's where you want to be. Don't let the loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Heavy on the inner loop of the Beltway between Green Spring Avenue and 83, the Jones Falls Expressway. Slows again from the Harrisburg Expressway through Towson to Lock Raven Boulevard. Outer loop's heavy off and on between Providence Road and Delaney Valley Road. On the outer loop of the Beltway at Green Spring Avenue, clearing a disabled vehicle. And on the inner loop of the Beltway at Baltimore National Pike, Route 40, there's a crash on the right side. It's heavy from I-95. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. Join the team at AriosaMechanical.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The O's suffered another lopsided loss last night and have fallen to 3-8 in games versus AL East opponents. The Red Sox, Rays, and Yankees all own a win of 10 runs or more over Baltimore. Manager Craig Albernaz talked about his team needing to quickly move on.
Yeah, that's why we play every day. It's not like football where we play once a week or basketball. We have to turn the page fast, and our guys have shown the ability to do that. It's just one game, and, we still have the ability to win the series.
The Orioles look to rebound tonight against the Rays. Kyle Bradish will take the ball opposite Griffin Jacks. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly, will get underway at 5:30. The Eastern Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Knicks and the Cavs. New York went 2-1 versus Cleveland in the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 95. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists and a top prize of $10,000. These Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ravens going through OTAs, media availability today. Jesse Minter, Derrick Henry, John Simpson spoke. They'll be back on the field tomorrow, but no media out there. But let's talk some NFL football, Ravens and the rest of the National Football League with Dan Graziano, who covers the NFL for ESPN. And Dan, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. I don't think we've spoken to you since the Ravens fired Harbaugh, hired Jesse Minter.
Right?
Yeah, like
I've been going on this offseason down there.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet, like Max Crosby and like so. But first and foremost, this was a season last year of Super Bowl expectations. They missed the playoffs, so just I'm curious this whole offseason, what you thought, what you think of Jesse Minter, et cetera.
I think most of the people you talk to think very highly of Jesse Minter. It's just, head coach is a new job, and you never know. Like, sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. Like, everybody felt like Ben Johnson was going to be a hit in Chicago, and first year he certainly was. There's nothing not to like about Jesse Minter, what he's accomplished, what his lineage is, coaching-wise, and all that. So it's just, it's an unknown. It's like it is with the Steelers and the Browns, who changed head coaches in the same division. So I think it's been a wild off season there for a lot of teams where we don't usually see. And the fact that Baltimore and Pittsburgh both changed head coaches in the same offseason is just like you look back on it and it's like it's hard to get your head around even now. So, I think they got to get the defense back in shape, and they've obviously addressed some of that with their offseason moves, and then we'll see. Can he keep Lamar healthy all year? And that seems to be the most important bellwether for how the Ravens season ends up going.
Dan, we were just talking prior to the break, the wide receiver position. Zay Flowers is a stud, back-to-back Pro Bowl seasons, but beyond that, Rashad Bateman had 2024, and that's looking like an outlier. And then it's a bunch of young and unproven guys. Do you think that Eric DeCosta needs to go out and bring in a veteran receiver to help out Lamar?
I don't think it would hurt, but I think we'll have to see how the offense looks. That we had the same offense there for so long, and obviously it's going to change now. The offense that they ran under Todd Monken didn't, for better or for worse, didn't emphasize the wide receiver position. Right? It was tight ends and it was run the ball and let Lamar make magic happen. So the resources. Like Bateman and Flowers, both first-round picks. It's not like they haven't spent resources at the position. They just haven't sort of found that number one guy. And, to the extent that Flowers he's a different kind of receiver than your, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, like your classic number one wide receiver. We'll see how the offense functions and whether the middle-round draft picks could be factors. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a third-round pick or a fourth-round pick hit as a rookie. So it's certainly conceivable they have plans for the guys they took this year.
Talking with Dan Graziano, it's Inside Access here on The Fan. Let's stay in the division. And I'm curious, like the Steelers, at some point you think they'd want to reset and maybe and you got this great potential draft coming up next year where there's allegedly going to be a lot of really good quarterbacks, and yet they're running it back with Aaron Rodgers, which keeps the floor kind of high, but I don't feel like it does anything for their ceiling. Where are you on what the Steelers are doing?
I'm with you. I think, they, and also factor in the possibility, guys, that, Mike Tomlin was holding the whole thing together.
Yeah.
Right? like what if there's stuff underneath that isn't right, and that starts to come to the surface with him not there anymore. So, yeah, the Steelers are pretty clearly who they are. I covered the Giants for years, and they had some lousy years, but it certainly wasn't because they were tanking to get a better draft pick. They feel, and the Steelers are the same way, we got to go for it every single year. We've got to try. We're charging money for tickets and parking and concessions. These people deserve our best effort. And I admire that about the Pittsburgh Steelers. I do. But it does put them in that position where you're picking 19th or 20th or 21st. You end up taking Kenny Pickett because you think you have to. That doesn't work out, and now you're kind of in the wilderness. And I don't blame them for not wanting to go back down to force the late first-round pick on a quarterback route. But I also don't think they've been super creative in how they've addressed the position in the last couple of years. You see Tampa Bay go out and get a Baker Mayfield when they spot him as somebody on the rise. You see Minnesota and then Seattle go get a Sam Darnold. I just feel like the Steelers feel like they've kind of like looked around and gone, well, who's left? Okay, well, Aaron Rodgers, that's fine. We've heard of him. And it just doesn't feel like super inspirational. I actually like the Steelers roster overall a little better than I did last offseason. But I'm with you. I just think that the ceiling is very low with a 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Even if he plays like he did last year, is he going to stay healthy? Is he going to play 16 games again? I just think it's a lot to hope for.
Dan, this feels like a very pivotal season for the Bengals. They haven't made the playoffs since 2022. Zach Taylor, he's the veteran coach in the division now, which is kind of funny to say, entering the final year of his contract. We know that their defense has been horrible these past couple of seasons, but they've invested a lot in it this offseason. Are you expecting a bounce back for Cincinnati, them to get back into the postseason?
I am. I think when you look at what they've done to repair their defense, and you look at the fact that every other team in the division changed head coaches and is therefore in some kind of transition phase, how short and long those transition phases are depend. It could be fine. The Ravens could be better this year than last year. We just don't know. You change head coaches, it injects uncertainty, plain and simple. The Bengals are returning all 11 starters on an offense that was elite when Joe Burrow was in there and healthy. And if the defense is middle of the pack, I think they're a legitimately scary team. But Burrow's got to do his part, man. He has to stay healthy. I know that they haven't necessarily built the best protection in front of him throughout his career, but there are aspects of his protection that he's responsible for, that he's been fast and loose with. So they need him on the field. They need to impress upon him the urgency of that. If he can play a full season, I think they're a legitimate contender in the AFC.
Dan, how do you feel our old friend John Harbaugh is going to do with the Giants?
I think he's going to have the trains running on time, right? Like the building will be, it'll be tight. Like it'll be, I think it'll be good. Now, a lot of that is going to depend on their young quarterback, Jackson Dart, who showed a lot last year, but he's got to keep himself healthy. Malik Neighbors is coming off a major injury, their best wide receiver. We don't know if he'll be ready to start the season. And, I like their draft, but trading Dexter Lawrence leaves a pretty big hole in the middle of the front of your defense. And you guys know from watching Harbaugh teams over the years in Baltimore how important it is to him to have that middle part, that spine of the defense be rock solid. They have question marks now up front in the middle of their defensive line. So I think it'll be obviously a professionally run operation. I think that'll be reflected in, maybe some close games that they win that they couldn't win last year. But I still see that as a team that's probably another offseason away from making real noise, just based on the personnel.
Dan, I do want to go back to the AFC, just looking at the conference as a whole. And Patrick Mahomes, we'll see where he's at with his knee. Right. It just seems like this conference is as wide open as it's ever been. Do you agree?
Yeah. I mean, look, because, go back a year and it was the usual favorites, right? Buffalo and Baltimore and the Chiefs. And the Chiefs turned out to have a bad year. So now you have these newcomers on the scene. Like, I mean, do we remember how good Jacksonville was over the second half of last season? And obviously Denver start to finish. And so, yeah, it's very wide. The Chargers, I think, are a factor. The Texans, I think, bounce back. They had like the best defense in the whole league, but maybe C.J. Stroud bounces back a little bit. So, yes, I think there's a lot of very high-quality teams in the AFC right now, and it'll be fascinating to see how it sorts out. Do the Patriots repeat what they did last year against what will almost certainly be a tougher schedule? Bills change head coaches. How's that going to work? So, yeah, I think it's very difficult to predict, even maybe more than usual, who should be the favorites and who we should be watching for in the AFC. I mean, how's it feel in Baltimore? Like, is there apprehension? Like, is like a season that could go either way kind of thing?
I think so.
I'm curious what the vibe is.
Because some of it's the unknown of Lamar Jackson, right? Because he's coming off that year where he wasn't right. Now, granted, he's not there this week, but he's been in the building a bunch this offseason, so that's a positive sign. But I think we want to see him on the field looking like Lamar Jackson again, which, let's face it, quite frankly, he wasn't last year.
I also think, Dan, and asking you about the receivers, I'm worried about the pass catchers, man.
Yeah.
Likely and Kohler are gone, and Andrews took a big step back. There's a lot of question marks with the receiver. They still don't have a center. We expect
that's pretty important.
It definitely is.
I'm not saying they should have paid the guy $27 million a year, but like, you got to replace him.
Yes.
And, you literally can't start the play without one. So yeah, there's a lot more question marks there than there usually are. I mean, you could see where it can work, obviously.
Sure.
And we've seen Lamar obviously play at an MVP level and win the award. But I think that's emblematic of what we're talking about. But if we don't know what we're going to get from Baltimore, if we don't know what we're going to get from Pittsburgh, if we don't know what we're going to get from Buffalo, because of all the change that's going on in those places, then I think you have an AFC that is completely wide open. Yes.
But isn't that why the NFL's great, though? Like, we're talking about this stuff. It's
the
not
NFL loves that.
Yeah.
Different teams every year. It's phenomenal. So yes, this is the time of the year for hope and excitement and imagining how good things can be if everything breaks your way.
Well, Dan, let's finish with the Lamar of it all, and I'm sure ESPN will be talking about him not being in OTAs this week.
Nah.
Do you expect a contract extension to get done with him this offseason, or do you think next year I could get ugly, man? That cap hit over $80 million, he'd be a true free agent because, or a true walk here because no franchise tag clause, no trade tag clause. Do you think it ends up getting dragged out into 2027?
I think that is a question worth asking. And the reason I can't answer it is because I don't know Lamar Jackson's mind on the topic. What we do know is that the Ravens had a stated goal going into this offseason of getting a contract extension done with Lamar Jackson, and that they haven't. And that could indicate any number of things. It could indicate that Lamar isn't interested in doing a contract extension right now. It could mean that Lamar is not interested in doing a contract extension at all, and that he might like to be a free agent in 2 years. It could mean that they just haven't caught him in the right mood yet, and something could happen in a month. So that's why it's difficult to predict with Lamar because, he doesn't have an agent, right? So you're not getting the spin that you get with other players through that intermediary. Lamar's going to do what he wants to do. So I think if he goes into this season without a contract extension, then this becomes a pivotal season because if it's injury again, if the offense doesn't work, if he doesn't enjoy himself, is he going to feel more motivated to do a contract extension next offseason? And if not, do you get into the conversation of, well, do we trade him? and I think that's, I don't know. The way I've been saying it with Baltimore and Lamar is until the deal is done, it's not done. And as long as it's not done, we're at a point in the contract where it's worth at least raising an eyebrow and keeping at least one eye on the situation that could turn out to go the wrong way in certain circumstances.
Dan Graziano, always great catching up with you, sir. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys.
Always great talking to Dan Graziano. You can see him on ESPN covering the National Football League. We come back. Let's get back to the Orioles. And Last night was a dumpster fire, was it not? Well, it's a good time to take stock. Are there any Orioles that are better year over year this year than last? We'll answer next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in to co-host. We'll break down the Orioles Game 2 against the Rays. Can they bounce back in this series? Look forward to Game 3, and you'll get some sound from Ravens OTAs.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama was outstanding in last night's double overtime win as the Spurs stole Game 1 on the road from the defending NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder 122-115. For the first time during the playoffs, the Thunder are plus money to win the NBA title at plus 125. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals is Wednesday night in OKC. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Now there's a report of an accident at Caton Avenue. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Accident just before exit 9 to Child Street. The left lane's getting by there. 97 northbound before Veterans Highway reported a crash on the left side. Heavy on the inner loop of the Beltway between Greenspring Avenue and the Jones Falls Expressway. Slows again from the Harrisburg Expressway through Towson to Lock Raven Boulevard, where there's an accident reported. Outer loop of the Beltway slows from Providence Road to Charles Street. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lose to the Rays last night, 16-6. They're currently 21-27. We'll preview tonight's game in a few minutes, but the question I'm asking you, Bone, anybody stand out? Like I was thinking about this. So, okay, Adley's better this year.
Absolutely.
Rico Garcia is better year over year. Yannier Cano is better year over year. Am I missing anyone? Jeremiah Jackson, I guess?
I would say that low bar. Brandon Young is definitely better.
Yeah.
Brandon Young is definitely better year over year.
He couldn't get through 4 innings the other day.
4.25 ERA is respectable.
Yeah.
It was over 6 last year.
It's Kramer territory.
I think Leody Taveras is definitely better. He wasn't here. But Ken, you can even look. Pete's not better year over year. No, Taylor Ward's not better year over year. Chris Bassett's not better year over year.
No.
Like
Zach,
Zach Eflin, he didn't make it through his first start.
No, he did not.
But we did this exercise a lot last year. And last year, the season just was off the rails so quickly that the manager, Brandon Hyde, ended up getting fired prior to Memorial Day. But just bringing this up now, and the team significantly underachieving again, they have more guys that you feel better about year over year. But really, Ken, if you throw the bullpen out of it, and there's been a lot of pleasant surprises from the bullpen in terms of the position players, and
is Tyler O'Neill better year over year?
I guess I don't even know if you can even count Sam because he had a cup of coffee at the end of last season.
Sam's impressive.
Sam is definitely impressive. But, you go down the line. Gunnar Henderson, yeah, a lot of people, he had a down year in 2025. Oh, he's even worse this year. Taylor Ward, as I mentioned. Adley's better. Pete's not as good.
Better defensively, Bum.
Like Kobe Mayo, Kowser's not even. Kowser can't even crack the starting lineup.
You got vintage Kowser, though.
It's just, it's so disappointing. And when we had Andy Koska on in the first hour of the show, and he did not cuss today.
He did not. Thought he might have at one point, but
he brought up something that I think is true, and I'm not using this as an out by any means for this organization, for Mike Elias, for anything, but he brings up everything that could have went wrong has gone wrong, and I'm with him, and part of it, could Mike have done a lot more? Yes, absolutely.
But that's the thing you run into when you don't fortify.
Absolutely. But what we're seeing is this young core, the vast majority of them, this hasn't been like an ascension.
No.
It's been like a roller coaster and you're going through it. There's just been no consistency. And then you throw the injuries on top of it. And it's just...
When you put everything on their plate and say, you're going to do it for us, when that's never happened in the history of modern baseball.
Bring up Smoltz.
Yeah, yes. John Smoltz, I bring this story up all the time. We had him on right after the Orioles lost to the Rangers in the playoffs. This is what?
2023, yeah.
And we asked him then about bringing veterans in with the young guys. And he brought up the fact that, we had all these young guys in Atlanta. We don't do it without Terry Pendleton and Sid Bream. We don't get to that next step without those two guys in Atlanta. It's tried and true. You need vets. And I feel and who were we talking to? Or it might have been in an article. It might have been in Andy's article. That one of the people he talked to said,
it was
bringing in Pete, it's 2 years too late. They needed to do this 2 years ago. And so now you're here. Oh, by the way, the lineup's out. So we'll have that and preview tonight's Orioles game against the Rays. Can they get off the schneid with Kyle Bradish on the bump? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat the books for Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro basketball futures market, Oklahoma City still the favorite to win it all following its Game 1 loss to San Antonio. OKC plus 120, San Antonio plus 155. I expect OKC to win Game 2. This may be the best price you get on OKC to win it all. Give me OKC plus 120. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't just watch the big match, experience it in New Jersey. From beaches to wineries, theme parks, and more, New Jersey has it all. Win a trip to our official soccer watch party. Enter to win at Odyssey.com/NJ. That's AUDACY.com/NJ.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Morning people wake up for peace and quiet. McDonald's breakfast people, we wake up for the sweet rush of getting that warm, delicious breakfast right before it ends.
Hotcakes, sausage patty, hash browns, scrambled eggs, biscuit, real butter and syrup. You know how our big breakfast got its name, and you know where your whole family can share one for just $6. McDonald's. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Trevor Rogers' nightmarish stretch continued last night against the Rays. Rogers has allowed 25 earned runs over his last 5 starts, which spanned 19 innings. He gave up just 22 earned runs in 109 2/3 innings last year.
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. I just try to keep making pitches, and it's just not going my way. Just tip my cap to the Rays, Excuse my friends, but they beat my ass tonight, and I let down everyone in this room, and I'm just not doing my job right now, and this loss is on me.
Kyle Bradish will take the mound as the O's look to bounce back tonight against the Rays. Over his last 2 starts, Bradish has allowed 3 runs with 17 strikeouts across 13 innings. Tampa will start Griffin Jacks. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly will get underway at 5:30. The Eastern Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Knicks and the Cavs. New York went 2-1 versus Cleveland in the regular season. tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 72. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 95. I'm Tim Barbalais, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalais. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles and Rays tonight, 6:30. Baltimore baseball tonight coming up at 5:30. Bordy and the Bone. Lineup is out. Taylor Ward, he's in left field batting first. Gunnar Henderson, your shortstop, batting second. Adley Rutschman batting third. He's the DH tonight. Pete Alonso first base. He's batting fourth. Sam Basayo batting fifth behind the plate. Leody Taveras in center field batting sixth. Jackson Holiday at second base batting seventh. Kobe Mayo at third base batting eighth. And Colton Cowser's in right field batting ninth. So no Tyler O'Neill in tonight's lineup. So that streak of game start is over. But I was joking with you off the air. This is the Oriole, the tanking draft. You got Holiday, Mayo, Cowser batting 7, 8, 9.
Well, hopefully they can get Kyle Bradish some early run support in this game. And hopefully Kyle Bradish can give the Orioles some length tonight, because back-to-back games in which the Orioles starter couldn't complete 4 innings of work. And Bradish has looked like Bradish over these last 2 starts. Shutting out the Yankees in 6 innings last time out, and then going 7 innings, 3 earned runs against the A's. And a big difference for Kyle Bradish in these past 2 starts has been the usage of the curveball. He threw it a career-high percentage against the A's, and then he beat that career high against the Yankees. And it's been his best pitch on the season. Opposing batters hitting just 189 off the curveball tonight. So it would be nice to see Kyle Bradish continue to stack it, make it 3 straight strong quality starts.
They need it.
They absolutely need it.
Think about it. If he gets hit tonight, then you're going into tomorrow afternoon with the chance of getting swept again, and the possibility of the series on the road against the Yankees and the Rays, the 2 teams that you think you're competing with, and you're getting curb stomped by both of them.
Well, geez, you're 3-8 in games played in the American League East. I believe that they got to be a heck of a lot better in the East, and they have a bunch more games against the American League East over the next couple of weeks. But yeah, this feels like a big one tonight, Ken, because Shane Baz is on the mound tomorrow, and obviously it's been a mixed bag with him. He is coming off a really strong start last time out, going 7 innings, 3 earned against the Nats. But it would be nice to see Kyle Bradish get deep in this game, deliver at a minimum a quality start in this game.
Is this, and again, we don't like to do this, but I feel like, is this as close to a must-win as it gets with the Orioles right now? When, with Baz looming tomorrow, the chance of getting swept tomorrow if he does lose, they sort of have to take this baseball game.
I think when you start getting to 7, 8, 9 games below 500, that's the danger zone. And Craig Albertaz said following that Yankees game in the Bronx on Sunday, this was a crucial stretch. They've gone 7-9 in this crucial stretch, so that they have not responded. And you got to stop the bleeding, man.
How'd that start early go with the easy schedule? How'd that go?
It did not go well, Ken. It did not go well at all. And now it continues to ramp up for them. And I did see that they got some not so great injury news when it
shocking.
Yeah, when it came to Kate Povich.
Elbow inflammation. When he get a shot now?
Yeah, received a cortisone injection in his elbow. The team announced no timetable for a return.
So maybe we're going to fast forward to Tommy John for him too?
Yeah, that's never a good sign. It's never a good sign.
Yeah, it seems like, and again, these guys plan for best, and maybe it is just Murphy's Law or the baseball gods, but when you constantly plan for best case scenario, it seems like they get smacked in the face with worst case scenario a lot.
The injury bug just continues to bite for them. And it's gotten to a point, and I know they got rid of, Brian Ebel a couple years ago. Like,
is it fair to question the training staff?
Well, I just go back to, Mike Elias when he was meeting with the media in Milwaukee after they fired Brandon Hyde a couple days after the fact. And you have to look inwards at everything. Like when last year was as big of a disaster as it was for this ball club, and you fire Hyde before Memorial Day, like everyone needs to look inwards. I'm talking about the janitor staff at the warehouse. Like everyone in this organization needs to look.
You don't think they outsource that?
Maybe. I have no idea. But like, how can you get better at your position in this organization? Because that was not up to par last year. And right now it's getting late early for this club.
Yeah, as you said, you start teetering around 8 games under 500, and next thing you know, you blink, it's 10 games under 500, and you could be right back where you were a year ago.
Well, that's my point. Like, this thing could spiral out of control if they let it do so. And the Tigers come to town this weekend. They've been a very disappointing team too. But if you're the Orioles, it's not like you can overlook everybody. It's not like you can just go in and Sharpie, that's going to be a series win, like, because you're really scuffling.
Well, let me say something, and I'm not big time like Beltway Ben going to the casino where all the games are on at once. So I'm telling you, Orioles, don't make me put the basketball game on my television and watch you on the phone tonight. I want to keep the game real. I don't have the option to watch all the games on screens like Beltway Ben does. Like Beltway Ben, because I said to him, I swear, he goes, I got all the games. So I'm just sitting there, I'm good. Beltway Ben, what is your television situation? Are you back you're not back at the casino tonight, so what's your...
That's a Monday. No, that's only Mondays. I will be back at home tonight. We'll have the game on the TV, iPad. I use the iPad, laptop, phone, TV. I make sure I get it in.
So what is the priority? Like
Orioles.
Orioles is always the priority, even if it gets to 16-5?
Well, if it gets 16-5, no, it goes on the iPad.
Yeah.
Usually goes on the iPad then.
Because full disclosure, Orioles were the priority. When it was 12-4, I realized that Game 7 of the hockey game was going to overtime. I'm like, I'm going to watch a hockey Game 7 overtime. I put that on the TV, and then had the Orioles on the phone, and then the basketball game started, and I was like, you know what? I'll go on ESPN.com during breaks and look at the Gamecast, because you guys don't deserve to be watched when the basketball we were remiss we didn't talk more about that. What we watched last night, if we get one more of those, but please give us 6 more of those.
That was one of the better games I've seen in a while. And it's so refreshing after all the blowouts that we've seen, including Game 7 in that Pistons series.
Disgusting.
Whatever that is. No, that was awesome. I hope it continues tonight. But Wemby, man.
Wemby was, dude, him
disgusting.
Pulling up.
That shot.
Dude, there was 19 seconds to go in the shot. Exactly. There was 19 seconds to go on that shot clock. You want to talk about some cojones.
Watching the Thunder bench when he hits it's incredible.
The other thing that's wild about him, and he's the only guy that can do this, the alley-oops to him where he's just like in one motion.
There's Chet and SGA, right? And he looks like Michael Jordan from Space Jam because he's so big and
no, he looks like the Monstars.
Yes, dude, it's crazy.
He's ridiculous.
Freakazoid.
We will come back at the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, and most importantly, get you ready. 40 in the Bone. It's BBT coming up at 5:30 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in to co-host. We'll break down the Orioles Game 2 against the Rays. Can they bounce back in this series? Look forward to Game 3, and you'll get some sound from Ravens OTAs.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Tonight's keys to the game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in, ID verification, or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel crashes at Caton Avenue. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street, and 295 southbound past Route 175. Still a disabled vehicle in the left lane. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Accident before Child Street's been cleared at exit 9. Left lane's getting by there still. I-97 northbound before Veterans Highway, the crash is on the left side. And 395 southbound at the ramp to 95 northbound, there's an accident. Heavy on the inner loop of the Beltway between Green Spring Avenue and the Jones Falls Expressway. Slows again from the Harrisburg Expressway through Towson to Loch Raven Boulevard. Outer loop of the Beltway slows from Providence Road to Charles Street. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Bordy and the Bone once again tonight. Baltimore baseball night. I can tell you, Bordy's fired up. We were talking to him earlier.
He's eating a pre-show burger right now as we speak.
No bone, I'm sure.
No bone, no. Yeah. He's cutting it up. He's being very classy. Fork and knife.
Is he doing a double or a single?
I didn't see. He was very happy when I said that we had leftover burgers because he was unaware.
He loves red meat.
He loves red meat.
He loves red meat and eggs.
Yes,
those are the two things that Bordy loves more than anything.
And quality defense.
Yes, which the Orioles on a nightly basis do not give us. So the least they can do is give us a couple burgers. If you're just tuning in, Jackson Holliday is playing tonight. He's batting seventh, playing second base. So Jackson Holliday back. But let's get the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Text of the day comes from Eric in Baltimore, who says, last night was a damn joke. Hard to take this team serious at all when we're experiencing these beatdowns regularly.
That was a rough watch last night. There's no way around it. You're out of the game before you could really even blink. The second inning just got so out of control where Trevor Rogers 1 out away from... All right, it's 1-0. That's extremely manageable, and the 1 run you gave up was unearned. But you look up, and it's 6-0 heading into the third.
Yeah, and it's got so bad that the beat writers are asking Trevor Rogers if he's tipping pitches. Like that's how bad it got last night.
His numbers with 2 strikes and 2 outs are alarming. Heck, that game got so out of hand. We didn't even bring this up. The people. The shirtless
what was
section
that?
Waving the I don't even know, to be honest, and I could be way off base, and Ben, if you know, please hop in. I remember people doing this like during college football. Weren't they doing it to try to get like their head coach fired or something crazy? But now like it's infiltrated MLB at this point. Like
I'm not fully sure, but it's going like every game I've watched, because last night again at the casino they got 50 TVs.
Yeah,
every game I watched it was going on.
So
it was happening all across.
Oh, this was happening.
Really?
It's happening all over the MLB.
So please explain it. Like I'm sort of know the periphery of this. Like I saw people talking about it.
The first I remember seeing it, maybe you saw it too, Ben, was Wisconsin football. Like
when they were trying to get that coach.
Yes, exactly. It was like some weird sign of unity from the fan base to try and. It was the Terps game.
Yeah.
You're right.
Because Maryland beat them.
Maryland, right?
Yeah, Malik Washington went off.
Yeah, absolutely. But like they were trying to get the coach fired at Wisconsin, and then I saw it last night. And that was the first time I've seen it since then. So I really don't know the origin, but that's what I know.
They can do whatever they want. Just win a damn baseball game, Bo. Don't make me put you on the phone tonight.
I'm going to go on a limb and say, and Ben McDonald said the same thing, that's happening at Camden Yards this weekend. During the homestand, there's going to be a section where they're just
ripping their shirts off.
I guess.
It's guys taking their shirts off, correct?
Yeah. It's just I didn't see any women taking their shirts. Yeah,
no, but I mean,
guys being dudes, man. Yeah. Guys being dudes. It's awesome.
That is up your alley. Ben. What? It's above 50% that Bone gets involved in one of these at some point.
Yeah, I think he might.
I would do
this is the nonsense he does.
I would do it.
This is totally up your alley. This is totally on brand for you.
If it happens at Camden Yards, it's definitely the left field sections that are empty. They're everyone's just gonna start there and go over. It's going to happen.
Just a bunch of drunk idiots in an empty section.
During this homestand, that is 100% happening at Camden Yards.
What do we have on tomorrow's show?
Tomorrow's show with Brooke Pryor of ESPN.
What's she think of Aaron Rodgers being back officially?
Talking Steelers with her. Tim Murray, get our best bets with him. Eric Edholm, our friend from NFL.com. And Ryan Ripken joining us as well.
Are the Orioles fine?
I don't think they're fine right now. I do not think they're fun.
That is it for us, but don't you dare change that dial. because Bordy will come after you and eat your steak and eggs. Yeah. It's Baltimore baseball tonight. It starts at 5:30 here on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg. 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com. The People's Choice.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 105.7thefan.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
This week at Old Glory Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. With access to the state's largest Harley inventory, Old Glory Harley has hundreds of Harleys on site. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Old Glory Harley. Finance specialists are on site to get you approved and 100% of credit applications considered. Get a $1,500 gift card when you purchase any pre-owned Harley at Old Glory Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley motorcycle.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey Birdland, head to Camden Yards on Saturday, May 23rd as the Orioles take on the Detroit Tigers. Be one of 15,000 fans to score Samuel Basayo's first ever MLB bobblehead, presented by Giant Food. This is your chance to celebrate one of baseball's most exciting young stars and add a must-have collectible to your collection. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May. Cinco de Mayo, teacher and nurse appreciation weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music, great food, locally and veteran owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
It's heavy on the inner loop of the Beltway between Green Spring Avenue and the Jones Falls Expressway. Slows again from the Harrisburg Expressway through Towson to about Lock Raven Boulevard. Accident there earlier has been cleared. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I-97 northbound before Veterans Highway clearing an accident from the left side. 395 southbound at the ramp to 95 northbound. There's a crash. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
This broadcast is presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Live from 105.7 The Fan, it's Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
That ball hit well.
With a deep dive into tonight's matchup.
Left field and deep.
Sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. For a fast, free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerry'shomeservices.com and just ask Jerry's.
Holy smokes! Second deck shot for Gunner.
Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
And Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. Bordy, that was ugly. There's no way around that. There's plenty of blame to go around for a team 6 games under 500. But for me, Bordy, yesterday, that felt like a game from 2025 where it just got away from them early. And the starting rotation has to be better. And we all thought that it was going to be so much better because it was better on paper. But the games aren't played on paper, Bordy. Right now, the O's starting rotation ERA is 29th in MLB. And what you're seeing is this team, and it's something we talked about a lot on BBT, they're playing from behind way too often. Yeah. And the Orioles are now 9-20 in games where the opposing team scores first.
Yeah, it's tough, obviously. There are a lot of things that are inconsistent. The starting rotation, trying to figure out what the heck happened to Trevor Rogers. You know, you just can't figure it out. He can't either. You can see the frustration. And they need him in a big way. And there's really nobody on the horizon to come and really help this team out. I know Kramer's coming back off the IL, but these guys aren't gangbusters. These are good pros, and you hope they can just find some consistency in their game to at least be in the fight, man. Give yourselves a chance, because like you said, when you start behind, odds aren't in your favor. And I know they know that over there in the warehouse.
We're an hour, 6 minutes away from first pitch. O's Rays game 2 of a 3-game series. Before we preview game 2, yes, we do have to look back to last night.
0-2 on the way. Baltimore Baseball Tonight looks back at the Birds' last game.
Ball game.
Sponsored by Hampton Inn Baltimore Downtown Convention Center. Your home for everything Baltimore has to offer. Just off I-95 across the street from the Yard. Call 410-685-5000 and earn your Hilton Honors points today.
hit hard and through the box. Here's a base hit for Rutschman. Here's some noise to deep left. Weston Wilson with Simpson at the wall. He'll watch it go. The first Oriole home run for Weston Wilson. Elevated fastball punched out to deep center by Pete. DeLuca at the wall. That's off the top of the fence. It scores one. Here comes Rutschman on the way home to make it two. Well, here's Hadley. Maybe that's why Brian Baker doesn't want to face him. Sends it deep to center and gone. Rutschman rocks a home run, his seventh long ball of the season. Right center field from Blaze Alexander. This is a good-looking swing these days, too. Alexander will coast into second base with a run-scoring double. His third double and sixth RBI of the year.
Kevin Brown on the call there, and those were the highlights for the Orioles last night, Bordy. They lost 16-6, but maybe let's start there with the offense, because Shane McClanahan was dealing heading into that game. He hadn't allowed a run in his prior 4 starts spanning 21 2/3 innings. The O's, they got 4 runs on 6 hits off McClanahan in 5 innings, and the Pete Alonso 2-run double, they clawed back into it. It was 8-4 at that point. They had a pulse, and then Cameron Foster went back out and gave up a 4 spot, and then boom, it's 12-4, and that's all she wrote.
My gosh, I don't know, man. It's just hard to figure out sometimes what the thought process is with the pitches, with the pitchers. I don't know. It was a head scratcher last night. I know there were some mistakes, but the Oriole offense, I think in a way is starting to turn things around. And I know we're going to talk about that they had a bunch of hits last night. They gave themselves some opportunities, but it just shows up time and time again. The detail, the nuance of the game, the little things that happen time and time again that can ultimately change the outcome of a game. 1 or 2 runs